Chapter 309. Fortunately, there was only a trace of this supreme will. If there were several times more, Xiaochen would not even have the courage to fight. He would just end up prostrating on the ground. Looking at the swaying heavenly flame, Xiaochen could not help but think of the dragon flame that he saw on Yingyu's body. Although the might of this strand of heavenly flame could not compare to that dragon flame, its aura was much stronger. Suddenly Xiaochen thought, if wills can be infused into the heavenly flame, then can I infuse my state into the purple thunder true fire as well? A fierce purple flame started burning in Xiaochen's right eye. When he looked around, it looked like a boundless sea of fire. The flames quickly gathered and formed a strand of purple flame. The purple thunder true fire's origin flame flew out of Xiaochen's right eye and swayed on his fingertip. With a thought, the peak small perfection state of thunder instantly poured into the origin flame. Z. Countless purple electric currents appeared behind Xiaochen. The purple light immediately chased away the golden light from Chu Chaoyun's heavenly flame. Success. Xiaochen rejoiced in his heart as he thought excitedly, indeed, I can infuse my state into the purple thunder true fire. Now I can finally fight against my heavenly flame. Before this, when facing the resplendent golden heavenly flame, Xiaochen did not even have the courage to unleash the purple thunder true fire. Instantly, one side of the hall was filled with a resplendent golden light and the other side was filled with a strange purple light. The two lights clashed in an invisible manner. All the items on the ice table floated up when the two auras clashed. Chu Chaoyun smiled faintly and said, "You learn very fast. Let me try and see how strong it is." Right after Chu Chaoyun spoke, he thrust his fingers forward. All the golden light in the hall returned to the heavenly flame with a schwa sound. In an instant, that tiny strand of heavenly flame became extremely dazzling, like a miniature golden sun. That sovereign overlooking the world, the aura of supremacy, rose to its peak at the same time. A strong wind blew on Chu Chaoyun's body. His clothes fluttered and his hair fluttered. It was like the Jianghu emperor had possessed him, looking dignified and dignified. Xiaochen's expression changed. He quickly gathered the scattered purple qi behind him into his origin flame. He brought out the state of thunder to its limits. A bolt of boundlessly resplendent electric light appeared in the strange purple flame. He pushed his right hand forward as well and met the attack without any hesitation. Bang! The two flames quickly collided and a loud bang rang out in the hall. A violent shockwave spread out and the items floating in the hall were immediately crushed into a pile of powder. The terrifying power reverberated in the hall, causing the entire profound ice palace to tremble uncontrollably. This startled everyone in the profound ice palace. Xiaochen's complexion was somewhat pale. A huge force swept over and his body flew back 10 meters before landing heavily on the ground. On the other hand, Chu Chaoyun only took 3 steps back. Against an incomplete strand of heavenly flame, Xiaochen's full-powered purple thunder true fire lost in a contest of strength. A golden light flashed in Chu Chaoyun's eyes. The scattered heavenly flame immediately vanished. Seeing the grave expression on Xiaochen's face, Chu Chaoyun said indifferently, "Don't treat me as your enemy. Sooner or later, you will understand that our mission is actually the same." The profound ice palace stopped shaking. Suddenly, 4 streams of ice water appeared on the ice surface of the hall. The ice water slowly turned into 4 human-shaped blocks of ice. Then they turned into 4 delicate and pretty girls. "The two of you, if you test your moves in the profound ice palace for no reason again, no matter what your identity is, you will be thrown out of the profound ice palace," one of the girls said in a cold voice with an expressionless face. Seeing the other cultivators rushing down the stairs, Chu Chaoyun bowed slightly and smiled, "My apologies, there will not be a next time." The test between Xiaochen and Chu Chaoyun was just a small interlude in the profound ice palace's flight. The huge profound ice palace continued to fly at Mach 2, heading for the ink forest. In a booth on the 2nd floor, Xiaochen continued to try merging his state with the purple thunder true fire. The might of the legendary heavenly flame was indeed horrifying. The first time he merged his state he could barely match the heavenly flame. Xiaochen was already very satisfied, even though that strand of heavenly flame was not even a tenth of the true heavenly flame. However, Xiaochen's purple thunder true fire had not reached its full potential. The purple thunder divine incantation had a total of 12 layers. Currently he had only cultivated it to the 4th layer. If he broke through another layer in the future he might have a chance to compete with the heavenly flame. When the sky turned dark, Xiaochen noticed that the clouds outside the window had suddenly turned pitch black. This caused his mood to worsen. Xiaochen stopped what he was doing and looked down from the window. He saw a huge mountain range that rose and fell endlessly. The entire mountain range was covered in a black fog, lingering around the peaks. When the cool breeze blew, the black fog seemed solid, not moving at all. "Is this the Ink Mountain Range?" Xiaoqin said with a grave expression. Rumble? Just at this moment, the entire profound ice palace started shaking. Although the tremors were not large, they continued for a long time without any signs of stopping. "We have encountered a large number of rank 7 flying demonic beasts in front. The profound ice palace will activate the combat formation. Everyone please remain in your booth and do not move around. We will deal with it." A clear voice rang out in the ears of everyone on the second floor, explaining the reason for the tremors. "They are actually rank 7 flying demonic beasts," Xiaoqin muttered to himself. "A rank 7 demonic beast is as strong as a high-ranked martial king. I wonder how the Duanmu clan is going to deal with it. However, since the profound ice palace has activated the combat formation, I can go and understand it. Who knows, it might be helpful for the silver warship to recover its combat formation." Xiaoqin had an idea. He looked at the window in the booth that was just big enough to fit his body. He did not hesitate and pushed his feet off the ground. His body quickly passed through it. Xiaoqin flew forward. There was a rather large empty space between the head of the ice bird and the ice palace. Xiaoqin decided to go there and observe the profound ice palace's combat formation in detail. Xiaoqin's body turned into a purple arc in the air. When he landed, there was a so-so-so sound. Ji Changkong, Hua Yunfei, and the others arrived one after another. The few of them exchanged glances with each other. Their gazes were somewhat unnatural. They did not expect others to follow them. Ji Changkong smiled faintly. "It looks like everyone is thinking the same thing. We all want to see what exactly is going on with the combat formation. In that case, let's go together." The powers behind the few of them all had 1 or 2 flying secret treasures. However, the combat formation was already damaged and could not be used. This would be an excellent opportunity to observe. A circular white barrier enveloped the profound ice palace in the air. Many flying demonic beasts rammed into the white barrier, bringing with them a sky full of black qi. Under the attacks of the demonic beasts, the profound ice palace trembled continuously. The light of the white qi barrier also started to weaken. Hua Yunfei, who was in the crowd, said sullenly, "Rank 7 demonic beasts are indeed horrifying. If we do not replenish this defensive formation with superior-grade spirit stones, it will not last for long." Superior-grade spirit stones? How could it be that easy to obtain them? "They will probably activate the combat formation soon," another heir of the royal court said excitedly. Boom. Right after he spoke, a resplendent ball of light suddenly condensed in the ice bird's beak. In the next instant, the ball of light expanded infinitely. It turned into a pillar of light and pierced through the qi barrier. It swept away all the rank 7 demonic beasts blocking the way, turning them into ice shards. Xiaoqin looked up and saw the mysterious expert on the top floor of the profound ice palace continuously making hand seals. As his hand seals changed, the ice bird quickly changed its position and shot out pillars of light. Everywhere the pillars of light passed, none of the demonic beasts could block them. They all turned into pillars of ice before shattering into countless ice shards. Uchi, uchi. Rings of light appeared around the 3rd floor of the profound ice palace. These rings of light were made up of dense, mysterious characters that glowed. The countless characters moved rhythmically in the air, as though they were forming something. Finally, the mysterious person on the top floor shouted, "Break!" All the characters quickly gathered together. After a while, they formed small, lifelike ice birds. The ice birds cried out and immediately shot out. Countless ice birds crashed into the surrounding rank 7 demonic beasts. However, there was no reaction. These demonic beasts were immediately covered in frost. In the next instant, they turned into huge ice sculptures in the air. Bang! The person on the top floor of the profound ice palace controlled the huge birds to crash into the demonic beasts. The ice sculptures in front of them immediately shattered. When all the demonic beasts were dead, Xiaoqin and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. They had not expected the might of the profound ice palace to be so great. They managed to kill hundreds of rank 7 demonic beasts in an instant. Xiaoqin muttered to himself, "Those mysterious characters should be the secret to carving combat formations." However, without systematic study, it is impossible to grasp such characters. After the demonic beasts were killed, everyone's field of vision immediately widened. Horrifying cries came from the front. When everyone looked over, they saw a large group of even more rank 7 demonic beasts. One of the people's expressions changed greatly. He said in horror, The Ink Mountain range has always feared flying through the sky. There was once an inferior-grade martial monarch who tried to fly through the Ink Mountain range. However, in the end he had no choice but to retreat before the endless flying demonic beasts. Furthermore, he was severely injured. Although this profound ice palace is powerful, if the spirit stones cannot keep up with the expenditure, it will be dangerous. Right at this moment, everyone suddenly felt the temperature of the surrounding air drop by a lot. Furthermore, it continued to drop. Finally, that cold penetrated deep into their hearts. Everyone had no choice but to circulate their essence to resist it. What's going on? Everyone was shocked. Boundless cold air appeared around the ice palace, and the golden runes became hazy in the cold air. Then the mysterious person on the top floor let out a soft shout. Then the mysterious person on the top floor shouted. All the cold chi gathered together and formed a huge ice image. When one looked carefully, this image was the figure of a woman. Chapter 310. The Ice Empress was more than 200 meters tall. The image encased the ice palace and a supreme aura pressed down. Everyone felt their shoulders sink, like a mountain was pressing down on them. This is the ancient expert Bingho. Just her aura alone is enough to make it hard for us to move. Everyone paled as they resisted the overwhelming aura with great difficulty. They had to clench their teeth to even speak. Hu Chi. Suddenly, an ice sword appeared in the Bingho's hand. A sword light swept out and a tear appeared in the space in front. The space shattered, and the destructive energy it brought tore apart the countless demonic beasts in the vicinity. With the Bingho's help, the profound ice palace was unstoppable in the sky above the Ink Mountain range. None of the demonic beasts could stop them. After the huge image of the Bingho appeared, the profound ice palace immediately became unrivaled. The supreme aura of a sage suppressed the rank 7 demonic beasts. They did not dare to get close. The 10-odd people in front of the ice palace struggled bitterly under this horrifying pressure. Actually, one could see the strength of each individual here. A few of them were already prostrating on the ground. They did not even have the strength to stand up. There were also some who knelt on one knee, sweat dripping down their faces. Only Ji Changkong, Hua Yunfei, Xiao Qin, and one of the heirs from the royal courts remained standing. However, the expressions of the 4 of them were not relaxed either. If this dragged on, they would not be able to hold on for long. They would end up like the others, unable to stand up again after falling down. Xiao Qin quickly circulated the purple thunder divine incantation. He condensed his aura into a single line, resisting the formless aura. However, the pressure on his shoulders did not decrease at all. The aura was as heavy as a mountain. His feet felt like they were filled with lead. He could not move them at all. Who? Just as the 4 of them could no longer hold on, a rectangular hole suddenly appeared in the ice palace. Duamuking looked at everyone expressionlessly and said indifferently, "Quickly come in." When the doors of the ice palace opened, the pressure on everyone immediately lessened. Xiao Qin and the other 3 did not hesitate and quickly leaped in. A few of the heirs who were kneeling on one knee quickly pushed off the back of the ice bird and followed them in. The remaining 4 princes who were prostrating on the ground heaved a sigh of relief. Just as they struggled to get up, they realized that the doors of the ice palace had closed with a swoosh. The terrifying aura of the Ice Empress once again pressed down heavily like a towering mountain. Blood spurted out from their mouths as they fell to the ground, unable to get up no matter how hard they tried. The few people who entered the ice palace looked at each other with lingering fear. Even now, their hearts were still thumping non-stop. The experience just now was too unforgettable. There was a hint of anger on Duamuking's icy face as he said in a deep voice, "I hope you will abide by the rules of our Duanmu clan and not walk around." This was not the first time Duamuking had said this. However, because of their status and strength, they had not taken it seriously. They had thought that the Duanmu clan would not dare to do anything to them. However, now that they saw what happened to the 4 people outside, they no longer dared to underestimate these words. After Duanmu Kun left, Ji Changkong said indifferently, "The ancient era's martial emperor is just an image. Just its aura alone makes one unable to resist it. I wonder how strong it is." Hua Yunfei had a sinister smile on his face as he said, "I have a feeling that in this fiery sect remnant, all of us will end up helping this woman." Ji Changkong smiled in disdain, "What's wrong? Even the young Master Hua who comprehended the ancient blood soul is afraid of a woman?" Hua Yunfei smiled calmly, "Who is afraid of a woman? Everyone here is very clear on that. I heard that young Master Ji has not dared to go to the imperial capital for many years already." These 2 people had always been at odds with each other. Now that they relaxed, they immediately started teasing each other. The people from the royal courts all laughed softly. Naturally, they knew that Hua Yunfei was talking about Princess Yingyu defeating Ji Changkong in one move back then. Countless stars flashed in Ji Changkong's eyes. A murderous intent instantly surged out. However, it disappeared in a flash and his gaze quickly calmed down. Ji Changkong sighed in his heart. It looks like in the past year Hua Yunfei's mental state is much better than before. On the contrary, my mental state is somewhat imperfect. Thinking of this, Ji Changkong did not say anything else. He took the lead and went up to the second floor. The others also left one after another. The rest of the journey was very peaceful. Nothing else happened. The profound ice palace slowly descended to the core of the Ink Mountain range. Bang! The huge ice bird landed on the ground and created an intense whirlwind. It scattered in all directions, causing the surrounding trees to sway continuously. However, the image of the ice palace did not scatter. Under the pressure of the aura, the surrounding demonic beasts all fled in different directions. Even though they were demonic beasts, this kind of supreme aura caused them to feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. After a long time, when all the surrounding demonic beasts had left, the image of the Ice Empress slowly faded away. The doors of the ice palace opened with a "so" sound. Under Duamuking's lead, everyone slowly descended from the profound ice palace. As for the 4 people lying on the back of the ice bird, they were completely dispirited. They could only give up on this mission. 500 meters in front of the group, there was a towering mountain wall. Below the mountain wall was a huge black hole. It was like the mouth of a demon. With one glance, it would cause one's heart to tremble. This hole was the entrance to the ink forest. It was pitch black and there was no sound or movement. It was very quiet. Xiaochen slowly paced on the black ground. He was not in a rush to observe the hole. Instead, he circulated his essence and discovered that the surrounding spiritual energy was very thin. It was only 1/100th of the usual. Most of the spiritual energy in the air was demonic chi from the deep abyss demonic world. If one breathed in too much, it would cause one's body to demonize. It looks like I can only use spirit stones to recover my essence, Xiaochen thought to himself. Fortunately, I still have a lot of medial grade spirit stones. There is no need to worry about this. I just have to be careful not to absorb the spiritual energy here. Duamuking led the 4 peak martial saints of the Duanmu clan forward. As she said, she only brought 4 people. The other experts remained in the profound ice palace. The others were not willing to fall behind, so they quickly followed. Xiaochen was slightly slower. He was at the back of the group. The moment Xiaochen entered the hole, he immediately felt a cold current. The cold chi entered his body and attacked his internal organs. Xiaochen was astonished. He quickly circulated his essence and protected his internal organs. At the same time, he split off some essence to quickly eliminate the cold chi that entered his body. They had to split their attention to protect their internal organs and eliminate the cold chi in their bodies. Like this, the speed of the group was much slower. The deep and serene cave seemed bottomless. It was pitch black. Everyone's vision was limited to less than 10 meters. What made them feel even more despair was that the many cultivators took out illumination stones, night pearls, and the things inside the flame stones. Normally they would be able to light up a room. However, at this moment they could not even give off a trace of light. Duamuking's voice came from the front. He said indifferently, "There are no other dangers in this tunnel. All the light is absorbed by the demonic chi in the air. There is no need to panic." Xiaochen looked carefully. Indeed, there were strands of black substance lingering in the air. When the light came in contact with it, it would be silently absorbed. It was very strange. Although Duamuking said that there was no danger in this cave, Xiaochen did not let down his guard. His right hand remained on his saber hilt. He withdrew his aura, ready to attack the moment there was any strange movement. No one spoke in this strange atmosphere in the quiet cave. Only the sound of footsteps could be heard. After walking for an unknown period of time, Xiaochen felt that the tunnel under his feet was slanting more and more. They were already very deep underground. After a long time, the group's vision suddenly flashed. They finally walked out of the cave. A vast underground world appeared before their eyes. Before them was a boundless black forest. The forest was sinister and strange. Countless black fog lingered in the forest, and the roars of tyrannical beasts came from it. The roars reverberated in everyone's ears, causing them to feel frustrated and their chi and blood to surge. Unexpectedly, the roars of these beasts could disrupt their minds. "Is this the infamous Ink Forest?" a cultivator asked with a trembling voice. Duamuking nodded and said, "That's right. The 3 holy masters laid a barrier around the periphery of the forest. We are safe here. If we walk another 100 meters, we will enter the boundaries of the forest." Then what are we waiting for? Where is the profound ice flower? Let's go quickly. A scion of the royal court said anxiously. Duanmu Qing did not say anything else. She led the 4 experts of the Duanmu clan in first. The others followed behind in a line. When they broke through the formless barrier, Xiaochen and the others felt a gaze on them. It was as though it could see through all their secrets. Bang, bang, bang. Just at this moment, a red light appeared on the bodies of the 5 middle-aged men. After a while they exploded, dying without a complete corpse. This sudden turn of events startled everyone. The 5 dead men were from the noble clans of the royal courts. At this moment, the scions of the royal courts all had sullen expressions. It was unknown what they were thinking. Duanmuking walked over to these people expressionlessly. He said coldly, "Didn't I say that we are not allowed to bring martial king experts? The few of you can leave now. Go back to where you came from." Only now did everyone understand that these 5 scions from the royal courts had secretly brought martial king experts with them. Furthermore, they had used some unknown method to fool the Duanmu clan's experts. However, in this ink forest within the barrier of the 3 holy masters, there was nowhere for them to hide. They were blasted into smithereens. When the 5 of them heard Duanmuking's words, they did not pay too much attention. There were a few superior-grade martial saint servants behind each of them. In total there were 20 of them. They had far more people than the Duanmu clan. Chapter 311. The leader smiled coldly and said, "Duanmuking, this is no longer the profound ice palace. Don't try to order me around. Since I am already here, there is no way for me to leave. You better obediently lead the way. Otherwise don't blame me for being merciless." Xianxia. Right after he spoke, the 20 people behind him all drew their weapons. Killing chi radiated from their bodies as they stared at Duanmuking. Reckless. Duanmuking snorted coldly. White ice ripples appeared under the feet of the 4 girls behind him. Soon the ice ripples connected and moved to Duanmuking's feet. Boom. Instantly Duanmuking's aura soared infinitely. The feeling he gave off was that of a peak medial grade martial king. It was very horrifying. The leader's heart tightened. He felt the danger of death. He quickly said, "Attack." Just as he finished speaking, the subordinates behind the 5 princes turned into ice sculptures in an instant. Duanmuking pulled his palm back and clenched his fist. Xianxia. Xianxia. All the ice sculptures shattered. They were all dead. Bang, bang, bang. The ice fell to the ground and shattered again. The corpses inside were torn apart continuously. The 5 scions were so frightened that they turned pale. Their right hands, which were holding their sabers, started to tremble. Scram. Duanmuking said calmly. Killing 15 superior-grade martial saints in an instant, the strength that Duanmuking displayed was too horrifying. Although the 5 of them were great perfection superior-grade martial saints, they had not comprehended a state. They were only slightly stronger than ordinary martial saints. Compared to true geniuses, they were much weaker. When facing the current Duanmuking, they had no chance of victory. However, they were not willing to leave just like that. The leader of the scions looked at the Guy Marquis with dissatisfaction in his heart. This was the true genius of the Guy Marquis's residence. He hoped that the Guy Marquis could put in a word for him. The Guy Marquis Ing Shao wore golden battle armor and carried a 2-meter-long sword on his back. It was the sacred weapon, the sky-splitting sword. Behind him were 4 cultivators dressed similarly. When he saw this person's gaze, he turned his head slightly and avoided it, ignoring this person. With his last hope shattered, he could only give up. He packed up his weapon and left the place helplessly. Using the special secret technique of her martial spirit, she perfectly transferred the energy of the 4 people to Duanmuking. This instantly raised her combat prowess to peak medial grade martial king. Many people present had discerned the secret behind Duanmuking's sudden increase in strength, but they had to admit that even if they knew the secret, they could only temporarily avoid facing Duanmuking. In the face of absolute power, sometimes techniques were useless. Xiaochen had a good experience with the Ice Empress aura. He is killing people to establish his might. When we find the profound ice flower, those people with ulterior motives will have to think twice. One of the scions sighed softly. The value of the profound ice flower was no less than those secret treasures or high-ranked martial techniques. This was especially so for ice-attributed cultivators. It was very useful. At that time, it was hard to guarantee that there would be people who would take advantage of the chaos to target the profound ice flower. Furthermore, there was a high chance of that happening. Duanmuking did not hesitate to offend the scions of the Guy Marquis just because of a small excuse. Killing people was clearly a warning to the others. Xiaoqin even suspected that the Duanmu clan had purposely released these three martial kings to give Duanyuking a chance to establish his might. Duanyuking ignored the criticism of the crowd and said softly, "This profound ice flower is very important to my Duanmu clan. We have already waited for 100 years. Once we obtain the profound ice flower, I will immediately open the fiery sect remnant for everyone. Miss Duanmu, rest assured. We will not have any ulterior motives for the profound ice flower. Just lead the way. I am a fire-attributed cultivator. The profound ice flower will only bring me harm. Miss Duanmu, there is no need to worry. If anyone tries to snatch Miss Duanmu's profound ice flower, they will be making things difficult for me, Sun Wei. I will help you kill them." Right. If anyone tries to snatch Miss Duanmu's profound ice flower, they will be our enemy." When everyone saw Duanyuking's strength, they all echoed her words, expressing that they would not make a move to snatch the profound ice flower. When Xiaoqin saw the situation, he smiled faintly and did not say anything. Naturally, they would snatch what they should snatch. There was no point in saying anything. Duanyuking said softly, "Many thanks for everyone's help. Come with me." After Duanyuking spoke, he started to lead the crowd into the dark and strange forest. There were all sorts of tall trees in the forest. Their branches were luxuriant, and even two people would not be able to wrap their arms around them. There were thick leaves and some black grass on the ground. When the crowd stepped on them, they gave off a rustling sound. In this infamous ink forest, no one dared to be careless. They focused all of their attention and carefully observed their surroundings. Wuxia. Suddenly, a black snake as thick as a bowl emerged from the ground among the crowd. Its body was covered in a black qi. The densely packed scales on its body flickered with a metallic luster. With a schwa sound, it bit off the head of a cultivator from behind. It was like a black bolt of lightning flashing by. Its speed was so fast that no one could react. T. There was no time to kill that black snake. In an instant, hundreds of similar black snakes emerged from the ground. Many cultivators were caught off guard and were bitten to death. There were also those whose arms were bitten. The poison immediately spread throughout their bodies, causing them to foam at the mouth. They were poisoned to death. Xiaoqin quickly dodged backward, dodging the attack of a black snake. He quickly drew the lunar shadow saber and chopped at it like a purple bolt of lightning. Dang. When the saber struck the black skin, it gave off a metallic sound. Unexpectedly, it only managed to cut off a few of the other party's scales. What a strong defense. Even with 20% of my strength, I am still unable to injure the other party. Xiaoqin was astonished. The black snake felt pain and its upper body soared into the air, heading for Xiaoqin. The black snake opened its mouth, revealing horrifying fangs that flickered with a cold light. Xiaoqin's expression did not change. He swung the lunar shadow saber again. Like before, he only used 20% of his strength. However, he accurately chopped at the place where the scales fell. In an instant, he chopped the other party in half. Hu Qi. The upper body of the black snake in the air had not died yet. It twisted its tongue and tried to bite Xiaoqin's face at lightning speed. Die. Xiaoqin shouted, and the lunar shadow saber turned into a purple bolt of lightning. A saber light appeared on the saber and shattered the snake's tongue. The snake turned into clumps of black mist and scattered. Even until now, the threat of the black snake had not been resolved. Xiaoqin sent out a palm strike to disperse the black mist, resolving the problem. The others were not as lucky as Xiaoqin. Several cultivators had clearly chopped the black snake in half. However, they did not expect the black snake to have such a strong life force. Their upper body could still attack, and they died under the snake's jaws. There were also many people who appeared very relaxed. The Guy Marquis, who carried a sword on his back, did not even draw his weapon. He punched the black snake into pieces. Countless stars flickered around Ji Changkong's body, turning into sharp sword qi. The sword qi was incomparably sharp and easily chopped the black snake in half. Every time a star flickered, a black snake would die. In an instant, Ji Changkong had killed more than 10 black snakes. Hua Yunfei held a scarlet sword in his hand. He revealed a sinister smile as the sword pierced through the black snake, giving off a zzz sound. The black snake's body quickly shriveled up. It strangely absorbed all the black life force. After it absorbed the black life force, the red light on the sword became even more dazzling. The sword in Mu Yenshua's hand was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, she had sent out an unknown number of killing strikes. The black snake had just leaped into the air when she chopped it into countless tiny pieces. The scion of the Shiha province's Yen clan, Yen Shenhe's big brother, sent out a huge black hand. It clenched tightly and pinched several black snakes together, preventing them from moving. Duanyuking was even more relaxed. He did not even need to make a move. Those black snakes slithered around the four of them. Before they could get close, they were slowly frozen into ice sculptures. After a while, they turned into countless pieces of ice. Xiaoqun looked around for a while, but he did not find Chu Chaoyun. When he looked up, he saw that Chu Chaoyun had already leaped to the top of a large tree. Chu Chaoyun had a faint smile on his face as he looked at the people below. It was as though this matter had nothing to do with him. When the group finished killing all the black snakes, they counted the number of people. They discovered that the first wave of demonic beasts had killed more than 20 people. Including the people who died at Duanyuking's hands earlier, there were only 70 or 80 people left out of the original 100. This was a heavy loss. However, most of the people who died were the servants and subordinates of the science. The truly strong, outstanding talents did not even suffer any light injuries. The strength of the black snakes should be between medial grade rank 6 demonic beasts and peak grade demonic beasts. Aside from their large numbers and strong life force, they did not have any other trump cards. They could not truly threaten the group. After resting for a while under Duanyuking's lead, the group continued on their way. Along the way, the demonic beasts they met became stronger. Aside from cultivators who comprehended states like Ji Changkong, the other scions also started to show signs of injury. The number of people also decreased by more than 60. Before they reached the Firely sect remnant, only half of the original number remained. Some people wanted to retreat. However, if they left the group and returned alone, that would be seeking death. The cruel nature of the path of cultivation was very real at this moment. If one was not strong enough or had a strong luck, they would become a stepping stone for others in the blink of an eye, coldly forgotten by others. Many living examples appeared before Xiaoqun. This made him even more determined to become stronger. He could not become a stepping stone for others. Suddenly, Duanyuking stopped and pointed to a large tree in front. He said, "We have arrived. The profound ice flower is behind that tree. However, there is a rank 7 demonic beast guarding it. We have to kill it before we can pick the profound ice flower." A rank 7 demonic beast. Everyone's expression changed. A scion said unhappily, "Duanyuking, didn't you say that the profound ice flower is at the periphery of the ink forest? How can there be a rank 7 demonic beast? Are you messing with us?" Chapter 312. Duanyuking said calmly, "I did not lie to you. This is indeed the periphery of the ink forest. I also did not guarantee that there would not be any rank 7 demonic beasts in the periphery." Indeed, Duanyuking only said that the profound ice flower was at the periphery of the ink forest. He did not guarantee that there would not be any rank 7 demonic beasts at the periphery. There was no contradiction in Xiaoqun's words. No one could find a reason to refute him. The person who asked felt depressed, but there was nothing he could do. Ji Changkong said indifferently, "Duanyuking, just tell us what kind of demonic beast it is and what its combat prowess is. If it is a regular rank 7 demonic beast with so many of us, we should be able to defeat it." When Duanyuking heard this, he said, "In that case, I'll be direct. The demonic beast guarding the profound ice flower is a peak rank 7 demonic beast, the Scarlet Flame Chief. Its strength is comparable to a medial grade martial king. The Duanmu clan has sent people here a few times, but they have not succeeded." Hua Yunfei frowned and said, "Since that is the case, did you make any preparations? Don't tell me that you are placing all your hopes on us." Duanyuking nodded and said, "Half of the people that the Duanmu clan sent out previously died on the way here. The remaining people had their combat prowess greatly reduced. Naturally, they are not a match for this Scarlet Flame Chief. However, it is different this time. Among us there are at least 10 people who are not injured. Hence, I only need the help of these 10 people. The remaining people just need to help chase away the demonic beasts that are rushing over." Hua Yunfei said indifferently, "You speak so confidently. However, you have not said what is your trump card to defeat the Scarlet Flame Chief." Duanyuking revealed an indifferent expression on her cold face. She said softly, "Trump card. I am the trump card of this operation. Do you still have any questions?" What bold words. Everyone thought to themselves. However, when they thought about it carefully, it was indeed as Duanyuking said. The Duanmu clan's special secret technique of combining their strength with their body could only be used by the princess. This was indeed a trump card. A strange light flashed in Hua Yunfei's eyes as he said, "All right, I have no more questions. Now, which 10 people do you need help from?" Everyone was curious when they heard that. Who were the 10 people that Duanyuking had mentioned who had not suffered any injuries and could still maintain their full combat strength? Duamuking said softly, I hope that the people I choose will not reject my invitation. Only by killing this Scarlet Flame Chief will I open the doors to the fiery sect remnant. Otherwise you will have made a wasted trip. After saying that, she began to stare at the crowd and slowly called out a name, Chu Chaoyan, you have no reason to reject my invitation. Chu Chaoyan's expression did not reveal the slightest hint of surprise. He smiled indifferently and said, Of course not. Ji Changkong Mu Yanxue Hua Yunfei the Gi Marquis, Ing Shao Yanqishue Shifeng Sunwei you have no reason to reject my invitation, right? The 7 people that were called out did not say anything, tacitly agreeing to Duamuking's invitation. These 7 people were either the proud disciples of the 3 great sects or the scions of noble clans that possessed inherited martial spirits. The crowd was not too surprised. There were already 8 people and only 2 remained. The crowd started to wonder who else had not been called out. Suddenly, Duamuking's gaze stopped at an extremely hidden corner of the crowd. The crowd followed her gaze and discovered that the person Duamuking was looking at was Du Hao. The Du clan to the south could be considered a clan with some power. However, it was far from the 2 inherited noble clans, the Ji clan and the Sun clan. Furthermore, along the way they did not see anything outstanding about Du Hao. The crowd was very surprised at Duamuking's choice of this person. Du Hao felt Duamuking's gaze and smiled gently, Miss Duanmu, don't tell me you think that I am one of the 10 people? Duamuking's gaze was like a pillar, as though she could see through the other party's disguise. She countered with a question, What do you think? Du Hao shook his head slightly. He was not willing to stand out at this moment. However, if he rejected, he would easily become the target of everyone. The Scarlet Flame Chief had to be killed. Otherwise, the crowd would not be able to enter the fiery sect remnant. If he was unwilling, Duamuking would use it as an excuse to not take action. The people that were called out earlier would definitely be unwilling as well. However, after weighing the pros and cons they could only agree. Since Miss Duanmu thinks highly of me, I will reluctantly do it. Thinking of this, Du Hao could only agree to the other party's decision. There was still 1 person missing from the 10. The crowd followed Duamuking's gaze again. Their gazes stopped at Xiaoqin who was standing in a corner. Xiaoqin was not surprised at this. Without waiting for Duamuking to say anything he walked out. The others were not surprised at Xiaoqian's selection. After all, even Sun Wei could be selected. There was no need to mention Xiaoqian who could easily defeat Sun Wei. When Duamuking saw that the 10 people agreed, he said to the remaining 50, Split into groups of 5 and spread out for a kilometer. Just don't let any demonic beasts get close to us. Duamuking made such arrangements to prevent these people from taking advantage of the chaos to snatch the profound ice flower. They had to obtain the profound ice flower no matter what. Although the 50 people were unwilling, dealing with other demonic beasts was better than dealing with a rank 7 demonic beast. Furthermore, the fiery sect remnant had not been opened yet. They could only listen to Duamuking's arrangements for now. After a while, after the 50 people left, Duamuking said, There is a mound behind that tree. The profound ice flower grows there. The Scarlet Flame Chief never left the profound ice flower. Xiaoqin looked in the direction Xiaoqin pointed. That tree was about a kilometer away from the group. The trunk would require 5 people to encircle it. The tree was several hundred meters tall. Its branches were lush and its roots were intertwined. It was tall and straight, blocking the group's vision. Let me see what kind of demonic beast this Scarlet Flame Chief is. Hua Yunfei shouted ferociously. The scarlet sword in his hand suddenly gave off a blazing scarlet light. So, a sharp and surging scarlet sword chi flew at the tree quickly. The scarlet sword chi was like a sharp saber, easily chopping the tree in half. Rumble. The huge trunk of the tree landed heavily on the ground. The group's vision immediately widened. They finally saw the Scarlet Flame Chief. It looked very similar to the apes on Earth. It stood upright on the ground and was 8 meters tall. Its shoulders were broad and its body was strong. The muscles on its chest looked like small mountains of meat. Its entire body was covered in black fur. A deep scarlet flame burned in its eyes. The strangest thing was that it carried a 2-meter-long palm-wide sword on its shoulder. On a mound behind the Scarlet Flame Chief, there was a crystalline, pure white flower blooming strangely. That should be the profound ice flower. The Scarlet Sword Chi did not slow down as it flew forward quickly. When the Scarlet Flame Chief saw the sword Chi flying at it, its lips curled up into a sinister and horrifying smile. The Scarlet Flame Chief used its left hand to slap the sword Chi flying at it. With a bang, this incredibly sharp sword Chi immediately vanished. It turned into strands of scarlet light in the wind and returned to nothingness. Hua Yunfei's expression changed slightly. He said in astonishment, "It is indeed powerful. It managed to smack away my blood fiend sword chi with one slap. I wonder what kind of might it has when it uses its full power." Attack! Duamuking shouted and immediately led the 4 Duanmu clan cultivators forward. Everyone followed after. To Xiaochen and the others, a distance of 1,000 meters only took a few breaths of time. Soon they arrived before the Scarlet Flame Chief. When they got close, the 10 of them could clearly feel the overwhelming aura of the Scarlet Flame Chief surging towards them. However, this aura was far inferior to the Ice Empress. Although everyone felt some pressure, it did not affect their combat prowess. Secret technique: ice condensation. Duamuking snorted coldly. The black hair on her head suddenly turned ice-cold white. That cold and exquisite face completely lost all human emotions. It looked cold and emotionless. Everywhere her gaze passed, even the air was covered in frost. The 4 girls behind her quickly transferred their essence to Duamuking. In an instant, Duamuking's aura suppressed the Scarlet Flame Chief's aura. Frost Rage. From the start, Duamuking did not hide his strength. Suddenly, a boundless cold wind blew under the Scarlet Flame Chief's feet. As the cold wind blew, the temperature dropped rapidly. After a while, a visible white cold chi appeared in the wind. The cold chi spun around violently, creating a huge whirlpool. The Scarlet Flame Chief's huge body struggled to move in the whirlpool, trying to break free. However, the surrounding temperature was too low. Furthermore, the intense cold wind blew. It could not break free from the center of the whirlpool. So, Duanmu Qing's expression turned grave. She clenched her fist and a boundless cold chi immediately gathered. It was like a block of ice was buried in the Scarlet Flame Chief's body with a sizzling sound. After a while, the surface of the Scarlet Flame Chief was covered in ice, turning it into a huge ice sculpture. The Scarlet Flame Chief was instantly frozen by Duamuking. This was somewhat surprising. However, no one thought that the Scarlet Flame Chief would die so easily. The Gi Marquis Ingxiao took out the sky-splitting sword from his back and leaped into the air. The sky-splitting sword hacked down at the Scarlet Flame Chief's head. Everywhere the sky-splitting sword passed, ripples appeared in the air. The Gi Marquis's figure suddenly became blurry in everyone's vision. It was like a reflection in the water, swaying back and forth leisurely. The sky-splitting sword is indeed a complete holy weapon. Xiaochen was astonished. He had seen the same scene in Mu Qingshua's Beauty Under the Moon. Naturally, he knew what was happening. Xiaochen used the Daos contained in the holy weapon to change the laws of heaven and earth in the instant he made his move. This confused one's sense of space, causing them to lose their 5 senses. One might think that he was far away, but he was actually right in front of them. One might think that he was right in front of them, but when they swung their sabers they would never be able to hit him. Cassie. Strands of scarlet earth fire slowly rose from the Scarlet Flame Chief's feet. The ice on the Scarlet Flame Chief's body quickly melted. In the blink of an eye, it recovered its mobility. Guogua. The Scarlet Flame Chief laughed strangely. It swung the huge sword that it carried. Unexpectedly, there were blurry ripples in the sky. Chapter 313. The Scarlet Flame Chief was actually carrying a holy weapon on its shoulder. Everyone could not help but be astonished. A demonic beast carrying a huge weapon was already very strange. Furthermore, this huge weapon was actually a holy weapon. However, their eyes were immediately filled with desire. Sun Wei smiled coldly and said, "I want this holy weapon. No one is to snatch it from me." Sun Wei drew his sword and a setting sun appeared behind him. It shone on the sword, giving off a dazzling radiance. This was the Sun Clan's inherited martial spirit, Lonely Waning Moon. "Kill!" Sun Wei shouted. He did not wait for the results of the fight between the Scarlet Flame Chief and the Gi Marquis to come out. He leaped into the air and charged forward. When the laws of the world formed by the 2 holy weapons clashed, the entire space started to tremble at a visible rate. Everyone could feel a strange energy being transmitted over. When this feeling disappeared, Mu Ran suddenly realized that his body had unknowingly moved a few hundred meters to the side. His formation was completely disrupted. Sun Wei, who was in the air, had not reacted in time. The sword that he was sending at the Scarlet Flame Chief had actually chopped at Chu Chaoyun. Fortunately, Chu Chaoyun dodged in advance. Otherwise, if Chu Chaoyun was caught off guard and used his inherited martial spirit, it would not be good for him. The clash of the holy weapons actually caused the laws of space to become chaotic. Fortunately, the area affected was not large. If a real sage were to make a move, everyone present might have been transported to other places, and there was no telling if they would still be alive. Keng Chang. It was like the Guy Marquis sky-splitting sword and the Scarlet Flame Chief's huge weapon finally clashed. There was a loud explosion and the Guy Marquis was knocked back like a cannonball. Bang, bang, bang. The Guy Marquis crashed into many trees. He was knocked back more than 500 meters before he landed heavily on the ground. The Scarlet Flame Chief's tall and sturdy body moved back continuously. It did not take a single step back. A huge force was transmitted to the ground, causing it to tremble continuously. The Scarlet Flame Chief retreated all the way to the mound before it slowly came to a stop. Duamuking said, "Don't clash head-on with him. The Scarlet Flame Chief is a demonic beast known for its strength. Even a superior-grade martial king would find it hard to endure its true strength." When everyone heard this, they were all deeply shocked at the Guy Marquis' strength. The other party was able to knock the Scarlet Flame Chief back by 100 meters. How strong was he? Wuxia. The Scarlet Flame Chief steadied itself and stomped on the ground, causing the entire forest to shake. Its body flew through the air and slashed at Mu Yanxue with lightning speed. It seemed that this Scarlet Flame Chief's eyesight and intelligence were extremely shocking. It could tell that Duamuking was difficult to deal with, so it did not attack her first. Instead, it chose to attack the weaker Mu Yanxue, preparing to take them down one by one. Mu Yanxue's expression did not change at all. She leaped into the air and unsheathed her sword. Her speed was even faster than the Scarlet Flame Chief's. In the blink of an eye, she had already slashed out more than 100 times. Clang, clang, clang. When the sword struck the Scarlet Flame Chief's body, a metallic sound rang out. Mu Yanxue's attack was actually unable to break through its defenses. Dragon Seizing Hand. When the Shiha province's Yan clan scion Yan Qixue saw the situation, he shouted and executed the Yan clan's inherited martial technique. A huge black hand appeared out of nowhere. Yan Qixue clenched his fist and the huge black hand grabbed the Scarlet Flame Chief's huge body tightly, preventing it from moving. Mu Yanxue grasped this opportunity and her sword trembled. A light exploded out and quickly pierced towards the Scarlet Flame Chief's right eye. Guogua. The Scarlet Flame Chief laughed strangely. Its ugly face revealed an incomparably sinister smile. Its scarlet eyes suddenly spat out two berserk flames. The ferocious flames instantly burned the surrounding air, making it difficult for people to breathe. Mu Yanxue was caught off guard. Clearly, she did not expect the Scarlet Flame Chief to have such a move. Her expression suddenly changed and she quickly retreated. However, the two flames quickly merged together. Their speed strangely increased, immediately surpassing Mu Yanxue's speed. Ice. At the critical moment, Duamuking shouted and arrived before Mu Yanxue in a flash. His white hair fluttered in the air and his robes fluttered continuously. There was a trace of arrogance on Mu Yanxue's cold and frosty face. Unexpectedly, there was a trace of the elegance of the Ice Empress. Mu Yanxue pushed her right hand forward and a boundless cold wind blew. The cold wind rustled and the temperature plummeted. The flames that the Scarlet Flame Chief shot out were instantly frozen. Mu Yanxue closed his fingers and the ice immediately fell to the ground. Many thanks. Mu Yanxue thanked Xiaoqin and took advantage of this opportunity to quickly move away and land on the ground. The Scarlet Flame Chief shouted ferociously. Its aura spread out in all directions, causing the surrounding leaves to fall. A strong wind blew and the leaves danced in the wind. Bang! The black veins on the Scarlet Flame Chief's body bulged as it tried to push away the black hand. Yan Qixue's expression turned grave as he held on bitterly. However, after Yan Qixue shouted, the Scarlet Flame Chief's bones crackled continuously. Its body actually grew at a horrifying rate. It shook its arms and pushed away the black hand. Yan Qixue immediately vomited a mouthful of blood. His complexion was frighteningly pale. He stuffed a medicinal pill into his mouth and quickly retreated. Guogua. After the Scarlet Flame Chief struggled free, it was like a wild horse that had broken free of its reins. It laughed strangely and moved its legs quickly on the ground. With every step it took, the ground trembled slightly. Earlier, the Scarlet Flame Chief was able to send the Guy Marquis flying with one strike. Now that its strength was berserk, no one would be able to block an attack from it. With a thought, Duamuking executed the State of Ice. Suddenly, snowflakes drifted down from the sky. With a thought, ice walls rose from the ground, blocking the Scarlet Flame Chief. This gave everyone time to attack. Bang, bang, bang. The Scarlet Flame Chief's huge body was like a small mountain. Thick ice walls were able to block Xiaoqin's and Sun Wei's attacks at the same time. Now, when the Scarlet Flame Chief charged in, the ice walls were like breaking dead branches, breaking into pieces. The snowflakes drifted down even more intensely. The willow catkin snowflakes had already become the size of goose feathers. A thick layer of snow covered the ground of the mountain forest. It was like winter had arrived. Duamuking finally brought out his state of ice to its limits. Boundless wind and snow gathered. An even sharper ice wall than before soared into the sky. The Scarlet Flame Chief's unstoppable charge was finally blocked. Its huge body crashed into the tall ice wall and bounced back with a bang. However, before everyone could rejoice, the instant the Scarlet Flame Chief retreated, it swung its sword and broke the ice wall in half. However, Duamuking had achieved his goal. He had successfully delayed the Scarlet Flame Chief. Astral Swordplay, Eternal Light. Jianghu shouted, and the entire mountain forest suddenly turned pitch black. Countless stars appeared above everyone's heads. In the distant starry sky, Jianghu's life star suddenly lit up. A resplendent light descended, falling into the 9 heavens. The instant the light landed, Jianghu held his sword in his right hand and swung it. Instantly, a sword light appeared. The moment the sword light appeared, the starlight in the sky immediately dimmed. Under the illumination of the eternal light, nothing that gave off light dared to overtake its sharpness or break its radiance. The moment the sword light appeared, the starlight in the sky immediately dimmed. Under the illumination of the eternal light, nothing that gave off light dared to break its radiance. When the sword was drawn, the light illuminated the 9 heavens. The starlight dimmed. Only the light of this sword could be seen. This was the Ji clan's inherited sword technique, astral swordplay. After a year, Xianxia saw Jianghu execute this move again. It was just as breathtaking as before. This time Xianxia saw something even more profound. The senior of the Ji clan who created this sword technique could only be said to be an absolute genius. Its aura was so great that it encompassed the entire universe. From Xianxia's point of view, although the might of this sword technique was startling, it was definitely not complete. The power of the heavens should be far more than this. Boom! The sword light was like a pillar. While Xianxia was thinking, it struck the Scarlet Flame Chief's chest with a bang. A horrifying wound immediately appeared on the Scarlet Flame Chief's chest. Black blood flowed out like a fountain. Everyone rejoiced in their hearts. They finally managed to injure the Scarlet Flame Chief for the first time. They saw hope for victory. Ice break. Duamuking took advantage of the opportunity and shouted. The snow in the air gathered continuously. After a while, it formed a huge ice bird. The ice bird spread its wings and let out a cry. It looked very lifelike as it rushed at the Scarlet Flame Chief, carrying a sharp cold wind. Under the baptism of the eternal light, the Scarlet Flame Chief was significantly injured. Its originally fast-moving body started to slow down. Xianxia's gaze was like a pillar. When he looked carefully, he discovered that this was not the case. It was not Jianghu's sword light that caused the Scarlet Flame Chief's movements to turn stiff. Instead, it was caused by Duamuking's state of ice. At the start, the effect was not big. However, as time went by, especially after the Scarlet Flame Chief was injured, the effect became very obvious. Xianxia looked around and saw the 4 girls following behind Duamuking. At this moment, they were all standing in a corner far away. Ice appeared under their feet. Combined with some kind of mysterious secret technique, energy was continuously transmitted to Duamuking's body. This caused the strength of her state of ice to increase continuously, reaching a horrifying level. Furthermore, Duamuking's control over this state had reached a level where she could control it as she pleased. She placed all the pressure on the Scarlet Flame Chief. The others did not feel the pressure from her state at all. If it were not for Xianxia's deep comprehension of states, he would not have been able to see the mysteries behind it. The Scarlet Flame Chief was very intelligent. It quickly felt the mysteries behind it. It roared ferociously and a fierce scarlet flame started burning in its eyes. Boom! The huge sword in its hand lit up with a blazing flame. The flame was like a pillar with strands of black flames lingering around it. The flames of the Scarlet Flame Chief actually showed signs of turning into a demonic flame. The Scarlet Flame Chief did its best to leap forward and held the sword with both hands. The intense flames flew out and smashed the huge ice bird into countless pieces of ice. The instant the Scarlet Flame Chief shattered the ice bird, it stabbed the sword into the ground. Instantly, a scarlet flame with black smoke lingering around it appeared 10 meters around it. Xianxia stood in the distance and looked at this scene. He had a pensive look in his eyes as he muttered to himself, "The flames blocked Duamuking's state. No, not blocked, they burned it alive." Chapter 3:14. Unexpectedly, states could be broken in such a way. This was an eye-opener for Xianxia. It looked like if he met cultivators with strong states in the future, he could use this method as a reference. Guogua. The Scarlet Flame Chief laughed strangely. It had completely recovered its mobility. Without the suppression of the state, the wound on its chest started to heal quickly. Rise. The Scarlet Flame Chief pulled out its sword and stomped on the ground. Its speed instantly reached the speed of sound. It instantly broke through the range of Duamyuking's state. The flames that soared up formed a flaming tail and gathered back on the sword. The Scarlet Flame Chief actually hacked down at Du Hao, who had not made a move yet. This sword carried a surging heat wave. The Scarlet Flame Chief held the sword with both hands. Its strength was even more horrifying than before. Even an inferior-grade martial king would be turned into a pile of mush if struck by this sword. It looks like this Scarlet Flame Chief knows how to pick a pushover. However, is Du Hao really a pushover? Du Hao, who was dressed in black and did not carry any weapons, looked at the Scarlet Flame Chief charging at him ferociously, moving faster than the speed of sound. Du Hao's expression turned grave, but he did not panic. Furthermore, he had no intention of retreating. If he retreated now, even if he dodged the attack, he would still be injured by the shockwave. With the strength of the Scarlet Flame Chief, even if it was just the shockwave, Du Hao would be significantly injured. Hu Qi. Just as the huge sword was about to land, Du Hao's left foot bounced off the ground. He leaped up gently and kicked the Scarlet Flame Chief's chest with his right foot. However, the force of this kick did not injure the Scarlet Flame Chief at all. It did not even feel any resistance. Its huge body continued to fly forward quickly. However, the strange thing was that Du Hao's kick seemed to have some sort of adhesive force. It stuck to the Scarlet Flame Chief's chest. After that, he pushed off gently and quickly leaped over its head, arriving behind the Scarlet Flame Chief. Ha! Without waiting for his body to land on the ground, Du Hao let out an explosive shout. His body quickly flipped and he kicked the Scarlet Flame Chief's back, creating a thunderous explosion in the air. The strength of this kick was so great that it caused the air to tremble. Countless leaves in the forest fell one after another and were immediately crushed into countless pieces. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. From the moment Du Hao jumped, turned around, and kicked, it was only the blink of an eye. However, his movements were extremely coherent. He leaped up and stuck to his opponent's chest, leaped over, and did a 180-degree horizontal kick in the air. It was as smooth as flowing water, completely natural and without the slightest flaw. The Scarlet Flame Chief, who was traveling at the speed of sound, did not expect such a sharp kick to its back. Xiao Chen's rapidly flying body could not stop at all. His center of gravity immediately became unstable, and his body shot forward like a cannonball. Bang! He hit the ground head first, creating a huge crater with a loud bang. Dust and dirt filled the air, and countless black clouds of dust immediately rose into the air. Du Hao's body landed firmly on the ground. His expression was calm, as if he had just done something insignificant. However, everyone was shocked in their hearts. The Scarlet Flame Chief, which even Duamyuking could not control with his extreme state, was actually easily toyed with in the palm of his hand. This person is not simple, Xiao Chen thought to himself. This person looks ordinary, but he is not simple. Although Xiao Chen looked ordinary, he brought out his combat techniques to the extreme. He borrowed force to fight force, moving 500 kilograms with a little force. Boom! The Scarlet Flame Chief was thoroughly enraged. It leaped out of the crater and brandished its huge sword, hacking at Du Hao. Every time the Scarlet Flame Chief swung its sword, a ripple appeared in space. The Tao of the holy weapon was activated once again. When the people who had not made a move saw this scene, their eyes lit up. This was a holy weapon that could be used frequently. It was almost certain that this holy weapon was not severely damaged. The Tao of it was definitely very complete. It could be used so many times in the hands of a demonic beast. If it was used by them, it would be even more powerful. The change in the natural laws made Du Hao's expression change. The Scarlet Flame Chief's figure moved left and right, far and near. He could not figure it out at all, and danger surrounded him. Furthermore, Du Hao discovered that his movement technique was restricted as well. He clearly felt that he had advanced 10 meters, but in reality he had only advanced 5 meters. Furthermore, his direction was very wrong. This was the might of a holy weapon. It contained the great Tao. It used the power of the sages to change the natural laws, disrupting the natural laws. In a battle, it would truly throw people into confusion. Du Hao's expression changed completely. He knew that if this continued, he would be struck sooner or later. With his defense, he would not have any chance of surviving the Scarlet Flame Chief's attack. Retreat. Taking advantage of the sword chopping down, Du Hao's expression turned grave. He smashed his palm against the tip of the sword. Using the huge force from the tip of the sword, he quickly moved back. In an instant he moved 500 meters. After that, he landed firmly on the ground. His complexion was somewhat pale, and blood leaked out from the corner of his mouth. There was too little time. In the end, the force contained in the tip of the sword was not completely resolved. This Scarlet Flame Chief will not be able to last much longer. It has not obtained the recognition of the holy weapon. It recklessly used the natural laws. It cannot endure the formless pressure of the heavenly Taos. The Guy Marquis, who also possessed a holy weapon, spoke with a pale complexion. Earlier he had forcefully clashed with the Scarlet Flame Chief. Even now he had not recovered from his internal injuries. When everyone heard this, they looked carefully. It was indeed as he said. The Scarlet Flame Chief's body, which had previously swelled up, had become thinner at some point in time. Furthermore, its aura was much weaker than before. The sword wound that Ji Changkong left on its chest did not recover. Instead, it became more intense. The blood from the wound became even more horrifying. Blood kills the world, fresh clothes and furious horses. Setting sun and lonely soul, 100 battles startling deities. Earth shattering and heaven shaking, finger piercing the heavens. Hua Yunfei, Shi Feng and Sun Wei, who had not made a move yet, finally made their move after storing up energy for a long time. They executed the peak attacks of the inherited martial techniques without holding anything back. Instantly, all sorts of lights flickered in the forest and a strong wind blew. The energies of the three inherited martial techniques merged together and surged in the air. Many trees were chopped in half at the waist, turning into countless pieces. Facing the three horrifying attacks, the Scarlet Flame Chief revealed a look of fear on its ugly face. It looked at the profound ice flower on the mound, its eyes filled with dissatisfaction. The huge sword swung up and changed the natural laws again, trying to block the attacks of the three. However, this time, when it was only swung its sword halfway, the huge sword in its hand went out of control and flew out. The natural laws shattered, and the Scarlet Flame Chief suffered a huge backlash. It vomited large mouthfuls of blood and became very weak. Bang, bang, bang. There were three loud sounds as the attacks of the three landed on the Scarlet Flame Chief. The incredibly weak Scarlet Flame Chief could not withstand the attacks of the three inherited martial techniques. The Scarlet Flame Chief's body was badly mutilated. Black fiendish chi flowed out continuously. Its life force quickly faded. I, Hua Yunfei, want this holy weapon. Scram. The holy weapon is mine, Sun Wei's. Only I, Shi Feng, am qualified to obtain the holy weapon. Seeing the holy weapon fly out after the three made their moves, they no longer cared about the severely injured Scarlet Flame Chief. They immediately started to fight over the holy weapon, not giving way to each other. It had to be said that this scene was very ironic. The Guy Marquis and Yan Qishue were injured. Ji Changkong and Mu Yanxue had exhausted a lot of essence. Duamuking's attention was completely focused on the profound ice flower. The only ones who could continue fighting for the holy weapon were Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyun, who had not made a move yet. However, the gazes of the two of them were not on the holy weapon. Instead, they were on the severely injured Scarlet Flame Chief on the ground. The Scarlet Flame Chief was a demonic beast that had started to comprehend demonic fire. Its demonic core was worth at least 1,000 medial-grade spirit stones. The holy weapon was too eye-catching. Even if they managed to snatch it, they might not be able to leave safely. However, the demonic core was different. It did not have an obvious target. Furthermore, its effects were very direct. It was unlike a holy weapon. Even if one obtained it, one would need a long time to comprehend the Tao within. Otherwise, if one recklessly used the power of a holy weapon, the Scarlet Flame Chief was a good example. How could the laws of heaven and earth change so easily? The two of them exchanged glances. Their gazes were like swords clashing in the air. Their auras did not give way. They were determined to obtain the Scarlet Flame Chief's demonic core. Hu Qi. Suddenly Chu Chaoyun made his move. He sent out 2 strands of sharp sword chi from his fingers. In an instant he dug out the demonic core in the Scarlet Flame Chief's chest. The Scarlet Flame Chief cried out in pain. However, it was to no avail. It did not have any ability to resist. After the demonic core left its body, the scarlet flames burning in its eyes were completely extinguished. The purple demonic core burned with scarlet flames as it quickly flew out of the Scarlet Flame Chief's body. Chu Chaoyun stretched out his hand and a suction force immediately appeared, sucking the demonic core into his hand. However, Xiaoqin did not give him this opportunity. He started circulating the blue dragon cloud soaring art. His speed immediately reached its peak and he caught up to the demonic core that continued to fly. Bang! Just as Xiaoqin caught the demonic core, Chu Chaoyin arrived. He used his palm as a saber and chopped down on Xiaoqin's wrist. The purple demonic core immediately left his hand and flew high into the air. Bang! 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 The two of them immediately leaped into the air and exchanged moves continuously. Punches and palms flew back and forth, energy flew everywhere. In an instant they exchanged dozens of moves. The intense wind blew the purple demonic core higher and higher. Boom! Suddenly, a golden light flashed in Chu Chaoyin's eyes. He immediately shot out a strand of golden flames at Xiaoqin's face. Xiaoqin quickly used the purple thunder true fire to resist. Bang! The heavenly fire scattered the purple flames. However, the golden flames continued flying towards Xiaoqin. Helpless, Xiaoqin could only land and quickly dodge. Sorry, this demonic core belongs to me. Chu Chaoyin smiled gently and leaped into the air again. It looked like he was about to grab the demonic core. After Xiaoqin landed, he did not panic. He instantly activated the windwalk shoes and his speed reached the speed of sound. Just as Chu Chaoyin was about to succeed, Xiaoqin turned into a beam of purple light and flashed by. Chu Chaoyin turned into a beam of purple light and flashed in front of Chu Chaoyin. When the purple light vanished, Chu Chaoyin clenched his fist but found nothing. Without any hesitation, Xiaoqin quickly tossed the burning demonic core into the universe ring. He did not give Chu Chaoyin any more chances. Chapter 315. Dong. 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 Urgent footsteps came from all directions. The people in the periphery had sensed that the Scarlet Flame Chief's aura had disappeared and were rushing over. After Chu Chaoyin landed, he saw the crowd rushing over. A strange look flashed in his eyes. Finally, he shook his head and gave up on the fight for the demonic core. This was not the time to fight yet. The truly good things had not appeared in the Firely sect. If both sides were injured, it would only benefit the others. It was not worth it for a demonic core containing an inferior-grade demonic flame. Hua Yunfei split apart Sun Wei and Shifeng with his sword. Then he grasped the huge sword firmly and laughed, "This holy weapon is mine." Sun Wei and Shifeng combined were not a match for Hua Yunfei, who had comprehended the ancient blood soul. In the end, he was more skilled and managed to snatch the holy weapon. Kaxie. Kaxie. However, just as he finished speaking, the huge sword began to shatter into pieces. After a while, only the hilt was left of the huge sword, which was still as good as before. Hua Yunfei was completely stunned. He said in disbelief, "How can it be like this?" Sun Wei and Shifeng were both stunned as well. Then they laughed loudly. "Hua Yunfei, it looks like you are not fated to obtain a holy weapon." Ji Changkong said indifferently, "This holy weapon was not maintained properly and was used carelessly. Furthermore, it has been around for too long. It is normal for it to be damaged." Hua Yunfei's face flushed red. He was extremely angry. He had not expected that the holy weapon that he had obtained after so much difficulty would end up in vain. This was the same situation as in the ancient remnant. He had just snatched the sky-splitting sword, but the holy weapon automatically recognized him as its master. The Guy Marquis obtained it for nothing. Trash. Hua Yunfei shouted angrily and threw the sword hilt to the ground. The sword hilt rolled to Xiaoqin's feet. Xiaoqin glanced at it and saw that the sword hilt had cracked. There seemed to be something in it. He glanced at Hua Yunfei and saw that he had given up on the sword hilt, so he picked it up. Looking at the crowd that had gathered around him, Xianxia did not immediately open the sword hilt. Instead, he quietly kept it in his bosom. Has the Scarlet Flame Chief been killed? Did Duanyuking get the mysterious ice flower? When the 50 people guarding the perimeter arrived, they immediately asked. The people present pointed to the Scarlet Flame Chief's corpse on the ground. The result was obvious. Thud thud thud. 4 ice walls suddenly rose up from the mound. The ice walls quickly connected together to form a square-shaped ice palace, enveloping Duanyuking's group of 5 tightly within it. Duanyuking is really cautious, Xiaoqin thought to himself. Things have already come to this point, yet he is still worried. Everyone's gazes immediately gathered over. Someone said, "I heard that the mysterious ice flower can only be completely plucked using a very special method. I wonder if Duanyuking has grasped this method?" Another person smiled and said, "What special method? As long as he cultivates the mysterious ice incantation to the 10th layer, he will be able to easily pluck the mysterious ice chi transformation stage. This is not a secret, it is just an inherited martial technique. Others cannot practice it. The mysterious ice incantation is a peak earth-ranked cultivation technique. Could it be that Duanyuking has already cultivated it to the 10th layer? That is too horrifying. It should be true." Ever since she was defeated by Xiaoqin in Savage Forest, she has entered into a state of bitter cultivation. Her cultivation has increased at a terrifying rate. I wonder where that Xiaoqin is now. Duanyuking swore that if she does not defeat him, she will not inherit the position of the Duanmu clan's princess. After waiting for a long time, everyone started to feel bored. They started to chat about the Duanmu clan. As they chatted, the topic actually shifted to Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin was speechless. He thought back to the day when he snatched away Duanyuking's space on the heaven-soaring platform. Duanyuking said to him, "Even if some things are yours, even if you take them away, you will spit them out." It looks like I have really become her heart demon. Xiaoqin smiled bitterly in his heart. Xiaoqin was her heart demon. Ji Changkong, the Gi Marquis Hua Yunfei, and the others were his heart demons as well. A large part of the reason why Xiaoqin accepted this mission was because he wanted to see for himself how strong these people were. After all, it was difficult to gain a concrete understanding just by relying on Fatso's side of the story. It was better to see for himself before he could truly understand. If he did not truly defeat these people, Xiaoqin would not have any thoughts of leaving the Great Qin nation. This would leave an eternal regret in his heart, preventing him from cultivating his mental state to consummation in the future. "Look, Duanyuking is coming out. Quickly get her to open the fiery sex remnant," someone with sharp eyes quickly said. They saw the squarish ice house slowly melting. Duanyuking and the others quickly walked out. The profound ice flower on the mound had completely disappeared. Hua Yunfei said sullenly, "Duanyuking, you have already obtained the profound ice flower. You can open the fiery sex remnant now, right?" Seeing everyone's anxious gazes, Duanyuking said calmly, "As you wish." Xiaoqin opened his hand and a boundless frost covered the mound. The specks of frost were like stars as they entered the mound. After a while, it turned into an ice mound. Boom! Duanyuking clenched his fist tightly and the ice mound immediately exploded with a bang. Countless ice shards scattered and fell to the ground. The original mound disappeared and a dark hole appeared. The hole was so deep that the bottom could not be seen. A cold wind blew out from it. "This is the entrance to the fiery sex remnant. I have already obtained the profound ice flower. According to the agreement, I cannot enter the remnant, so I will take my leave first." After Duanyuking spoke, he immediately turned and left. Immediately there were people who could not endure it any longer. They rushed towards the entrance of the cave. However, just as they reached the entrance, someone suddenly shouted, "Duanmu Qing, you cannot leave. If you leave, the profound ice palace will follow. Do you want us to cross the Ink Mountain range?" Indeed, if Duanyuking left, the profound ice palace would definitely follow. Could it be that after they left, they would have to return through the core region of the Ink Forest? Although it was much less dangerous to travel on the ground than in the air, there was still the risk of death for the fatigued group of people who had just left the Ink Forest. Nothing could compare to the safety of riding the Duanmu clan's profound ice palace. There was no need to worry at all. Going to the profound ice palace meant that they would be safe. Everyone reacted and quickly agreed. "Right, Duanyuking, you cannot leave. Wait for us outside. You can leave only after we come out." Duanyuking raised his eyebrows and looked coldly at the person who spoke. "Since when can you order me around? I have already fulfilled my agreement. The fiery sex remnant is underground. Everything now has nothing to do with the Duanmu clan." Ji Changkong looked at the bottomless hole before looking at Duanyuking. He said, "How about this? Duanyuking, we do not know if this fiery sex remnant is real or fake. How about you come with us?" Given this, it was equivalent to the agreement that Duanyuking had made before he came to not enter the fiery sex remnant. However, Xiaoqin could not blame Duanmu Qing for this. Duanmu Qing did not break her promise. She only used a trick that was not easy to see through. Xiaoqin smiled coldly to himself. It looks like it is as Hua Yunfei said. Duanyuking might have taken advantage of everyone's actions this time. However, this also proved that the fiery sex profound ice palace was real. There was no need to waste time here. The Duanmu clan's profound ice palace was not very attractive to Xiaoqin. It would not be a problem for him to walk out of the Ink Mountain range with his own strength. Even if he wasted some time, he would not mind it too much. He could just treat it as experiential training. Suddenly, Xiaoqian's gaze fell on Chu Chaoyun. He discovered that Chu Chaoyun had already reached the edge of the hole. Xiaoqin no longer hesitated and silently followed. Hu Qi. While everyone was in a stalemate, Chu Chaoyun and Xiaoqin suddenly jumped into the hole. They were the first to enter the fiery sect remnant. Who are these two people? Why are they so fast? Let's go quickly. Otherwise, all the good things will be snatched away by them. Damn it. Don't bother so much. We should hurry up. Fortuitous encounters do not wait for anyone. Chu Chaoyun and Xiao Chen's actions immediately broke the stalemate. Many people no longer cared about how to leave. They all rushed to jump in. Only a few of the calmer people did not jump in rashly. Instead, they waited for Duamuking's reaction. Not to mention the problem of retreating, going down without any understanding of the Firely Sect remnant was not a wise move. Since Duamuking was able to discover the Firely Sect remnant, he definitely had a better understanding of the Firely Sect remnant than the others. Furthermore, he had the profound ice palace to back him up. There was no need to worry about breaking through the Inkly Sect remnant. Clearly, following Duamuking was the wisest decision at this point. Although they were unwilling, they had no other choice. Duamuking muttered to himself for a while before saying, "It does not matter. I can accompany everyone to verify the authenticity of the Firely Sect remnant." Xiao Chen's attitude indirectly hinted that everyone would have a chance to leave with the profound ice palace. Sometimes there was no need to be so direct. It was fine as long as everyone understood. The few of them each harbored their own thoughts. Under Duamuking's lead, they slowly jumped into the deep hole. Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyun landed on the ground at the same time. The two of them exchanged glances and ignored each other, focusing their attention on the scene before them. Chapter 316. In front of the two was a simple bronze door. Two oil lamps hung on both sides of the door. Purple flames flickered in the oil lamps, slightly illuminating the surroundings. Chu Chaoyun smiled faintly and said, "Interesting, the oil lamps are actually still lit." A huge three-legged cauldron was carved on the door. There were dragons and phoenixes carved on the cauldron. There were 4 soaring white clouds above the cauldron. This was the first time Xiao Chen had seen white flames, so he felt it was strange. The door was tightly shut, giving off a strong sense of history. An ancient aura assaulted their faces. Dong, dong, dong. The sound of people landing resounded. The other scions and cultivators landed one after another. Then they immediately swarmed to the bronze door. In an instant, Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyun's figures were buried in the crowd. When they saw the carvings on the bronze door, many people sighed in amazement. It really is the Firely Sect's remnant. The three-legged cauldron is the Firely Sect's cornerstone treasure, the Dragon Fear Cauldron. The purple clouds on top of the cauldron should be the Lunar True Flame. This branch hall has 4 Lunar True Flames. It looks like its position is not simple. Yes, the Firely Sect's main hall has 9 Lunar True Flames. The other branches are divided into 8 ranks based on the number of flames. There are 4 flames here. At the very least, it should not be the worst. Haha. It looks like Duamuking did not lie to us. However, how does this door open? Can it be pushed? These people were all outstanding talents of the younger generation. Many of them had ancient books in the libraries of their clans. There was no lack of knowledgeable people. They immediately understood the meaning of the carvings on the bronze door. However, when they saw the tightly shut bronze door, they did not dare to push it open. The Firely Sect was best at forging secret treasures. Forging secret treasures required the study of formations. It was hard to guarantee that there were no formations on the bronze door. Trying it rashly would just be seeking death. A young expert from the Dongming province stepped forward and said, "Let me try." This person wore cultivator robes of alternating blue and white. He had thick eyebrows and large eyes. He was 16 meters tall and had a stocky build. The muscles on his chest bulged like small hills. He carried a thick saber on his back. It was obvious that he was an expert in hard body techniques. He's Wen Yanbin. It's said that he's the #1 physical cultivator in Dongming. Even without using Yuan Qi, he can reach 15,000 pounds of force with one palm strike. This bronze door is at most 5,000 kilograms. This person might be able to open it. Furthermore, without using essence, it might not cause the formation to rebound. Everyone recognized Wen Yanbin and hurriedly invited him forward. At this time, someone was opening the door, so everyone was naturally happy. Wen Yanbin stretched out his right hand and gently placed it on the door on the left. He slightly rubbed it, then switched to the door on the right and rubbed it. Seeing that nothing out of the ordinary had happened, Xianxia calmed down slightly. He took a deep breath and quickly retracted his right hand. Then he slammed his palm against the bronze door. Bang! The entire underground space began to shake, but the bronze gate did not move at all. There was no movement at all. Again? Wen Yanbin roared, and the muscles on his right arm doubled in size. He continuously smashed at the bronze gate. Bang! 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 The continuous loud sounds reverberated throughout the underground space. The huge force was transmitted to the ground, causing the surroundings to shake. Rocks kept falling from above. However, there was still no reaction from the bronze gate. There was no movement at all, not even a small opening appeared. How can it be like this? There is no movement at all. Could it be that there is no way to open this bronze gate? The crowd exclaimed in astonishment. The continuous attacks caused Wen Yinbin's complexion to turn somewhat pale. This was how physical attacks worked. At least 30% of the force that struck the opponent would be reflected back to him. Each of Zhang Xian's palm strikes contained no less than 5,000 kilograms of force. When the rebound force accumulated, it was already a threat to Zhang Xian's meridians and internal organs. Seeing that there was still no movement, Wen Yinbin made up his mind. A ruthless look flashed in his eyes. Suddenly Xiaochen's right palm became larger. He clenched his fist and punched out ferociously. When Wen Yinbin punched out, even the air exploded. This punch contained his full strength. It contained 10,000 kilograms of force. Bang! There was a loud explosion and the huge force rebounded. The internal injuries that Wen Yinbin had been suppressing erupted. He vomited a mouthful of blood and flew back. The entire space shook for a long time before it slowly stopped. However, there was still no reaction from the bronze gate. It did not even open a crack. Seeing Wen Yinbin sitting on the ground with a pale complexion and circulating his qi, everyone could not help but feel anxious. Someone said, "Since we cannot open this door with brute force, there should be some sort of mechanism. Open it." I don't think so. Perhaps his strength has not reached a certain level. Perhaps he can use his essence to test it out. Duamuking is here. Let her take a look. As the crowd discussed intensely, Duamuking, Ji Changkong, and the others slowly walked over from the back of the crowd. At this moment, no one said anything about an agreement. The most important thing was to open the gate. Duamuking's appearance gave everyone hope. Everyone gave way, opening a path for Duamuking to walk to the front. When Duamuking saw everyone's eager expressions, there was no change in his expression. It was just like before, cold and beautiful, without a trace of the mundane world. Duamuking slowly walked forward and arrived before the bronze gate. Then he inserted his hands into the two pillars on the left and right of the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron. His fingers dug in deeply. The Dragon Phoenix Cauldron had 3 pillars, one on the left and one on the right. The third pillar would only merge when the two doors were joined together. What's going on? When the crowd saw this, they were confused. The bronze gate weighed 5,000 kilograms. How could it be inserted so easily? When the crowd looked carefully, they discovered that Duamuking had not used brute force to insert his fingers. Instead, it was the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron's pillars. There were originally 5 finger holes. However, because of the light in the carvings, it created an illusion. It was easy to overlook them. Creak. Duamuking gently pulled with both hands. The bronze gate that had troubled the crowd for a long time, the one that Wen Yinbin could not push open even with his 10,000 kilograms of force, easily opened. So this door is supposed to be pulled, not pushed. I've had this feeling for a long time, someone said after realizing it. Wen Yinbin, who was on the ground, had already recovered. He was so angry that he nearly vomited blood again. When he heard this, he thought about his earlier actions. They were extremely foolish. A majestic hall appeared in front of everyone's vision. Wind blew under their feet and they all entered. There was a corridor in the center of the hall. There were many stone pillars at the side. An armored warrior stood in the middle of each pillar, holding a sword in his hand. When Xiaochen looked around, this place did not look like it had been damaged at all. It was like thousands of years had not affected this place at all. Xiaochen touched the stone pillar. The stone pillar was smooth without a speck of dust. It was like someone cleaned it regularly. At the end of the corridor was a scarlet throne. A golden armored warrior sat on it. 2 silver armored warriors stood on both sides of the throne. They wore silver battle armor and had silver sheathed swords at their waists. Xiaochen looked at the golden armored warrior. The golden armored warrior was clad in golden battle armor and wore a golden mask. Its eyes were empty. However, its gaze gave off an incomparably deep feeling. It was clearly an inanimate object. It seemed somewhat contradictory. After Xiaochen probed it, he discovered that it was really an inanimate object. It was filled with all sorts of metal parts. So he withdrew his gaze. This should be the main hall of the Firely Sect's branch hall. I should go to their refining room and the library to take a look. The good things should be there. Xiaochen thought to himself. He looked around the hall, searching for other paths. The 50 or 60 people all had excited expressions on their faces as they rummaged around, hoping to find something useful. It would be even better if it was a secret treasure. These armored warriors might be combat puppets unique to the Firely Sect. I wonder if they can still be used. A few years ago, the Linlang Pavilion in the imperial capital auctioned one and sold it for a sky-high price, someone from the royal court said. When they heard this person say that, the others quickly stopped what they were doing and rushed to the armored warriors in the hall. Some went to retrieve their swords, some wanted to remove their helmets to take a look. Wuxia. Wuxia. Just as the crowd was inspecting the armored warriors, all of them moved. The surrounding people were startled and quickly scattered. Xianxia. All the armored warriors drew their swords at the same time. Sword lights flashed as they quickly attacked the surrounding people. They can still be used. We are going to be rich this time. These armored warriors are so complete. They can definitely be sold for a sky-high price, the cultivator from the royal court who spoke earlier said excitedly. When the crowd heard him say this, their fighting spirit immediately rose. They charged at the 20-odd armored warriors. The armored warriors were at the level of an inferior grade martial saint. They could send out dim sword chi. However, because they were wearing armor, they did not have any life force. They were impervious to weapons and could not feel pain. Despite having the advantage in numbers, the crowd was unable to subdue these armored warriors in a short period of time. Because Xianxia was standing further away, he did not receive any attacks from the armored warriors. Furthermore, there were very few armored warriors. Every armored warrior was surrounded by 3 or 4 cultivators. The scene was somewhat chaotic. Xianxia could not be bothered to join in on the excitement. He returned his gaze to the golden armored warrior on the scarlet throne. The 10 people fighting with the Scarlet Flame Chief and Duamuking had not made a move yet. Their gazes were also on the 3 combat puppets on the scarlet throne. There was no reason for it. The combat prowess of the armored warriors was not high. The 10 of them did not care about them. Since they had come to a treasure trove, their standards were naturally much higher. Wuxia. Aside from Xianxia, the 11 of them made a move at the same time. They pushed off the ground and quickly flew towards the scarlet throne. All sorts of lights were released. It was very beautiful. Wang. When the 2 silver-armored warriors beside the throne felt the auras of the 10, their empty eyes lit up with a scarlet light. They suddenly came to life. Chapter 317. 2 dense silver sword chi tore through the air and headed for the 3 people in front. The silver sword chi was as resplendent as a pillar. What a dense sword chi! It is equivalent to the strength of a peak martial saint, Xianxia said in astonishment as he looked at the 2 sword chi. Although Xianxia wanted those 3 combat puppets that were clearly different from the others, there was not enough meat to go around. If he fought over them, he would exhaust a lot of his strength. The Firely Sect remnant would definitely have more than this. It was not time for him to go all out yet. Pooh! Just as Xianxia was thinking, a cold light flew at him. Xianxia pushed off the ground and instantly retreated tens of meters. Xianxia looked to the side and saw an iron-armored warrior. After it injured a cultivator, it broke out of the encirclement and charged at Xianxia. Xianxia had a calm expression as he smiled gently. Good timing. I can take a look at what these combat puppets are. The iron-armored warrior's heavy body leaped quickly on the ground. With every step it took, the armor on its body clashed with each other, giving off a melodious sound. Drawing the saber. Xianxia drew the lunar shadow saber with a kasi sound and swung it. It was like a roaring bolt of lightning. Its speed and strength were at their peak. With a shio sound, it knocked away the sword in the iron-armored warrior's hand. It is still too weak. This iron-armored warrior does not have much value. Xianxia shook his head slightly and sheathed the lunar shadow saber. Xianxia took a step forward and tilted his head slightly, easily dodging the iron-armored warrior's attack. He clenched his fist and punched the iron-armored warrior. Boom, boom, boom. The iron-armored warrior took 3 steps back. The heavy force caused the armor on its body to tremble. There was a loud cracking sound. Now, a casual punch from me can achieve 10,000 kilograms of force. For it to be able to receive a punch from me without shattering its bones, its defense is pretty good. Xianxia evaluated in his heart. He casually moved back and dodged the iron-armored warrior's attack again. Since the walls of the main hall were already behind him, Xianxia no longer intended to retreat. He stood where he was and held the lunar shadow saber in his left hand. He opened his right hand and used his palm as a saber, easily blocking the iron-armored warrior's attack. Its speed was not good either. It barely reached Mach 2. However, the way it attacked was very orderly, like it contained the shadow of several fist techniques. The iron-armored warrior's ancestors of the Firely Sect were really geniuses. Xianxia easily exchanged moves with the iron-armored warrior with one. After exchanging a few moves, It Xiaoqian it. His speed was comparable to a medial grade martial saint's. His strength was barely at inferior grade martial saints. His defense was startling. His overall combat prowess was at the peak of medial grade martial saint. However, the iron-armored warrior's energy source would eventually run out. It would not be able to fight indefinitely. At that time, it would become a pile of scrap metal. The three people surrounding the iron-armored warrior were completely dumbfounded. Earlier, the three of them had used their full power and could only barely suppress this iron-armored warrior. This was because the iron-armored warrior's defense was too strong. However, in Xiaoqian's hands, he did not even need to move his hand to easily toy with the iron-armored warrior. Bang! Xiaoqian shouted. He could not be bothered to continue playing with it. He punched with 60% of his strength, instantly reaching 25,000 kilograms of force. The iron-armored warrior was knocked to the ground. It struggled for a while before it stopped moving. After waiting for a while, Xiaoqian bent down and flipped the iron-armored warrior over. He discovered a tightly shut metal door on the back of the battle armor. The metal door was tightly shut. There was no way to open it. Xiaoqian found a small protruding metal plate at the side and pressed it without hesitation. Kaxie. The two small metal doors immediately opened, revealing indentations filled with inferior-grade spirit stones. There were a total of 20 inferior-grade spirit stones in them. However, the spirit stones were currently dim, no different from ordinary stones. It was clear that their spiritual energy had been exhausted. So that's how it is, Xiaoqian thought to himself. Using spirit stones as a source of energy. It was more or less what he expected. If he embedded a medial-grade spirit stone into it, its might increase. When the three people saw Xiaoqian's actions, they suddenly reacted. They had discovered this combat puppet first. In the end, Xiaoqian treated it as his own. You are seeking death. You actually dare to snatch my things? How reckless, one of them snorted coldly. Then he swung his saber at Xiaoqian. The other two were not slow. They attacked almost at the same time. 3 saber lights and sword images flew at Xiaoqian with ferocious auras. Xiaoqian raised his head slightly. There were no fluctuations in his calm eyes. He appeared indifferent, clearly dispirited. These 3 people were not enough for him. Glittering Wuxia. Xiaoqian drew the lunar shadow saber at lightning speed. He brandished the saber 3 times in the air and 3 strands of extremely dense purple saber chi comparable to that of a martial king appeared. In an instant, the saber and sword moves of the 3 people shattered. The weapons in their hands could not withstand the pressure and shattered. Bang, bang, bang. The momentum of the saber chi did not decrease. It struck the protective essence of the 3 people and left horrifying wounds on their chests. Blood immediately spurted out. The intense shockwave blew the 3 people far away. They even tumbled miserably a few times. This was the result of Xiaoqian showing mercy. If the saber chi contained the state of thunder, these 3 strands of saber chi would have easily chopped them in half. If it were a martial saint who had not comprehended a state, even a peak superior grade martial saint, Xiaoqian would be able to kill them easily. In the martial saint realm, he was only a step away from being unrivaled. Quick leave. We cannot offend this person. The 3 people on the ground did not care about their wounds. They looked at Xiaoqian with horror in their eyes and quickly left the place. Seeing that they had already left, Xiaoqian could not be bothered to chase after them. He focused his gaze on the inferior grade spirit stones once again, revealing a curious gaze. Take them out and see what exactly is inside. Xiaoqian said softly. Then he tossed out the spirit stones one by one. Finally, he saw a protruding needle at the bottom of the groove. After hesitating for a while, Xiaoqian touched the needle with his index finger. He felt a slight pain and the needle immediately pricked his index finger. Blood flowed from his finger and countless pieces of information quickly appeared in Xiaoqian's mind. The information was like the sea, giving Xiaoqian a splitting headache. However, this did not last for long. After 3 breaths, the headache immediately disappeared. After he sorted through the information, Xiaoqian slowly accepted it. Flowing cloud sword technique, Wuxia fist technique, everlasting flowing water, a general outline of martial techniques appeared in his mind. Xiaoqian reacted. These were all the martial techniques of the iron-armored warriors. There were fist techniques, leg techniques, movement techniques, sword techniques, saber techniques, and spear techniques. Finally, all this information disappeared. Xiaoqian felt an extremely weak will coming at him. However, his spiritual sense immediately swallowed it up. This should be the will left behind by the previous master of the iron-armored warrior. It has been too long. It is already insignificant. Next, it should be time for me to infuse my will into it. Xiaochen controlled his will and extended it down his arm, entering the interior of the iron-armored warrior. Then he imprinted his will on it. When he released his finger, Xiaochen immediately felt like he had a clone. However, this clone could not move yet. Xiaochen took out an inferior-grade spirit stone from the universe ring and placed it in. Then he closed the small metal door behind the iron-armored warrior. With a thought, the iron-armored warrior stood up. Xiaochen controlled the iron-armored warrior. He felt that it was very convenient and simple. There were two ways to control it. One was to control it actively. It was as easy as moving his own arm. The other was to control it autonomously. He could lock onto an enemy and let the iron-armored warrior attack on its own. Xiaochen tried to lock onto a stone pillar for it to immediately attack. After that, there was no need for Xiaochen to worry. Xiaochen smiled gently and said indifferently, "The people of the Firely sect are truly geniuses. To think that they could do something like this. Not only did they inherit the method of creating secret treasures from the ancient times, they even created a secret treasure like the combat puppet." In the end, due to the exhaustion of spiritual energy, aside from a few that were completely destroyed, the rest of the iron-armored warriors were controlled by someone else. It looked like the issue of spiritual energy was the combat puppet's greatest weakness. If it did not have this weakness, the combat puppet would be nearly perfect. Xiaochen shifted his gaze upwards. The two silver combat puppets were still as tyrannical and ferocious as before. They brandished their swords and sharp sword chi spread out continuously. Even the air was sliced in half. The 10 of them fought an intense battle. All sorts of martial techniques and sword chi struck the other party. However, to the combat puppets that did not feel pain, they could not feel it at all. A strange scene occurred on the battlefield. The silver-armored warrior, who was only a peak superior grade martial saint, suppressed 10 peak superior grade martial saints with deep cultivations. Of course, this was also because the 10 of them knew that they could defeat the other party by exhausting the other party's essence. All they had to do was drag out some time. There was no need to waste a huge battle. Clearly, the true enemy was not the silver-armored warrior. Instead, it was the teammates that were fighting the silver-armored warrior. They are far from exhausted of spiritual energy. It looks like these silver combat puppets use medial-grade spirit stones, Xiaochen thought to himself. If the silver-armored warrior could revive, then the golden-armored warrior on the throne should be able to revive as well. If the silver one was a peak martial saint, then the golden-armored warrior would be a martial king. A completely loyal martial king helper that did not feel pain, did not know fatigue, and did not know what that meant? Everyone here knew what that meant. That meant that the golden-armored warrior would be able to double their strength. In this Firely sect remnant, they would have the best trump card in the upcoming fight for the secret treasure. The reason why these 10 people had not used their trump cards to deal with the two silver-armored warriors was probably because of the golden-armored warrior on the throne. The outstanding talents that subdued the iron-armored warriors felt their confidence swell. They felt that they could deal with the golden-armored warrior with their strength. Compared to the 10 demonic geniuses, they might be weaker. However, with the iron-armored warriors, they might have a chance if they took advantage of the crisis. They all stared at the golden-armored warrior on the scarlet throne, waiting for the golden-armored warrior to wake up and take action. Chapter 318. Xiaochen's gaze was focused on the golden-armored warrior. Like everyone else, Xiaochen was very interested in this golden-armored warrior. However, Xiaochen thought even further. Even if he obtained the golden-armored warrior, how to make it recognize him as its master was a problem. An iron-armored warrior required 3 breaths of time to recognize a master. The golden-armored warrior would definitely take longer. During this time, how to ensure that others would not make a move on him was the key. I have to think of a way to retreat in advance. Xiaochen looked at the 2 intersections behind the throne. He thought quickly and silently turned around. Xiaochen hid himself in the shadows. While everyone's attention was focused on the battle between the silver-armored warrior and the scarlet throne, he quickly made his way to the intersection. Xiaochen avoided everyone's gazes and walked quickly to the intersection. 10 minutes later, he returned to the main hall without a sound. He already had a plan in mind. The light of the 2 silver-armored warriors had already dimmed. It looked like they would not be able to last much longer. Once the silver-armored warrior fell, the golden-armored warrior would probably wake up. At that time, the true battle would begin. An inconspicuous patch of white appeared at the end of Duamuking's black hair. Clearly, this was the prelude to circulating the profound ice incantation. A red figure was faintly discernible behind Hua Yunfei. The sword in his hand was spitting out a strange red sword light. Countless stars flickered in Ji Changkong's eyes. A resplendent river of stars surrounded him, slowly giving off a gentle light. Starlight shot out in all directions. Only one of his fate stars was dim and incomparably silent. The Guy Marquis wore golden battle armor and held the sky-splitting sword in his hand. He had a grave and stern expression, and there was a righteous chi gathering on his forehead. Xiaochen shifted his gaze to Chu Chaoyun. Chu Chaoyun appeared very carefree. His expression was as calm as before. However, Xiaochen could feel that the holy weapon on his back was gathering a boundless aura. It was even trembling slightly. He seemed extremely excited, waiting for the moment he unsheathed it to shock everyone. The other cultivators below also rubbed their palms in anticipation. They controlled the iron-armored warriors to draw their weapons and unleash their auras without holding back. For a time, undercurrents surged in the main hall while various imposing auras surged without end, yet it seemed to be extremely quiet. This was the calm before the storm. Other than the sound of the sword key produced by the silver-armored warrior, even the heavy breathing of the crowd could be heard. Everyone's attention was raised to the extreme as they stared at the golden-armored warrior sitting on the throne. Their eyes were filled with a crazed desire. The two silver-armored warriors finally ran out of spiritual energy and fell to the ground with a bang. The instant the golden-armored warrior fell, two strands of golden light suddenly appeared in the empty eyes of the golden-armored warrior. He stood up from his throne. Clang clang. The golden battle armor on Xiao Chen's body clashed with each other, giving off clanging sounds that reverberated in the main hall. The golden-armored warrior drew the golden sword at his waist. Instantly, an aura equal to that of a peak inferior grade martial king spread out from his body. However, just at this moment, the killing moves that the 10 of them had prepared for a long time were finally unleashed without holding back. Astral swordplay, gathering stars. Ji Changkong shouted, and the sword in his hand released an incomparably dazzling light. The star that belonged to him immediately lit up with a resplendent light within the river of stars that was overflowing with light. Blood soul possession, blood killing the world. Hua Yunfei roared ferociously, and the indistinct scarlet figure behind him finally solidified and merged into his body. His eyes immediately turned scarlet and his lips curled up in a sinister smile. His aura rose infinitely and the scarlet sword in his hand gave off a bright red light. It seemed like it could engulf the world. Profound ice break, absolute zero. Duamuking's black hair suddenly turned snow white. His eyes lost all worldly fire. He looked like an emotionless fairy from the heavens. Countless snowflakes drifted down from the sky and the surrounding temperature plummeted. The cold penetrated deep into one's bones. The Guy Marquis Ingxiao did not say anything unnecessary. He swung the holy weapon in his hand and a vague fluctuation appeared in the natural laws. He drew on the power of the heavenly Tao and attacked the golden-armored warrior. The 10 demonic geniuses made their moves one after another. Lights of various colors bloomed and shockwaves spread through the air. Many of the cultivators preparing to join in the fun were knocked back by the shockwaves. Such a horrifying attack had been prepared for a long time. Even a regular medial-grade martial king would not have any other ending. They would die on the spot. They would not even have the chance to dodge. Xiao Chen's eyes were like lightning. Just as he was about to use the lightning evasion, he suddenly stopped and stared at the scarlet throne. The instant the golden-armored warrior stood up, the scarlet throne seemed to rise by 2 centimeters for no reason. Furthermore, Xiao Chen's spiritual sense felt a strong mental energy on it, disappearing in a flash. What's going on? Did I see wrong? Xiao Chen thought suspiciously. Just as Xiao Chen was feeling suspicious, the attacks of the 10 peak martial saints struck the golden-armored warrior at the same time. There was a loud sound and a horrifying shockwave exploded above the throne. Boom! The 12 stone pillars in the main hall shattered. The cultivators below could not dodge in time. The shockwave struck them, causing them to vomit blood and fall to the ground. The entire main hall started to shake violently. Rocks fell from the ceiling like raindrops, crashing down incessantly. The main hall looked like it was going to collapse soon. Dust filled the air and rocks fell like rain. The people on the ground fled in all directions. The place was extremely chaotic. Amid the chaos, a golden light suddenly lit up as the dust filled the air. It was as dazzling as the sun, dazzling everyone's eyes. It was Chu Chaoyun who had been silent for a long time making his move. Golden ripples appeared in the air as if the entire world was being torn apart. In an instant, Chu Chaoyun suppressed the peak attacks of the 9 cultivators. The 9 cultivators were all knocked back. This was Chu Chaoyun's strength. The moment he drew his holy weapon, a sword light appeared and suppressed everyone. Although Chu Chaoyun had the advantage of striking after the enemy attacked, This strength could not be erased no matter what. Bang! Chu Chaoyun held the golden armored warrior, whose energy had been drained by everyone, in his embrace. Then he smashed a large hole in the wall behind the throne. Then he jumped in without hesitation. This palm added a fire to the shaking hall, and it began to collapse with a loud rumble. Let's go quickly. The hall is going to collapse. If we do not leave now, we will die. When the other cultivators saw that the situation was bad, they executed their trump cards to flee the main hall. The 9 cultivators that Chu Chaoyun knocked back did not hesitate. They revealed furious expressions as they followed Chu Chaoyun and jumped into the large hole in the wall. Boom, boom, boom. The majestic and dignified hall completely collapsed. The huge rocks from the ceiling fell with a loud rumble, shaking the ground. It was like the sky was collapsing. After a long time, the hall, which was rumbling non-stop, finally quieted down. The hall, which was originally in perfect condition, was now in ruins. The hall was extremely dilapidated. There were broken fences and broken walls everywhere. Dust covered the ground and smoke billowed. Xianxia. On a pile of stone pillars and rocks, pieces of broken bricks slid down rapidly. A badly damaged warrior in iron armor stood up with a loud bang, and the rubble and rocks completely slid down. Xiaoqin, who was lying on the ground, patted the dust off his body and stood out from the middle, completely unharmed. Xiaoqin looked at the badly damaged iron-armored warrior and smiled faintly. He said, "The defense of the iron-armored warrior is indeed astonishing. It helped me block the endless rocks from above. Unfortunately, it looks like it is about to be scrapped." Xiaoqin shook his head slightly and looked at the now empty ruins. Then he shifted his gaze to the dust-covered scarlet throne. Then he walked over with a determined gaze. "See. Stepping on the rubble and tiles on the ground, Xiaoqin arrived at the scarlet throne step by step. However, he was not in a rush to check on the situation on the throne. Xiaoqin looked around. After he verified that there was no one around, he returned to the side of the throne. Just as he was about to check on it, he noticed the battle armor of the silver-armored warrior in a corner of the rubble. Xiaoqin sent out a few palm winds and blew away the rubble on the ground, revealing 2 silver combat puppets. Aside from the dust on the surface of the battle armor, it was surprisingly undamaged. It looked like the defense of this silver battle armor rivaled that of an inferior-grade martial king. Compared to the iron-armored warrior, it was much stronger. Xiaoqin gently waved his sleeves and immediately swept away all the dust on the silver-armored warrior. Xiaoqin squatted down and opened the small door on the back of the silver-armored warrior. As he had expected, the silver-armored warrior had indeed used medial-grade spirit stones. There were 20 of them, no more no less. Xiaoqin took out the discarded medial-grade spirit stones from the grooves and erased the will of the predecessors. Then he started to recognize them as his own. This recognition took 5 minutes before Xiaoqin's will was completely imprinted on them. After a while, the 2 silver-armored warriors were recognized by Xiaoqin as their masters. After he filled them with medial-grade spirit stones, the silver-armored warriors immediately recovered their vitality. When Xiaoqin swung his sword, a sharp sword chi rampaged through the rubble. Everywhere it passed, the broken walls turned into rubble. Xiaoqin nodded in satisfaction. With the addition of the 2 silver-armored warriors and the broken iron-armored warrior, he should be able to deal with Chu Chaoyun's golden-armored warrior. Recollecting his thoughts, Xiaoqin shifted his gaze back to the scarlet throne. He controlled the 3 combat puppets to move away the large rocks on the throne. After that, Xiaoqin waved his sleeves and blew away all the dust. The scarlet throne finally appeared in his vision. The entire throne was made of a mysterious scarlet material. When Xiaoqin touched the patterns on it, he found it very strange. This was the material used to polish the throne. It was not made of metal, spirit wood, or even rock. It was heavy and cool to the touch. Xiaoqin thought of the strong mental energy he felt earlier. He placed one hand on the armrest of the throne and slowly infused his spiritual sense into the throne. Chapter 319. Boom. The instant his spiritual sense entered the throne, an intense explosion resounded in Xiaoqin's ears. His mind buzzed as a boundless state of massacre infused into it. The horrifying state of massacre was like a scarlet sea. It instantly infused into every one of Xiaoqin's nerves. An uncontrollable murderous intent arose in Xiaoqin's heart. His eyes instantly turned scarlet, and his fine black hair fluttered about. His delicate face turned sinister and horrifying, like a man-eating demon. How can it be like this? Xiaoqin was horrified. He wanted to let go, but a huge force held his hand in place. He could not let go at all. I can't go on like this. My will be filled with massacre. After that, I will lose all reason and become a true murderous demon king. This state of massacre is too horrifying. Xiaoqin circulated the purple thunder divine incantation and guarded his dantian. He sank his consciousness and did his best to maintain a trace of clarity in his divine pedestal. The surging state of massacre in the Scarlet Sea was boundless and overwhelming. As Xiaoqin resisted this energy, he felt incredible pain. His skin turned incredibly pale. The capillaries under his skin were clearly visible. They looked like they wanted to break free from the restraints of his skin and burst open. This feeling was several times more painful than when the blue dragon martial spirit first awakened. It was not something a human could endure. Amid the torment, Xiaoqian's consciousness started to turn blurry. He could no longer endure it and howled in pain. Bang, bang, bang. The capillaries under Xiaoqian's skin ruptured. Tiny drops of blood instantly covered his skin, making him look like a man made of blood. Give up. Accept this unbridled state of the sand. All your pain will immediately disappear. You can even enjoy boundless power. As Xiaoqian held on bitterly, an ethereal voice rang out in his mind. The voice resounded in his ears continuously, luring him to give up resisting. No way. Xiaoqian clenched his teeth and ignored the voice in his mind. He clung to the last trace of clarity in his divine pedestal. Once he gave up resisting, he would completely become a slave of slaughter, and his original self would completely disappear. Suddenly, Xiaoqian recalled some of the records in the Compendium of Cultivation. This scarlet throne should be a secret treasure. However, it was not a secret treasure of the righteous Dao but an evil Dao secret treasure. The owner of the secret treasure should have already died, but the evil will born from the secret treasure had not disappeared. However, it had been silent for such a long time, so this will was definitely not very strong. I was just caught off guard. If his spiritual sense was really stronger than mine, he would have already devoured me. Xiaoqian gathered all of his divine senses together. With a thought, his divine senses immediately turned into a golden deity and flew toward the blood river in the deepest part of the throne. He had to find that will and destroy it. Otherwise, with such a passive resistance, it would only be a matter of time before he succumbed. The deity flew further and further away in the consciousness space. The boundless sea of blood seemed endless. However, Xiaoqian did not feel discouraged. There would always be an end to the boundless sea of blood. The consciousness space was no exception. Unless the other party was a true ancient emperor, they might not be able to condense an eternal sea of blood. After an unknown amount of time, the deity controlled by Xiaoqian finally arrived at the end of the sea of blood. There was a scarlet abyss there, and a huge scarlet head connected to the sea of blood. It looked at the deity from afar. The scarlet head roared angrily and opened its huge mouth, swallowing the golden deity in an instant. The golden deity closed its eyes and allowed the boundless blood to stick to its body. After a while, it suddenly opened its eyes, and a dazzling golden light pierced through the scarlet head. The scarlet head howled in pain. It gave up on swallowing the deity and retreated in horror. Indeed, it is as I expected. This evil will of massacre is very weak. I was just too rash. I did not have time to condense my spiritual sense and rashly sent it in. Hence I was caught off guard. This is a lesson. In the future, whenever I face something unknown, I have to be very cautious. The scarlet light in Xiaoqian's eyes faded a little. They were no longer as horrifying as before and they slowly became clear. The scarlet head retreated to the sky above the abyss and waved its hand. A huge scarlet hand appeared above the sea of blood and smashed at the golden deity. Kill? The golden deity shouted angrily, and a sword shining with golden light appeared in its hand. It swung the sword and the surging golden light chopped the scarlet hand into pieces. The golden deity pointed the sword at the sky, and a pillar of light rushed into the sky. Instantly, a bright light scattered down. The light turned into a golden liquid that dripped onto the sea of blood like rain. As more and more of the golden liquid merged into the sea of blood started to boil and slowly turned into a golden sea. The scarlet head looked like it was being boiled as it cried out in pain. When the sea of blood turned completely golden, its body that was connected to the sea of blood was completely chopped off, leaving only a lonely head. Back in reality, the scarlet light in Xiaoqian's eyes vanished. His sinister expression vanished and he calmed down. That heart-wrenching pain no longer existed. All that was left was Gu Linlin's head. In this spiritual world, it could be said that there was no way out and there was no way out. It tried several times to burrow into the sea of consciousness. In the end, when it touched the golden sea of blood, it cried out in pain. Furthermore, its head shrank. Xiaoqun controlled the golden deity to send out strands of sword light. The scarlet head scurried around in the air, dodging the horrifying golden light. In the end, it is just a paper tiger, Xiaoqun thought to himself. The golden deity took advantage of this opportunity. Its left hand grew infinitely large and it grabbed the head. Don't kill me. I can recognize you as my master and establish a blood contract. I will never betray you. Also, I will tell you the secret of this massacre throne in full detail. After the scarlet head was grabbed, it begged non-stop. Evil demon, what use do I have for you? Xiaoqun snorted coldly and crushed the scarlet head. This evil creature was crafty and capricious. When it grew stronger, it might immediately turn around and bite Xiaoqun. It could not be left alive. As for the secret of the scarlet throne, Xiaoqun could slowly dig it out. This was a matter of life and death. It was always better to be cautious. The instant the scarlet head was completely destroyed, the scarlet throne under Xiaoqun's hand turned into a red beam of light and quickly entered every part of Xiaoqun's body. After the beam of light entered Xiaoqun's body, the wounds caused by the exploding blood vessels all over his body healed at a visible rate. After a while, Xiaoqun had completely recovered. All the wounds had vanished and his skin glowed with a white glow. It was even fairer and more tender than an ordinary woman's. Boom! The red light that flowed through every part of Xiaoqun's body gathered at his forehead, forming a red throne marked the size of a pinky finger. Xiaoqun withdrew his spiritual sense and looked at everything that happened to his body. He revealed a doubtful expression in his eyes. Xiaoqun placed his left hand before his eyes and looked carefully. He saw that the skin was as white as frost, crystalline and translucent. This pair of hands was so beautiful that it was scary. Not only did the surface change greatly, but Xiaoqun also felt a huge force when he clenched his fist. His physical body was even stronger than before. When Xiaoqun saw the badly damaged iron-armored warrior at the side, he slowly walked over and casually punched the iron-armored warrior's chest. The huge force flowed through Xiaoqun's slender right arm and into his 5 fingers. There was a loud boom, and the badly damaged iron-armored warrior immediately shattered into pieces. The various metal fragments of the armor scattered all over the ground. However, they were so broken that they could not be broken anymore. There was no way to repair them anymore. Xiaoqun revealed an expression of pleasant surprise. He said with some uncertainty, after the dragon and tiger body sculpting art reached the threshold of the 4th layer, dragon tendon tiger bone, the strength of my next strike reached 10,000 kilograms of force. A full power strike can only achieve 15,000 kilograms of force. However, that casual strike clearly achieved 15,000 kilograms of force. Could it be that after this scarlet throne entered my body, it strengthened my physical body? Suddenly Xiaoqun had a guess. With the increase in strength, would a few more acupoints on his right arm open? Xiaoqun checked the acupoints on his right arm. Indeed, it was as he expected. The original one had increased to 14. He was just short of 2 more before he could open all 16 acupoints on his right arm. It looks like it will not be long before the true blue dragon chi appears, Xiaoqun thought excitedly. After checking to see if there were any other changes, Xiaoqun took out a small knife and gently sliced his jade-like skin. Instantly, a small wound appeared and blood flowed out. However, not long after, scars appeared on the wound. Then they quickly disappeared. His skin became as good as before. There was no way to tell that he had been injured. Unexpectedly, his body possessed the ability to heal naturally. His strength also became more reserved. The exaggerated muscles that he had trained in the past had all shrunk back. Xiaoqun returned to the appearance of an ordinary person. However, the force he used had doubled. What exactly is the origin of this scarlet throne? Xiaoqun put away the small knife, his eyes filled with doubt. Closing his eyes, Xiaoqun carefully sensed the position of the scarlet throne. A scarlet throne floated in the sea of consciousness on his forehead. A supreme might spread throughout the entire sea of consciousness. The forehead was the source of all cultivators' spiritual world. It was known as the sea of consciousness. However, only people with extremely strong mental energy could truly open their own sea of consciousness. According to the cultivation realms of the Jianghu continent, only martial monarchs could truly open their own sea of consciousness. Ordinary people would never have the chance to open their sea of consciousness in their lifetime. Hence, they would not care about this problem. After opening the sea of consciousness, cultivators could truly cultivate their mental energy. Before this, cultivators only had perception. They did not have true mental energy. In the past, because of the Purple Thunder divine incantation, Xiaoqun could cultivate mental energy from the start. His mental energy was much stronger than a regular cultivator's. It could even be said that they were on a completely different level. However, there was still a long way to go before he could open his sea of consciousness. At the very least, his cultivation realm was not high enough. Unexpectedly, he managed to open his sea of consciousness because of the Scarlet Throne. Chapter 320. Xiaoqin had not seriously studied how to use mental energy in combat. He did not have any introductory methods, so he did not care much about it. He just used his spiritual sense to probe. Xiaoqin did not see any benefits from opening his sea of consciousness in advance, so he did not need to think about it. He summoned out the throne first. With a thought, the Scarlet Throne mark on Xiaoqian's forehead flashed with a red light. The throne in his sea of consciousness immediately flew out. Whew! The Scarlet Throne floated in the air. Xiaoqin discovered that he was already sitting on it. He placed his hands on the armrests and leaned against the back of the throne. Below the throne was a layer of churning blood-colored clouds. The reason the throne was able to float seemed to be because of this layer of blood-colored clouds. Xiaoqin felt that this Scarlet Throne was like his flesh and blood. That sense of intimacy was much stronger than that of the combat puppets. The two could not be compared at all. When Xiaoqin sat on the Scarlet Throne, an uncontrollable king's might spread out. This king's might was released unintentionally. Even Xiaoqin did not feel it. There was only a small trace of king's might, but the aura and might it contained made one's heart tremble. This king's might was comparable to a regular king's might. If an ordinary person appeared here, they would definitely not be able to withstand the pressure and fall to their knees. Fly. Xiaoqin looked ahead and locked on to a direction. The scarlet clouds drove the throne in that direction at lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, it moved more than 100 meters. Xiaoqin patted the armrest gently and muttered, "Just a casual move and I reached the speed of sound. Furthermore, it seems like I have not had enough yet. Looks like I can reach 5 times the speed of sound if I fly at full speed. In the future, I will have another option for escaping and traveling." This was the first time Xiaoqin experienced the flying function of the Scarlet Throne. He felt somewhat excited. He flew for a long time above the ruins before stopping. Hoo! Xiaoqin tore through the scarlet clouds and landed firmly on the ground. The scarlet mark on his forehead flashed with a red light, and the Scarlet Throne immediately turned into a beam of light and returned to his sea of consciousness. The Scarlet Throne really has many secrets. I will slowly dig them out in the future, Xiaoqin said softly as he touched the mark on his forehead. Suddenly Xiaoqin thought of something. He took out a bronze mirror from the universe ring and looked at his face. His appearance had not changed much, just that his skin was much fairer than before. Fortunately, the effects of the shape-shifting spell were still present. Otherwise, he would have been exposed and could only leave. Just as Xiaoqin was about to put down the bronze mirror, he glanced at the Scarlet Throne mark on his forehead. It looked like a drop of blood was imprinted on it. Xiaoqin's originally delicate face now had a strange demonic air to it. With one look, it would leave a deep impression. No, this mark is too eye-catching. If I do things here, I will be too high profile. Xiaoqin put down the bronze mirror and took out a blue strip of cloth to cover his forehead, covering the mark. After the blue strip of cloth covered the mark, Xiaoqin's delicate face lost its demonic air and gained a refreshing look. It no longer looked eye-catching, making him look very ordinary. However, if one looked at it carefully, they would feel a sense of comfort. It was very pleasing to look at. After Xiaoqin prepared everything, he led the 2 silver-armored warriors away. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly discovered an empty hole below the Scarlet Throne. Unexpectedly, it is an intact secret tunnel. Xiaoqin looked at the hole and muttered, "The secret tunnel below the throne must be a whole new world. Let's go down and take a look." After Xiaoqin spoke, he ordered the 2 silver-armored warriors to jump down. Then he jumped down as well. This way, if there was any danger, the silver-armored warriors would be able to block it for a while. About 10 minutes after Xiaoqin left, a tall and stout cultivator quickly arrived at the rubble. He had an excited expression on his face as he searched the ground for something. Occasionally he punched, sweeping away the dust on the ground. This person was the strongest person in the Dongming province with a strong physical body, Wen Yanbin. After searching for a long time, Wen Yanbin's expression finally turned anxious. He cursed, "Damn it! I reacted very quickly already. Why did I not go and look for other secret treasures? Why did I not find the 2 silver-armored warriors?" Suddenly, when Yanbin glanced around and saw that the place where the throne had been was empty, he quickly rushed over. When Yanbin saw the hole below the throne, his expression became uncertain. After a while, he said sullenly, "This person must have obtained 2 silver-armored warriors. If I chase after him, I might not be able to defeat him. Never mind, I'll go and take a look first. I can use 10,000 kilograms of force with my full power. If I do not use my essence, I might be able to sneak attack him. Thinking of this, when Yen Bin no longer hesitated. With a resolute expression, he jumped down from the hole. Not long after, a few more groups of people arrived. Their goal was the same as when Yen Bin's. Naturally, they did not find the silver-armored warriors. Instead, they discovered a secret passage. These groups of people did not hesitate and jumped down one after another. The secret passage under the throne was definitely not an ordinary entrance. It was not just Xianxia who could think of it, the others could as well. Bang, bang. Two heavy sounds rang out as the silver-armored warriors landed on the ground. Dang, dang, dang. The instant the silver-armored warriors landed, strands of sword chi flew over and struck the silver-armored warriors. Xianxia quickly executed the gravity spell and slowed down his descent. Then he looked down and saw a wide passageway. On both sides of the wall, there would be an oil lamp every few meters, illuminating the entire floor. The passageway was densely packed with iron-armored warriors. With a rough count, there were dozens of them. Fortunately, there were two silver-armored warriors opening the way first. Otherwise, if Xianxia had jumped down and suffered from so many attacks, he would not have had it easy. The two silver-armored warriors did their best to block the many iron-armored warriors. The sharp sword chi rampaged through the group of iron-armored warriors, giving off metallic sounds. The iron-armored warriors' sword chi shattered upon contact. They could not resist at all. However, the iron-armored warriors had higher defenses. Although the silver-armored warriors could shatter the other party's sword chi, their own sword chi could not kill them immediately. They needed 3 strands of sword chi to shatter an iron-armored warrior. The situation was somewhat anxious. Xianxia did not want to waste any more time. He recalled the two silver-armored warriors with his thoughts and decided to do it himself. After all, the iron-armored warriors were only medial-grade martial saints. Wuxia. Xianxia scattered the gravity spell and quickly landed on the ground. He drew his lunar shadow saber at lightning speed and sent out a purple light, chopping an iron-armored warrior charging at him in half. Glittering Wuxia. Xianxia shouted and infused the state of thunder into his saber technique. The purple divine Wuxia tree branch turned into a strand of saber chi flickering with electric light. The saber chi flickering with electricity flashed through the group of iron-armored warriors in the passageway. Bang, bang, bang. Everywhere the saber chi passed, all the iron-armored warriors were chopped in half and fell to the ground. Wuxia transforms to chi. Xianxia shouted again and his saber light danced. The superior-grade Wuxia tree appeared from nowhere. In an instant, it turned into countless strands of purple saber chi flying around in the passageway. A series of shattering sounds rang out in the passageway. The sharp saber chi sliced through the armored warriors like they were tofu, effortlessly slicing them into countless pieces. When the saber chi scattered, the dozens of iron-armored warriors blocking the way were all smashed to pieces. They were all dead. If others saw this, they would definitely complain about how wasteful it was. Unfortunately, the combat prowess of these iron-armored warriors was nothing to Xianxia. He could only barely use the silver-armored warriors. What he truly wanted were the golden-armored warriors, which were as strong as peak inferior-grade martial kings. Now that he was in a rush, there was no need to hold back. Xianxia sheathed his saber and instructed the two silver-armored warriors to scout ahead. Then he followed. Along the way, Xianxia would run into a group of iron-armored warriors every 500 meters. The state of thunder that contained holy might infused into his saber technique did not stop at all. Everywhere the saber light passed, it swept everything in its path. Killing the iron-armored warriors was as easy as slaughtering dogs. They did not stop Xianxia at all. Sometimes, when quality was poor, quantity could not make up for it. What was the point of having so much trash? Just like that, Xianxia did not stop moving. After traveling for 5 kilometers and passing through a few forks, the end of the passageway finally appeared in Xianxia's vision. Xianxia stopped. There was a large door at the end of the passageway. After spending 5 minutes dealing with the guards at the door, he immediately controlled the silver-armored warriors to push the door open. After Xianxia saw that there was no danger, he slowly walked in. Behind the door was a small room filled with heavy bookshelves. Xianxia rejoiced in his heart. This should be the Firely Hall's library. However, his expression immediately changed. The bookshelves were empty. He did not see a single secret manual. Feeling somewhat dissatisfied, Xianxia searched around the library. Finally, he found a book with a tattered cover at the foot of a bookshelf. Although the cover was tattered, the paper was well preserved. The contents were intact. Xiaoqian's face lit up in joy. He quickly flipped through the book. He saw the introduction to the ancient era's secret treasures. This book introduced the origins and uses of the various strong secret treasures of the ancient era. Seeing this, Xiaoqian's heart sank. This book might not be the same as the secret manual for forging secret treasures that he was looking for. Indeed, it was as he expected. As he continued reading, it was all introductions to the ancient era's secret treasures. Their uses, which owners used them, and how famous they were. However, there was no way to forge secret treasures. This was what Xiaoqian was concerned about. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. To think that I would look forward to a book used to pad the corner of a table. Never mind, I can only read it when I'm bored. Hey, this is the Scarlet Throne? The Scarlet Throne, a secret treasure refined by the ancient evil king. This secret treasure is a peak superior grade secret treasure. Xiaoqian suddenly saw a scarlet throne drawn on the page. He quickly looked at it seriously. However, after flipping through the book for a night, he discovered that someone had torn out the last chapter introducing the secret treasure. Feeling somewhat depressed, Xiaoqian said, "What's going on? I just got to the main point and it's already gone." Chapter 321. Xiaoqian casually flipped through the pages of the book. Suddenly, a map fell out of the book. Xiaoqian felt it was strange as he picked it up. He discovered that it was a map of the Firely sect branch. Xiaoqian's depressed expression disappeared. He smiled and said, "Unexpectedly, there is a map inside. Let me find where the refining room is." The refining room is the true location of the Firely sect's treasures. After Xiaoqian confirmed his location, he looked around quickly, searching for the refining room. He discovered that the refining room was a kilometer northeast of him. However, that was a straight line distance. According to the directions on the map, he would have to walk another 5 kilometers after making a few turns. Xiaoqian put away the map and placed the book introducing secret treasures into his universe ring. This book was still useful after all. He could keep it in case he needed it in the future. After confirming the direction, Xiaoqian punched the wall in front of him. When 15,000 kilograms of force struck it, a human-shaped hole appeared in the thick wall. After walking another 5 kilometers, Xiaoqian no longer had the patience to do so. Furthermore, time waited for no man. If someone got ahead of him in the ancient remnant, he might not be able to obtain anything. Since the distance was only a kilometer, he would use his fist to blast a path out. As Xiaoqian used his fist to open a path, Wen Yanbin followed behind him. When he saw the large number of iron-armored warriors scattered on the ground, he had an astonished expression. This is clearly not the work of the silver-armored warriors. Instead, it is this person's true strength. Is it right for me to follow him? At this moment, Xiaoqian hesitated for the first time. However, he destroyed so many iron-armored warriors. He must have exhausted some of his strength. I'm not exhausted at all. My aura is still at its peak. If I attack him, I have a high chance of victory. When Yanbin found an excuse in his heart. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he continued to follow. Xiaoqian, who was focused on opening a path for himself, did not know that a group of people had already followed him. However, even if he knew, he would not care too much. It would be fine as long as he remained cautious. Behind him, 2 silver-armored warriors completely covered the hole in his back. He only had to worry about the danger in front of him. Boom! When the last wall was broken, Xiaoqian finally arrived at the refining room. When the huge refining room appeared before his eyes, Xiaoqian's gaze immediately turned grave. On the floor of the artifact refining room, there were various artifacts covered in dust, but with a glance, one could tell that most of them were incomplete and not of much use. In the middle of the refining room, there was a huge 3-legged cauldron with dragons and phoenixes carved on it. The legendary Dragon Phoenix Cauldron? On top of the cauldron there were 3 balls of white flames. They were bone-chilling and floated strangely above the cauldron. They did not emit any light. Were these the legendary lunar flames? However, this was not the reason why Xiaoqian's gaze turned grave. Instead, it was because someone had rushed into the refinery ahead of him. The commotion Xiaoqian had had. The other party had noticed him. And he immediately. "Du Hao." After Xiaoqian clearly saw the other party's appearance, he exclaimed in astonishment. Didn't he go to chase after Chu Chaoyin? Why is he here? The combat techniques that this person displayed in the fight with the Scarlet Flame Chief left a deep impression on Xiaoqian. Although the other party was only a superior grade martial saint and had not reached the peak, Xiaoqian did not dare to underestimate this person. Compared to some high-profile people, this person's character and martial techniques belonged to the type that would erupt in silence. His strength could not be underestimated. Otherwise, Duanyuking would not have chosen this person to help kill the Scarlet Flame Chief. Du Hao raised his head and looked at Xiaoqin. His calm face revealed a grave expression. He said, "Are you here for the Lunar True Flame and the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron as well? Could it be that the Lunar True Flame and the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron are real?" Based on the words of this person, it seems like he understands them very well. There is no harm in getting some information from him first. Xiaoqin slowly walked forward and smiled softly. Could it be that the Lunar True Flame and the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron are real? Du Hao's heart skipped a beat. He instantly knew that Xiaoqin did not know the origins of the Lunar True Flame. However, there was no harm in telling him. Perhaps he could avoid an unnecessary fight. Naturally, it is impossible for it to be real. The Dragon Phoenix Cauldrons in the Firely Sect's branch hall are all fakes. However, they are necessary to refine secret treasures. The Lunar True Flames are only 4 strands that were separated from the lunar origin source. Your purple flame is of the Yang attribute. The Lunar True Flame is an extreme Yin flame. It is useless to you. The Dragon Phoenix Cauldron is a fake. I believe it is useless to you as well. You can have all the secret treasures on the ground. I only want the cauldron and the flame. What do you think? Du Hao suggested softly as he looked at Xiaoqin. Although many of the secret treasures on the ground were damaged, there were so many of them. It would not be difficult to find a few complete secret treasures. In the eyes of a normal person, choosing the secret treasures was more worthwhile. After all, as long as the secret treasures were not badly damaged, they could still be sold for some spirit stones. Xiaoqin smiled faintly. What if I make the same choice as you? When Du Hao heard this, he laughed softly. He said in a sullen voice, I already guessed your choice. In that case we can only fight. After Du Hao spoke, he pushed off the ground and leaped into the air. He passed through the tall Dragon Phoenix Cauldron and twisted his waist in midair. Then he kicked out with his right leg. When Du Hao kicked out, a strong wind blew. There was a loud crack in the air. Xiaoqin's expression did not change. He was not afraid. When it came to physical strength, he had never been afraid of anything. Xiaoqin quickly stepped forward with his right foot and circulated the dragon and tiger body sculpting art. The image of a dragon and tiger surrounded his body. There was a whistling sound as he clenched his right fist and punched the incoming kick. Boom. When the fist and leg collided, there was a loud explosion. A horrifying shockwave swept past the two of them, blowing away all the damaged secret treasures on the ground. Du Hao's body quickly spun around in the air. He did not land on the ground. Instead, he kicked out with an even faster speed, piercing through the air in his way. Interesting. Right now, my ferocious tiger leaving the mountains can already achieve close to 40,000 kilograms of force. My opponent's physical strength is, at most, 1 grade higher than Wen Yanbin's. There is still a significant gap between us. Logically speaking, after receiving my punch, you should be knocked down from the sky. However, my opponent seems to have grasped an extremely profound technique to deflect force. Not only did he neutralize my force, but he also used my force when he spun around. Xiaoqin merged his own force together and kicked out even more ferociously. In that case, let's see how long your deflecting techniques can last. Xiaoqin shouted and shifted his feet, moving to the side. Xiaoqin moved in a semicircle and dodged Du Hao's sharp kick. Then he arrived at Du Hao's side and punched at Du Hao's waist. Du Hao's expression remained calm as he looked at the position where Xiaoqin instantly moved. He quickly withdrew his move and somersaulted in the air. Then he increased the force of his earlier kick by 10%. Du Hao's right leg was like an upside-down hook as it chopped down at Xiaoqin's head. Xiaoqin's punch missed, causing the air to tremble and form ripples. At this moment, Xiaoqin could no longer dodge. He could only defend. He pulled back his right leg and crossed his arms above his head. Bang! The huge force was like a small mountain pressing down. Xiaoqin did not move at all. However, the stone floor could not withstand this horrifying pressure. The stone floor shattered and pieces of the floor flew into the air, heading for the ceiling of the refining room. Du Hao quickly retracted his leg in midair and somersaulted backwards. Xiaoqin shouted explosively and all the energy in his body trembled. The surrounding floorboards immediately shattered with a loud rumble. Dragon hisses, tiger roars. A tiger and a dragon flew out from behind Xiaoqin. The tiger's roar and the dragon's roar accompanied each other, raising their auras. The moment Du Hao landed, Xiaoqin's fist had already arrived in front of his face, not giving him any chance to dodge. Hu Qi. Du Hao took a step back at lightning speed. Then he loosened his fingers and pressed them against Xiaoqin's wrist. Xiaoqin's peak punch contained 25,000 kilograms of force. When it flew over, it was like a large truck moving at high speed. Its speed and force were both at their peak. However, when Du Hao's palm strike landed on Xiaoqian's wrist, it easily pushed away this roaring punch. In an instant, the wind from Xiaoqian's fist deviated. This was the move that Du Hao used to deal with the Scarlet Flame Chief. When he used it on Xiaoqian, it was unexpectedly effective. Xiaoqian immediately felt a force pulling him forward. Because the force was too ferocious, he could not stop in time. Du Hao smacked away Xiaoqian's attack with his palm. Then, his body slid gently and nimbly arrived behind Xiaoqian. He looked at Xiaoqian, who could not stop in time. Du Hao clenched his right hand tightly and a horrifying force burst out from his palm. Then he punched at Xiaoqian's back without hesitation. If this punch landed, Xiaoqian might end up like the Scarlet Flame Chief. At the critical moment, Xiaoqian remained calm. His thoughts were highly focused, searching for a way to break out of this situation. Xiaoqian's forward charge was too ferocious. Regardless of whether he turned around or moved to the side, it would be problematic. Before he could do anything, he would be struck by the other party's fist. Xiaoqian could not see how strong Du Hao's punch was. However, he was sure that it was no less than 15,000 kilograms of force. Boom. At the critical moment, Xiaoqian punched the ground ferociously. Boom, boom, boom. A horrifying force of 25,000 kilograms of force smashed into the ground. It was like a mountain had landed on the ground. The entire refinery started to shake uncontrollably. The floorboards around Xiaoqian immediately shattered and countless rocks flew into the air. The rocks happened to block Du Hao's path. Bang! Du Hao easily smashed all the rocks into dust, scattering them in the air. The rocks successfully helped Xiaoqian block for a breath of time. Although the time was short, Xiaoqian, who had already neutralized the force, was sufficient to dodge Du Hao's attack. Windwalk Shoes, Blue Dragon Cloud Soaring Art, Blue Dragon Tail Whip. Xiaoqian instantly activated the Windwalk Shoes and executed the Azure Dragon Cloud Soaring Art. He was like a flood dragon moving gently from his original spot. He moved in a purple arc and appeared 200 meters away in an instant. Chapter 322. Boom. Xiaoqian's figure had just disappeared when Du Hao smashed the floor with his fist. He rushed over, but he only managed to shatter an afterimage. In the end, his punch missed. Xiaoqian turned around and took out the lunar shadow saber from the universe ring. When he saw Du Hao walk out from the dust, he slowly placed his right hand on the saber hilt. Xiaoqian had to admit that Du Hao's close combat skills far surpassed Xiaoqian's. Out of all the people Xiaoqian had seen, only Mu Heng, who used his physical body to comprehend the saber Dao, could compare to Du Hao. However, Xiaoqian's true strength lay in the saber and not in close combat. Xiaoqian only wanted to experience different martial techniques by fighting with him. Take the secret treasures on the ground and leave. After I draw my saber, you will no longer have a chance, Xiaoqian said softly. There was no grudge between the two of them. There was no need for them to fight to the death. The corner of Du Hao's lips curled up. He smiled coldly. What big words. I want to see how you will not give me a chance. Traceless autumn water. After Du Hao spoke, he shouted and leaped into the air. He quickly circled around Xiaoqian. Du Hao was like a stream of autumn water as he moved quickly in the air, creating countless afterimages. When the afterimages merged, they looked like a blurry river with gentle ripples. So, he has comprehended the state of water. No wonder he is so confident, Xiaoqian thought to himself. However, this state has just been formed. It is far inferior to Duamuking, Murongchong and the others. Before his state of thunder infused with holy might, how could it stand a chance? Boom. An earth-shattering clap of thunder suddenly rang out in the refining room. The moment the thunder rang out, the rippling river immediately began to ripple out of Du Hao's control. Kasia. The instant the thunder roared, Xiaoqian quickly drew the lunar shadow saber. It was like a bolt of lightning flashing by. The purple saber chi struck Du Hao, whose state was suppressed. Bang. A horrifying wound was left on Du Hao's chest as he fell heavily to the ground. His face was filled with disbelief. His opponent had actually completely suppressed his state. As long as it could have been used, it would have definitely been able to turn the situation around, but it had collapsed midway. It was truly hateful. Xiaoqian took light steps and sheathed the lunar shadow saber. He did not even look at Du Hao as he headed for the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron and the lunar true flame in the refining room. Du Hao, who was on the ground, bandaged the wounds on his body. He looked at Xiaoqian and said coldly, "Even if you defeat me, you will not be able to obtain the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron and the lunar true flame. Chu Chaoyun has subdued the golden-armored warrior. He is not someone you can deal with." The 9 of us were scattered by him. Once he finds this place, you definitely won't stand a chance. It was easy to understand the mentality of such a person. If they could not obtain something, they would not want others to obtain it. Hence, even if they failed, they would use this self-deceiving reason to console themselves. Xiaoqian's gaze was fixed on the 4 clumps of lunar true flame. He said indifferently without even turning his head, "That is not something for you to worry about." When Du Hao saw that Xiaoqian was ignoring him, he snorted coldly. He found several broken secret treasures on the ground and left the refining room the way he came. The wound on Xiaoqian's chest contained the state of thunder. However, the wound could not heal quickly. His fortuitous encounters in the fiery sect remnant had come to an end here. Xiaoqian stared at the 4 clumps of white flames floating above the dragon phoenix cauldron. The flames did not have any light, they were pale white. Each clump of flames was about the size of a fist. They floated quietly above the mouth of the cauldron. When the wind blew, they swayed gently. Ao Jiao once told Xiaoqian that there were 4 kinds of strange flames in the world: human flame, ghost flame, dragon flame, and dragon flame. There were 2 types of ghost flame. One was in the profound Yin cave, and the other was in the 9 layers of hell. Xiaoqian suspected that the lunar true flame might be the ghost flame in the profound Yin cave. The possibility of it being the lunar true flame was very high. The 4 clumps of white flames before Xiaoqian were clearly rootless flames. Hence, they did not contain the lunar origin flame. However, they still stubbornly persisted for thousands of years. If no one interfered with them, they would continue to exist. The life force of these flames was very strong. Everyone knew that the fiery sect used the lunar true flame and the dragon phoenix cauldron to refine secret treasures. After the ancient era, only the fiery sect had the ability to refine secret treasures. It was very likely because of these 2 items. Xiaoqian had always been very interested in refining secret treasures. Naturally, he could not let go of the dragon phoenix cauldron and the lunar true flame before him. Although they were not the real deal, they were still very valuable. However, Xiaoqian was placed in a difficult position as to how to preserve the 4 clumps of lunar true flame. The cauldron was easy to deal with, he could just store it in the universe ring. However, he could not store pure energy in the universe ring. That would break the balance of the formation lines. A magic treasure to store the flames would require a special refinement. If it were a yang attribute flame, Xiaoqian could just use the purple thunder true fire to swallow it up. However, the lunar true flame was an extreme yin flame. It was difficult to merge yin and yang. After thinking for a long time, Xiaoqian sent out his spiritual sense from his sea of consciousness. He decided to figure out the nature of this white flame first. His spiritual sense turned into a thin film and wrapped around the flame. Xiaoqian carefully examined the internal structure of the flame. Before Xiaoqian could react, the flame wrapped by his spiritual sense passed through the blue strip of cloth on his forehead and entered his sea of consciousness. Within the vast and boundless sea of consciousness, a strand of white flame floated quietly beside the scarlet throne. It was the dim white flame. Xiaoqian was startled. Then he revealed a joyful expression. He said softly, "Could it be that the sea of consciousness has the ability to store flames? Let me see if I can summon it out." Xiaoqian closed his eyes and sensed the white flame in his sea of consciousness. With a thought, the flame immediately flew out from the mark on his forehead. With another thought, the flame returned with a "so" sound. This time there was no spiritual sense wrapped around it. The blue strip of cloth on his forehead was burned in half by the flame and could not be used. Naturally, Xiaoqian did not care about such a small matter. He immediately took action and placed the other 3 clumps of white flame into his sea of consciousness. After all the flames were stored in his sea of consciousness, Xiaoqian took out another blue strip of cloth and tied it around his forehead. Boom! Just as Xiaoqian tied the cloth, a loud shout came from behind him. A stout figure quickly leaped over from behind and punched at the unprepared Xiaoqian. The fist wind vibrated in the air, forming a ferocious shock wave. As it rubbed against the air, it gave off a piercing sonic boom. The attack was so fast that it did not give Xiaoqian any time to dodge or draw his saber. Xiaoqian's expression turned cold and all the bones in his body crackled. Then he turned around and punched. Bang! The sound of bones breaking resounded. Wen Yanbin, who had launched the sneak attack, fell to the ground and cried out in pain. His entire right hand had turned into a pile of meat paste, swaying weakly on the ground. Wen Yanbin's right hand was completely crippled. There was no chance of recovery. He revealed a horrified expression on his pained face. Wen Yanbin had not expected that his full-powered strike, which contained close to 20,000 kilograms of force and a sneak attack that he had prepared for a long time, would lose to his opponent in one move. Just as when Yanbin was about to get up and flee, two swords were placed on his neck. It was Xiaochen controlling the silver-armored warrior, preventing him from escaping. "Don't kill me. My arm is crippled." "I am already half a cripple," when Yanbin begged bitterly. Xiaochen said coldly, "Cripple your left hand and you can scram." When Yanbin heard this, he was stunned. Crippling both hands would make him a cripple. The cultivation that he had painstakingly cultivated for more than 10 years would have to bid farewell to the path of cultivation. When Yanbin saw Xiaochen's impatient expression, he revealed a decisive expression. He circulated his essence to his left hand and broke all the meridians in his arm. When Xiaochen saw the situation, he ignored Yanbin. He directed the silver-armored warrior to release its sword. From the moment Xiaochen launched the sneak attack, he should have been prepared for the worst. Dong, 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 dong. The 10-odd cultivators who had followed Xiaochen to the passageway all rushed over. They happened to see Yanbin's arms crippled. They all revealed astonished expressions. Yanbin, why are his arms crippled? It seems like he crippled his left arm himself. He is one of the few experts in Dongming province. Who could have forced him to such a state? Look at the wounds on his right arm. It is clear that he was completely suppressed by his opponent's physical strength in a contest of physical strength. Who exactly is this strong? When they shifted their gazes to Xiaochen, who was in the refinery, everyone immediately stopped talking as the answer was obvious. They had to quickly move the Dragon Phoenix cauldron away. Otherwise, when Duanyuking and the others arrived, it would be difficult to move the Dragon Phoenix cauldron away. There are actually complete secret treasures on the ground. Furthermore, there are quite a few of them. We have made a killing this time. Aha! The one in the middle seems to be the Dragon Phoenix cauldron. That is definitely the most valuable. It is a necessity for refining secret treasures. After a while, everyone discovered the situation in the refinery. All of them cried out excitedly. Unexpectedly, they found several complete secret treasures among the pile of shattered secret treasures. Normally they would rarely see secret treasures. However, they managed to find quite a few of them. The few of them did not hesitate to rush to the Dragon Phoenix cauldron. When Xiaochen saw the situation, his expression changed. He pushed off the ground and leaped into the air, landing firmly on the mouth of the cauldron. Kasia. The snow-white lunar shadow saber was drawn with a huang dang sound. Killing chi was released from his entire body as Xiaochen looked at the crowd below expressionlessly. "Yichen, what are you trying to do? Quickly come down. You should have already taken away the lunar true flame in the Dragon Phoenix cauldron. Don't be so greedy and think about taking the Dragon Phoenix cauldron away." "That's right. Although you are strong, you are definitely not a match for all of us." When the people below saw Xiaochen standing on the mouth of the cauldron, they all started to berate him. The people who could participate in this operation were not weak. When Yanbin's tragic ending did not scare them away, no matter how strong Xiaochen was. The people present believed that even if they had the numbers, Xiaochen would not be a match for them. "Stop speaking nonsense with him. Let's attack together and kill this fellow who does not know his limits. Coincidentally, we can split the secret treasures and the lunar true flame on him." Chapter 323. The moment Xiaochen spoke, a few bold and skilled people took the lead to attack. Soon 10-odd outstanding talents followed suit. All sorts of resplendent sword chi and saber chi merged with the killing chi and surged over from all directions. Xiaochen's lips curled up into a cold smile. He said sullenly, "How reckless. If you are not strong enough, what is the point of having numbers?" Wuxia transforms to chi. Xiaochen shouted, and the ancient divine Wuxia tree appeared from nowhere. Then, it turned into strands of dense purple saber chi and scattered into the surroundings. Da, da, da. The purple saber chi clashed with the various colored sword chi and saber chi from the crowd below, giving off loud bangs. The extremely dense sword chi was extremely powerful. The incredibly dense sword chi shattered most of the sword chi in an instant. However, its momentum did not decrease as it continued towards the crowd with electric light. A few strands of sword chi managed to escape the net. However, Xiaochen brandished his saber and flickered with saber light, easily blocking these saber chi. Xiaochen stood above the cauldron, not moving at all. He appeared very relaxed. The saber technique that contained a state was not something these people could block. The horrifying and dense purple saber chi immediately disrupted everyone's formation. The sword chi tore through several people's protective essence. Horrifying wounds appeared on their bodies, causing them to bleed profusely. Xiaochen frowned slightly. His sharp spiritual sense detected 3 people flying over quickly from behind. They emitted killing qi and pointed their weapons at his back. Qi breaks Wuxia. The remnant purple qi in the air gathered on the snow-white lunar shadow saber. Xiaoqin turned around and chopped at lightning speed. Kasia, Kasia, Kasia. 3 melodious sounds rang out. The weapons of the 3 people were broken by Xiaoqian's extremely dense saber. The energy gathered on the saber surged endlessly. Xiaoqin shouted and the purple glazed saber exploded. As the shockwave surged, the 3 of them turned pale. They vomited a mouthful of blood and were sent flying. Xiaoqin held his saber and stood there proudly. His expression was incomparably grave and stern. He said indifferently, "You can pick up the secret treasures on the ground. However, don't have any designs on the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron. Otherwise you will have to ask the saber in my hand first." The domineering blade directly shocked everyone in the arena. They all stopped what they were doing and for a moment, the arena was extremely quiet. "How arrogant. I Nanling Hong Yundu want to see how strong you are." A disdainful voice rang out from the crowd. A cultivator in white robes holding a 7-foot-long sword flew out from the crowd. His sword danced, creating a series of light and shadows. Hong Yundu's body fluttered about in the air. His movements were erratic, making it hard for others to catch him. In the blink of an eye, he turned around and sent out over 100 sword lights at Xiaoqin. White clouds appeared around him. This person had comprehended the state of clouds. No wonder his sword technique was so erratic. It had a trace of Murong Chang's charm from back then. Xiaoqian's expression did not change. Electric light flickered around his body, illuminating the huge refinery. Occasionally, electricity crackled in the air. Seeing the thousands of sword lights in front of him, Xiaoqian's expression did not change. He held his saber in front of him to protect himself as he attacked unhurriedly. At first, Xiaoqian could still be seen clearly. However, after a while he slowly sped up. Then, he became so fast that no one could even see his afterimages. Dang, 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 dang. The sounds of weapons clashing resounded. Occasionally, sword qi and saber qi clashed around Xiaoqian. They gave off intense explosions, causing the air to churn. Amid the thousands of clouds, Hong Yundu's figure was still as erratic as before. However, his expression became increasingly anxious. This was because he discovered that, at some point in time, the one who originally had the initiative to attack had become Xiaoqian's. Now he had to defend. Xiaoqian was clearly standing where he was, not moving a single step. However, even though he moved later, he arrived first, completely suppressing Hong Yundu's aura. As the other party's saber approached, Hong Yundu felt that it was even more difficult to block. Sweat dripped down Hong Yundu's face. His originally erratic figure slowly revealed an opening. Break! A bright light suddenly shot out from Xiaoqian's eyes. He shouted and the tip of his saber released a resplendent electric light. Xiaoqian twisted his waist and stabbed out with his saber. The strong force in the electric light knocked aside the sword Hong Yundu used to block with just a touch. The saber's momentum did not decrease as it easily broke through Hong Yundu's protective essence and left a huge wound on his chest. Hong Yundu cried out miserably and fell from the sky. He crashed heavily to the ground, his complexion extremely pale. Nanling Province's Hong Yundu is a peak superior grade martial saint. He is quite famous in Nanling Province. Unexpectedly, he does not even have the strength to force Xiaoqian back. Someone below exclaimed in a soft voice. "We 3 brothers want this Dragon Phoenix Cauldron. Brat from the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, get down." 3 youths walked out from another passageway in the refinery. The 3 of them all used different weapons. The one in the middle had a sword at his waist, the one on the left had a large saber on his back, and the one on the right held a folding fan. These 3 are the heirs of the imperial capital's Luo clan. They are brothers. The Luo clan is very powerful in the imperial capital. It looks like they are determined to obtain this Dragon Phoenix Cauldron. However, weren't the 3 of them chasing after Chu Chaoyun earlier? Why are they all back? Who knows? Let's just watch from the sidelines first. This Xiaoqian must have used his full strength from the start. He must have exhausted a significant amount of essence. The 3 Luo clan brothers quickly walked forward. When they were 100 meters away from the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron, the 3rd brother of the Luo clan revealed a sinister smile. He said, "I hate it when people look down on me from above. Scram down." After he spoke, he kicked the air at the 10-meter-tall Dragon Phoenix Cauldron. A strong wind blew. The kick contained a horrifying force. In the blink of an eye, it landed on the cauldron. There was a dull sound in the refinery. The sound was deafening, reverberating in everyone's ears. The Dragon Phoenix Cauldron trembled continuously. However, the 3 legs of the cauldron did not move at all. On the contrary, the third brother of the Luo clan felt his legs go numb from the rebound of his kick. He muttered, "That's impossible. A casual kick of mine can even shatter a city wall. How can this lousy cauldron not move at all?" When the third brother of the Luo clan saw Xiaoqian on the cauldron, he thought to himself, "It must be this brat's doing." He said ferociously, "Again. I don't believe I cannot kick you down." The third brother of the Luo clan shouted and spun his body 180 degrees. He kicked out with his leg, causing the air to tremble. Xiaoqian's expression suddenly changed. He raised his right leg and stomped heavily on the mouth of the cauldron. Rumble. The 3 legs of the dragon phoenix cauldron pierced into the ground of the refinery. In an instant, it completely sank into the ground. A boundless force rose up from the ground. The shattered pieces of the floor soared into the air. They circled around the dragon phoenix cauldron and headed for the ceiling. The 3 Luo clan brothers had just rushed over. Before they could do anything, they were pulled into the air by the force from the ground. Bang! Xiaoqian's left hand, which was holding the scabbard, moved quickly. The tip of the scabbard pierced through countless rocks and struck this person's chest. The third son of the Luo clan vomited a mouthful of blood as his body flew through the air. His face was frighteningly pale. His internal organs had been severely injured. Third. The Luo family's eldest brother and second brother cried out in alarm and caught the Luo family's third brother. They had never imagined that in just one move, he would be seriously injured by Xiaoqian. "How dare you injure my third brother? No one can save you today." The 2 of them drew their weapons and the wind blew under their feet. Their killing intent soared to the sky as they charged at Xiaoqian. Wuxia shakes the heavens. Xiaoqian could not be bothered to waste his time on this person. He immediately executed the killing move of the Wuxia saber technique. The ancient divine Wuxia tree grew rapidly in the air. Like a proud and aloof mountain, it contained the power of lightning and Xiaoqian's state of thunder as it descended from the sky. Bang! Before absolute power, the 2 of them could not resist at all. The towering tree landed on their heads and crashed down. The 2 of them were smashed into the rocks on the ground. The berserk lightning attributed essence rampaged through their bodies, throwing their essence into chaos. Xiaoqian easily defeated the 3 Luo clan brothers. This caused the crowd, who were originally prepared to take advantage of the situation, to be horrified. The 10-odd cultivators who had followed Xiaoqian to open up a path gave up on obtaining the dragon phoenix cauldron. Xiaoqian completely gave up on the idea of obtaining the dragon phoenix cauldron and retreated far away. On the other hand, people continuously came to challenge Xiaoqian at Duhao's entrance. Xiaoqian did not show any fear. He held his saber in front of him as his long hair fluttered in the wind. He stood proudly on the cauldron and defeated all the people who came to challenge him. Xiaoqian stood on the dragon phoenix cauldron and held his saber with one hand. He looked coldly and emotionlessly at the various outstanding talents who were eyeing the dragon phoenix cauldron. Xiaoqian said softly, "I will say it again. You can all pick up the secret treasures on the ground. This dragon phoenix cauldron is mine." Of the 50-odd people who came to the Firely sect remnants, aside from the few who chased after Chu Chaoyun, the other 50-odd people had already gathered here. The dragon phoenix cauldron was a necessity for crafting secret treasures. The various outstanding talents here all had a huge faction behind them. If they grasped the method of crafting secret treasures, it would be a great help to their clan's strength. This cauldron was very important to them. This was also why these people charged at Xiaoqian one after another. Even though they were defeated one by one, they still refused to give up. "It looks like I really have to start a massacre," Xiaoqian thought to himself. Originally, he planned to store the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron in his universe ring and activate the Windwalk shoes to leave this place. However, he discovered that he could not store the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron in his universe ring. This made Xiaoqian even more determined to take the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron away. Secret treasures could be stored in the universe ring. If it could not be stored, it could only mean that the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron also contained the power of space and rejected the space of the universe ring. Given this, it proved that although this Dragon Phoenix Cauldron was a fake, it still had value. The legend might very well be true. Damn it. Attack together. I don't believe that his essence is inexhaustible. After we kill him, we will decide who the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron belongs to, Hong Yundu, who was defeated by Xiaoqian earlier, said ruthlessly. Chapter 324. Someone had said the same thing before and it had been very effective. At that time, most of the people had attacked immediately. However, after they saw Xiaoqian's strength this time, many people started to retreat. There were very few who responded. Xiao Chen's gaze was like lightning as he glared at Hong Yundu. If you want to kill me, I'll start with you first. Hu Qi. Activating the windwalk shoes, Xiao Chen leaped down from the cauldron. His speed instantly reached the speed of sound. He silently merged with the wind and arrived before Hong Yundu in an instant. Hong Yundu was startled and quickly retreated. However, Xiao Chen did not give him a chance to do so. He shouted and executed the roaming dragon's 9 transformations. 9 cool breezes blew and Xiao Chen's body split into 9, surrounding Hong Yundu. When the clear wind chop was executed, Xiao Chen's killing chi vanished completely. Hong Yundu looked up and saw Xiao Chen's figures everywhere. Furthermore, he could no longer find the lunar shadow saber in his hand. When the cool breeze blew, Hong Yundu did not feel any killing chi. Instead, he felt a sense of comfort. However, Hong Yundu felt like he had fallen into a deep abyss. Cold sweat flowed down his back continuously. There was clearly great danger, but Hong Yundu could not sense any killing chi. This feeling was too strange. It made his mind flustered and he could not think of any countermeasures. Xiao Chen did not give Hong Yundu too much time to think. The instant the clear wind chop was executed, 9 figures quickly flew at Hong Yundu. Suddenly, 9 ethereal saber lights lit up at the same time. It was like they had appeared from nowhere. The killing chi that had disappeared earlier now pressed over with a mountain-toppling force. Hong Yundu did his best and caught hold of 2 strands of saber chi. Then he quickly swung his sword to block. Pu Si. On his chest, a few strands of saber chi pierced through his protective essence, leaving behind a few horrifying wounds. He was injured by the saber chi. Hong Yundu's movements immediately slowed down. He could no longer block the 2 strands of saber chi that he had caught. Boom. When all 9 of Xiao Chen's figures merged together, 9 bloody holes appeared on Hong Yundu's chest. Blood spurted out of the holes, but Hong Yundu still maintained his sword stance. Hong Yundu's eyes were wide open as he fell down powerlessly. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The surroundings were silent. Those who had been tempted to make a move had completely stopped their thoughts. Hong Yundu had just shouted when he was killed by Xiao Chen. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Moreover, he had only used one move. This meant that Xiao Chen had been holding back earlier. Now he was no longer holding back. This was a warning to them not to act rashly. However, there were still a few bold people who wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to store the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron in their spatial rings. However, they discovered that their spatial rings rejected it. They could not store it at all. The few of them hardened their hearts and worked together to lift the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron. They prepared to move it out. Xiao Chen pushed off the ground and flew up, sticking close to the ground. With the help of the windwalk shoes, he instantly arrived below the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron. Xiao Chen kicked the cauldron, and the huge Dragon Phoenix Cauldron left their hands, flying towards the ceiling above them. When the few of them saw the situation, they quickly leaped up, wanting to snatch the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron back. Naturally, Xiao Chen would not give them this opportunity. Xiao Chen moved through the air like a soaring dragon. As he flew up and down, purple saber lights entangled the few of them. They could only give up on the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron and deal with Xiao Chen's attacks first. Dang! 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 The clanging of weapons resounded in the air. After a while, a few miserable cries rang out. The few people fighting over the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron fell from the sky. Boom! The Dragon Phoenix Cauldron that Xiao Chen kicked away actually broke through the ceiling. Large pieces of rock fell from above. Xiao Chen looked up and his eyes lit up. The ceiling actually broke through. I should make use of this opportunity to leave this place. Xiao Chen easily caught the falling Dragon Phoenix Cauldron with one hand. Then he controlled the 2 silver-armored warriors below to leap into the air. He gently touched the universe ring and sent the 2 combat puppets into it. Everything was ready. Just as Xiao Chen was preparing to ram into the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron, Duanyuking, Ji Changkong, and the others arrived at the refinery. Dragon Phoenix Cauldron. It is actually the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron. In that case, leave it behind. Ji Changkong and the others exclaimed in pleasant surprise when they saw the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron in Xiao Chen's hands. The few of them leaped into the air and charged at Xiao Chen without hesitation. Xiao Chen's expression sank. The strength of these people was not something the cultivators from earlier could compare to. Every one of them had comprehended their own state. Their talent and cultivation were all demonic. They could be said to be geniuses among geniuses. No matter where they were in the Great Qi nation, they would be dragons and phoenixes among men. However, when Xiao Chen did not see Chu Chaoyin, he relaxed a little. Otherwise, he might really lose this Dragon Phoenix Cauldron. The fierce flame in Xiao Chen's right eye started to burn continuously. When Xiaochen saw the imposing auras of the few people, he shouted and a ferocious purple flame immediately spewed out. After that, Xiaochen no longer cared about these things. The purple thunder true fire had not fully condensed and could not injure them. However, it would not be a problem to block them for a while. Xiaochen controlled the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron with his right hand and spun it around, smashing it violently against the ceiling. Bang! With the full force of the collision, the crack that appeared earlier immediately tore open. Xiaochen grabbed the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron and quickly squeezed his way out. After him. We cannot let him leave just like that. Chu Chaoyun already took away the secret manual for forging secret treasures. If this fellow takes away the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron, we will not be able to obtain anything. The few of them used all sorts of methods to neutralize the purple flame. When they saw Xiaochen making his way out, they quickly chased after him. The arrival of Duanyuking and the others had completely dispelled the idea of fighting over the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron. Even if they killed Xiaochen, there were still people like Duanyuking and Ji Changkong who were no weaker than Xiaochen. To them, they still did not stand much of a chance. They might as well focus on the pile of secret treasures on the ground. If they could find a few complete secret treasures, they would have made a huge profit on this trip. Xiaochen took out the map and discovered that he was only about a kilometer away from the main hall. Of course, that was only in a straight line. After Xiaochen determined the direction, he raised the cauldron and prepared to charge forward in a straight line. Bang, bang, bang. The high walls in front of Xiaochen were easily smashed apart by Xiaochen. Then he quickly advanced forward. The windwalk shoes continued to be activated. Xiaochen executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art to its limits and dodged the attacks of the people behind him. As he was holding the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron, he could not shake them off. Yi Qin quickly put down the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron. Otherwise, even if you can walk out, the Duanmu clan's profound ice palace will not let you out. The Dragon Phoenix Cauldron is useless to you. If you hand it over to us, we will definitely exchange it for something else. We will not let you suffer a loss. When the few of them saw Xiaochen able to run very fast while holding the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron, they were astonished. The Dragon Phoenix Cauldron was huge. It was at least 500 kilograms heavy. However, when Xiaochen lifted it, it was like a piece of wood. Not only was it very easy, but Xiaochen's speed did not decrease at all. Furthermore, he could easily dodge the attacks. When the few of them attacked, the group was forced to use psychological warfare. Xiaochen found it funny. He did not need the Duanmu clan's profound ice palace. He could leave the Ink Mountain range with his own strength. The Dragon Phoenix Cauldron was very important to Xiaochen. Not only did it concern the refinement of secret treasures, but it also concerned the damaged secret treasures in his possession. If Xiaochen wanted to recover completely, he placed his hopes on this Dragon Phoenix Cauldron. There was no reason for him to give it up. Xiaochen swallowed a qi-returning pill and used the cauldron to smash another wall in front of him. Then he quickly leaped forward. After 7 or 8 minutes, not only did the people behind Xiaochen not close the distance, but they were even left behind by Xiaochen. With a heaven-rank movement technique and the windwalk shoes, with Xiaochen's current speed, those of the same generation who had not learned a heaven-rank movement technique would have to comprehend the state of wind to great perfection in order to catch up to him. Clearly, there was no such person behind Xiaochen. It was only a matter of time before he left them behind. After a while, Xiaochen could no longer hear the commotion behind him. He had already arrived at the ruined main hall. As long as he passed through the doors, Xiaochen would be able to leave this place safely. A faint smile could not help but appear on Xiaochen's face. However, the moment he walked out of the bronze doors, the smile on Xiaochen's face froze. A golden combat puppet stood at the exit in front. It held a golden sword in its hand and stood on the ground with a monstrous aura. The aura that only a peak inferior grade martial king could have was radiating from its body. Beside the golden armored warrior was Chu Chaoyun, who wore alternating blue and white robes and had a 2-meter-long sword on his back. He smiled at Xiaochen and said, "Take the initiative. Put down the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron and you can leave. I will give you 1,000 medial-grade spirit stones." Xiaochen slowly placed the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron in his hand on the ground. He had not expected Chu Chaoyun to block the exit. This move was truly brilliant. There was only one path to the Firely Sect remnant. If one wanted to return to the Ink Forest, they had to pass through the passage under the profound ice flower. No matter who obtained the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron, they would not be able to avoid passing through this place. After a series of battles and running, their essence would definitely be exhausted. Chu Chaoyun was waiting for his prey. He would be in his best condition to deal with a weakened opponent. This was a surefire opportunity. Chu Chaoyun muttered to himself for a while before continuing, I already know how the Firely sect refines secret treasures. Right now, we are only lacking the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron and the Lunar True Flame. I have my ways to obtain the Lunar True Flame. This Dragon Phoenix Cauldron is somewhat difficult to deal with. The original one has already disappeared. As for the number of fakes, including the one in your hands, there are already 3. When Xiaoqin heard this, his eyes filled with doubt. He felt that Chu Chaoyun's understanding of the Firely sect was a little too detailed. During the middle period of the Tianwu dynasty, the Firely sect was destroyed by a mysterious power overnight. No one knew how the Firely sect, which was at its peak, could be destroyed so easily. The Firely sect became an unsolved mystery in the continent. What was even more strange was that a lot of information about the Firely sect seemed to have been erased from the continent by a mysterious power. Now, what everyone knew about the Firely sect was only passed down through word of mouth. There were only a few words about it. Xiaoqin collected his thoughts and said indifferently, "Just give up. I will not hand the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron to you. I do not lack medial-grade spirit stones. You are afraid that after Duamuking and the others rush over, you will not have a chance, right?" Chapter 325. Chu Chaoyun was already very difficult for Xiaoqin to deal with. Now, there was another golden-armored warrior with the combat prowess of a peak inferior-grade martial king. It would be very difficult for Xiaoqin to defeat the other party. However, using the 2 silver-armored warriors to delay for a while was not a problem. By the time Duamuking and the others arrived, the fight for the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron would be full of variables. This would be disadvantageous to both of them. That was why Chu Chaoyun offered to give Xiaoqin 1,000 medial-grade spirit stones to get him to leave. With a thought, the 2 silver-armored warriors in the universe ring shot out. Xiaoqin took out the lunar shadow saber and slowly placed his right hand on the hilt. Xiaoqin withdrew his aura and his gaze became as sharp as a saber. Occasionally, a purple electric current would appear behind him, giving off a ZZ sound. The state of thunder quickly brewed. The battle between the two would not be decided in a short time. The fight for the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron was now full of variables. Chu Chaoyun frowned heavily. His gaze was like lightning as he stared at Xiaoqin. The holy weapon behind him trembled continuously. It seemed like it would give off a bright light in the next moment, illuminating the ground. Boom! In that instant, an intense golden light appeared in the empty space in front of the bronze doors. It illuminated the dark space, dazzling everyone's eyes. Amidst the golden light, an even more resplendent sword light tore through the obstruction of space and headed for Xiaoqin. Unexpectedly, Chu Chaoyun comprehended the state of light. Xiaoqin squinted his eyes and thought to himself. At the same time he reacted quickly. The instant the golden light lit up, Xiaoqin drew his saber with his right hand. A flash of purple lightning appeared amidst the dazzling golden light. In an instant, a thunderous roar resounded in the open space. The thunder roared deafeningly. A large patch of purple electric light appeared behind Xiaoqin, forcing the golden light back. The purple light and the thunder light faced off against each other. The state of thunder and state of light entangled with each other. Clang. While the states were locked in a stalemate, the two of them moved at the same time. Their speed was as fast as lightning. Their bodies crossed each other in the air, and their weapons clashed, creating a large amount of sparks. Clang clang clang. Their weapons retreated as soon as they came into contact with each other, pausing in the air for a moment. Then the two of them suddenly turned around and each launched a fierce attack. Their swords and blades clashed like a storm. Sparks flew and energy flew everywhere. The scattered saber chi and sword chi left deep marks on the walls. As the two of them fought, the golden-armored warrior on the ground charged at Xiaoqin with an imposing aura. With a thought, Xiaoqin directed the 2 silver-armored warriors to block the golden-armored warrior. Every time Chu Chaoyun made a move, a dazzling golden light would be emitted, which made Xiaoqin's eyes slightly uncomfortable. Xiaoqin's eyes narrowed into slits. The saber contained a strong state of thunder. Countless sparks flickered on it, crackling endlessly. The instant the weapons clashed, the electric sparks flowed along his opponent's sword. Chu Chaoyun felt a slight pain. After a long time his right hand, which was holding the sword, started to turn numb. Bang, bang, bang. The two of them moved faster and faster. Soon, only blurry shadows could be seen in the air. An intense shockwave surged around the two of them, forming small tornadoes. Actually, the two of them were not using their full power. There were too many variables at this moment. If they fought to the death, only Duamuking and the others would be able to take advantage of the situation. Chu Chaoyun waited for the instant the golden light dazzled Xiaoqin's eyes. Then he would make his move, using one move to defeat Xiaoqin. That way he would be able to save a lot of energy. Xiaoqun was waiting for his opponent's right hand to turn completely numb and lose its grip on the sword. Then he would send his opponent's weapon flying. That way he would be able to escape. The golden light and the electric light clashed continuously. Dull explosions resounded. The two of them persisted bitterly, not wanting to give way. They just wanted to see who would fall first. Dong, dong, dong. Just at this moment, heavy footsteps came from the main hall. Chu Chaoyun glanced around and saw that Duanmuking and the others had arrived. Xiao. Chu Chaoyun withdrew his sword and quickly retreated. The golden light in the empty space immediately vanished and the state of light disappeared. You can go. I will leave the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron with you for now. Naturally, I will go and retrieve it one day. Help me take care of it, Chu Chaoyun said casually as he made way for Xiaoqun. Xiaoqun scattered the state of thunder and landed in front of the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron. He used one hand and easily lifted the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron above his head. When Xiaoqun passed by Chu Chaoyun, he said softly, "There has never been a precedent of losing something that landed in my hands. It was the same with the Golden Spirit Core in the past and the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron now." Chu Chaoyun watched as Xiaoqun left. He shook his head slightly and said in a voice that only he could hear, "After not seeing you for a year, you have become so strong. The growth of the Blue Dragon martial spirit probably far exceeds that person's expectations." Chu Chaoyun, where's Yiqin? Wasn't he fighting with you earlier? Why is he gone all of a sudden? Hua Yunfei asked anxiously as he rushed over. Chu Chaoyun said indifferently, "Sorry, I let him go." Seeing that Chu Chaoyun did not care at all, Hua Yunfei became anxious. He immediately drew his scarlet sword and pointed it at Chu Chaoyun. Chu Chaoyun smiled faintly and the golden-armored warrior took 2 steps forward unhurriedly. Seeing the silent golden-armored warrior, Hua Yunfei did not have the courage to draw his sword. He snorted coldly and sheathed his sword. Ji Changkong looked at the exit of the Firely sect. Suddenly he said something irrelevant, "Don't you feel that he is very similar to someone else? Although his appearance is different and his aura is much weaker, his eyes and sharpness are very similar." Right after he said that, Duanmuking, Hua Yunfei, and the Guyi Marquis exchanged glances with each other. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. The Guyi Marquis said indifferently, "In that case, let's write down this person's surname at the same time and see if our guesses are the same." The few of them stretched out their hands and started to write the word Xiao in the air. After they finished writing, they revealed expressions of shock. Hua Yunfeng said coldly, "If we all think there is a problem at the same time, then that might be the result. However, it seems like there is no such realistic disguise technique in this world. It is not as simple as changing one's appearance. Instead, one's internal bones and external aura are completely different." In the past, Xiaoqun had a grave and stern appearance. His face looked like it was carved by a knife. His entire person was like a treasured saber drawn from its scabbard, releasing his aura and showing off his sharpness. However, the Xiaoqun they saw now had a delicate and ordinary appearance. His sharpness was withdrawn and he did not give off a flamboyant feeling. He was a completely different person. The Guyi Marquis continued, "The most important thing is that I do not believe this person's strength could improve so quickly. 1 year ago he was only a superior grade martial master. Now he is a medial grade martial saint. Unless he cultivates a heaven-ranked cultivation technique. However, within the Great Qin nation, only the royal court has a heaven-ranked cultivation technique. How could a nameless person like him have one?" Ji Changkong glanced at the silent Chu Chaoyun and said, "Chu Chaoyun, you have fought with him before. What do you think?" Chu Chaoyun smiled gently and said, "Is it really that important whether it is or not? 2 years from now there will naturally be people looking for you. Don't tell me you are afraid." Aha. 3 days later, in an extremely desolate area at the periphery of the Ink Forest, Xiaoqun sat cross-legged on the ground. The Dragon Phoenix Cauldron was not far from him. 2 silver-armored warriors guarded the cauldron, one on the left and one on the right. Bai sat quietly on top of the cauldron. Occasionally his intelligent eyes would look around, helping Xiaoqun to avoid unknown dangers. After a long time, Xiaoqun stopped circulating his energy and opened his eyes. 2 beams of light flashed in the depths of his eyes as he took a deep breath. This breath was long and drawn out, like a long sharp arrow. Even after it flew far away, it did not dissipate. Xiaoqun smiled faintly and stood up. He picked up the lunar shadow saber beside him and walked over to the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron. Bai landed on Xiaoqun's shoulder with a "so" sound. The Dragon Phoenix Cauldron was 16 meters tall. The 3 pillars were 10 meters long and the cauldron itself was 6 meters long. When Xiaoqun stood below it, he seemed very small. Xiaoqun leaped up gently and executed the gravity spell. He slowly flew to the top of the cauldron and looked down. The cauldron was squarish and empty. It was only about 5 meters deep. Xiaoqun could clearly see the bottom with one glance. However, it gave off a feeling of boundlessness. It was like there was a small world inside. After leaving the fiery sect remnant, Xiaoqun was not in a rush to leave the Ink Forest. The Duanmu clan's profound ice palace was still guarding the exit of the forest. Thinking about how terrifying the profound ice palace was, Xiaoqun was not foolish enough to walk right into their trap. For the next 3 days he hid in this Ink Forest. As he killed demonic beasts he recovered his strength. Xiaoqun handed the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron to the 2 silver-armored warriors. This did not affect his pace. When he was resting and meditating, Bai would help guard it. In the Ink Forest where Xiaoqun's spiritual sense could not extend too far, the normally unimportant Bai was very useful. After resolving his worries, this Ink Forest, where the spiritual energy was thin and the demonic beasts were ferocious, was the best place for Xiaoqun to temper himself. Xiaoqun was not in a rush to leave. Recollecting his thoughts, Xiaoqun looked at the empty cauldron. He flicked his finger and shot out a strand of purple flame. The flame spun around the cauldron and immediately became very thin, turning into tiny sparks. Xiaoqun flicked his finger and shot out tens of strands of purple thunder true fire in one go. This exhausted a quarter of his essence. However, the flame was still very thin, it could not fill the space inside. Xiaoqun frowned slightly and said doubtfully, "This is strange. There is clearly only so much space. Logically speaking, my flame should have risen up long ago." In the past 3 days, whenever Xiaoqun had free time, he would study the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron. However, he did not make any progress. He only knew that there were many moonstones in the cauldron. The entire cauldron was made of peak-grade frost iron. It was even harder than a heaven-ranked spirit weapon. Furthermore, the space inside seemed to be much larger than it looked. This was the result of Xiaoqun's verification. There should be spatial formation markings carved on it. With a flip of his palm, Xiaoqun gathered all the flames in the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron. A clump of fierce purple flame immediately soared up in his palm. Chapter 326. Boom. Xiaoqun casually waved his hand in front of him. The flames left a long trail of purple flames in the air. Everywhere it passed, the trees in its way were burned to ashes. After the flames flew for 1,000 meters, they crashed into the ground and gave off a loud sound. A purple mushroom cloud soared up from the ground. Roar, roar. The loud sound immediately startled the surrounding demonic beasts. 3 black-winged demonic wolves with black smoke around them let out roars and charged over in an overbearing manner. The black-winged demonic wolves were originally rank 5 spirit beasts, winged wolves. Aside from their large bodies, they had 2 bone wings on their backs that allowed them to fly at low altitudes, increasing their speed. After they demonized, their offensive power and speed increased. Their overall combat prowess doubled, making them even more ferocious and terrifying. Xiaoqun looked at the 2 black-winged demonic wolves and smiled faintly. He took a step forward and landed on the mouth of the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron. Then he placed his right hand on his saber hilt. Hu Qi. The bone wings on the backs of the 2 black-winged demonic wolves flapped heavily. There was a gust of wind in the air and the 2 black-winged demonic wolves quickly flew up. They opened their huge jaws, revealing their black fangs that flickered with a cold light. The bone wings flapped in the air, making a woo-woo sound as they launched themselves at Xiaoqun. Hu. Before Xiaoqun could move, Bai, who was on his shoulder, immediately jumped down. He rubbed his palms and sent out a whirlwind. He immediately blew one of the black-winged demonic wolves into the air. The black-winged demonic wolf came quickly and left even faster. It tumbled on the ground for a few meters before coming to a stop. Just as it got up, it saw a white figure rushing at it. Chi. The white figure was like a beam of light. In a flash, 5 bloody wounds appeared on the left wing of the black-winged demonic wolf. Black smoke came out of it. Xiaoqun glanced at it and ignored it. He had already found out in the past few days that Bai was much stronger than he had imagined. He did not feel any pressure when facing a peak rank 5 demonic beast alone. He could use his advantage in speed to deal with it easily. The mysterious 9 Heavenly Revolution transformation was an immortal grade cultivation technique for fiends. It allowed Bai's strength to increase at a horrifying rate. Kacha. With a flash of lightning, Xiaoqun quickly drew the snow-white lunar shadow saber with his right hand, which was on the saber hilt. Xiaoqun leaped down, and his saber light flashed as he chopped off the bone wings of the other black-winged demonic wolf. The black-winged demonic wolf howled in pain as it stood up. Its 5 sharp claws shot out with a so sound. Each of his fingernails was 20 centimeters long, and there were hooks on his fingertips. They were like 5 sharp knives in his flesh. They cut through the air and went for Xianxia's head at lightning speed. Even steel would have 5 holes in it, let alone a human's head. Xianxia's expression didn't change. He leaned his body slightly and took a step back with his right foot. Xianxia's gaze was like lightning as he stared at the wolf claws glinting with a cold light. Then he raised the scabbard in his left hand. Dang! The tip of the scabbard struck the palm of the wolf claw. The huge impact caused a small bloody hole to appear in the tough palm. Unexpectedly, it did not pierce through. The defense of this wolf claw is pretty good, Xianxia thought to himself. In that case, let's add another layer of force. Bang! A force came from Xianxia's left arm and he pushed it forward. The tip of the scabbard immediately pierced through the tough wolf claw. In pain, the other claw of the black-winged demonic wolf moved at an even faster speed towards Xianxia. The force was so strong that it split the air in half. The black-winged demonic wolf was fast, but Xianxia was even faster. The lunar shadow saber lit up with a resplendent purple light. As the light flickered, he chopped off the entire wolf claw. Bang! Xianxia kicked heavily at the chest of the black-winged demonic wolf. The huge body of the black-winged demonic wolf immediately flew backward. Cassie! 10,000 kilograms of force broke several of the ribs in the black-winged demonic wolf's chest. The sound of bones breaking rang out continuously. The black-winged demonic wolf was merely a superior grade rank 5 demonic beast. Before Xianxia comprehended a state, he could already defeat it. After he comprehended a state and infused it with holy might, his strength increased greatly. Dealing with it became much easier. Now, a demonic beast of this level was barely enough to deal with Xianxia. The ones that could truly put pressure on Xianxia were rank 6 demonic beasts. In the past few days, Xianxia had been targeting rank 6 demonic beasts. The black-winged demonic wolf still wanted to struggle to its feet. However, Xianxia lost his patience and swung the lunar shadow saber. The blade flickered with a crackling electric light. It was like an extremely strong bolt of lightning. With a loud boom, it stabbed into the chest of the black-winged demonic wolf. The state of thunder contained in the saber exploded. The huge body of the black-winged demonic wolf was charred by the electric light. Xianxia casually waved his hand and the lunar shadow saber returned to his hand. After the lunar shadow saber returned to Xianxia's hand, an invisible strand of red light flew out of the black-winged demonic wolf's corpse and entered the throne mark on Xianxia's forehead. The red light contained the black-winged demonic wolf's state of massacre. The scarlet throne mark flashed with a red light, and this strand of red light containing the state of massacre immediately entered the scarlet throne in Xianxia's sea of consciousness. The red clouds below the throne started to churn slowly. After a while they stopped as though they were not satisfied yet. Xianxia did not find this strange. For the past 3 days, the scarlet throne would absorb the state of massacre of all the demonic beasts that he killed. The stronger the demonic beast, the more red light would fly out. At first, Xianxia was worried that the state of massacre from back then would reappear. However, he slowly discovered that the state of massacre accumulated in the throne was relatively small. Compared to the overwhelming state of massacre from back then, it was much weaker. The most important thing was that Xianxia discovered that he could control the state of massacre. With a thought, the state of massacre contained in the throne would infuse into his saber technique. This was equivalent to Xianxia obtaining another state, the state of massacre, out of nowhere. There were only benefits and no drawbacks. Compared to the state of wind, state of mountain, and state of light, this ethereal state of massacre was much harder to comprehend. As far as Xianxia knew, even in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, the Divine Saber Camp, which practiced the Tao of Massacre, only a few of the older generation experts truly comprehended the state of massacre. However, the state of massacre contained in the Scarlet Throne was simply too little. When Xianxia used it, the effects were not obvious. It was dispensable. However, its rate of growth was extremely terrifying. As long as it killed powerful life forms, it would continue to accumulate. It could be foreseen that it would eventually reach a horrifying level. The Scarlet Throne was a secret treasure refined by the ancient Evil King. The Evil King was a peak expert that could rival the Ice Empress. The secret treasure he refined was definitely not simple. Unfortunately, someone had torn out all the information about the Scarlet Throne from that book. Hence, no one knew what the Scarlet Throne's secrets were. Yeah. Bai's inarticulate voice interrupted Xianxia's thoughts. Xianxia lowered his head to look at him. Xianxia saw Bai waving his arms and legs trying to claim credit. The black-winged demonic wolf was lying on the ground, riddled with injuries. It could not move at all, it was on its last breath. Xianxia smiled faintly, he knew what Bai wanted. He took out a gourd filled with wine and handed it over. Bai cheered and revealed a cute smile. He received the gourd and leaped onto the cauldron. Xianxia dealt the final blow to the black-winged demonic wolf on its last breath. An invisible red light immediately flew out from the corpse and entered the scarlet throne in Xianxia's sea of consciousness. Xianxia took out the demonic cores of the two black-winged demonic wolves and turned his head to look at Bai, who was happily drinking wine. He smiled helplessly. After giving the two silver-armored warriors the order to kill any creature that approached the Dragon Phoenix cauldron, Xianxia prepared to walk forward alone. With the two silver-armored warriors guarding the cauldron, Xianxia would be able to sense the slightest movement. Furthermore, with Bai at the side, there would not be any major problems with the Dragon Phoenix cauldron. Bai, stay here and help me look after the Dragon Phoenix cauldron. Don't run around, okay? Xianxia said softly to Bai. Bai put down the gourd filled with wine. Her little face was flushed red, she looked very cute. She clenched her fist tightly and patted her chest, squeaking non-stop. Xianxia understood what she meant. This little fellow said that she would complete the mission. Whoever came would be smashed to death with the gourd. Smiling faintly, Xianxia rubbed Bai's head. Then, he grasped the lunar shadow saber in his hand tightly and turned to leave this place. Rank 5 demonic beasts could no longer pique Xianxia's interest. Only rank 6 demonic beasts were worth making a move. If Xianxia wanted to find rank 6 demonic beasts, naturally he had to go deeper. The closer he got to the core area, the higher the chances of meeting a rank 6 demonic beast. Within the dark ink forest shrouded in black smoke, Xianxia held his saber and cautiously advanced forward step by step. The ink forest was known as the danger zone for demonic beasts. This was no joke. With every step he took, he had to be on guard against demonic beasts pouncing at him from all directions. It could be the ground, the sky, the mutated beasts hidden in the air, or even the trees behind him. They could all open their mouths wide and swallow him up when he was careless. It created a tremendous amount of pressure on one's mental state, causing one's heartstrings to be constantly strung taut. Those who did not have a strong will would have their minds broken down before their bodies even collapsed due to their paranoia. Xianxia maintained his calm. Along the way he encountered attacks from various demonic beasts. However, they were all rank 5 demonic beasts. Xianxia was not in the mood to fight. After scaring them away, he could not be bothered with them anymore. If he really could not scare them away, he would temporarily avoid them. With his full speed, it would be hard for a rank 5 demonic beast to keep up with him. 10 minutes later, Xianxia suddenly stopped and looked around. It was empty and quiet, as if even the air had stopped flowing. Xianxia suddenly had an uncomfortable feeling in his heart. It was as if he had encountered something unclean and felt disgusted. Being stared at, Xianxia calmed himself down and got rid of this uncomfortable feeling. There must be a powerful demonic beast hiding in the dark. The other party had treated him as prey, and his concealment skills were superb. Even with his full perception, Xianxia couldn't even tell where the other party was. Chapter 327. Maintaining his vigilance, Xianxia placed his right hand on the saber hilt. His gaze started to wander around, searching for the hidden demonic beast. Time seemed to stop. Xianxia remained motionless as he held his saber hilt. The state of thunder brewed continuously, waiting for the moment his opponent appeared to strike. However, time passed slowly. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 10 minutes, soon half an hour had passed. The anticipated enemy still did not appear. This was an extremely crafty demonic beast. It knew how to wear down its prey's will, putting a lot of pressure on its opponent. Too much time passed. For an instant, Xianxia even doubted his senses. Did I make a mistake? Was the so-called hidden demonic beast just me overthinking? There was no demonic beast at all. Xianxia wanted to scatter the state of thunder that he had been brewing for a long time. However, the instant his mental state wavered, the scarlet throne between his eyebrows released a bright red light. This caused Xianxia to give up on this idea. As the evil king's secret treasure, the scarlet throne would not give a warning for no reason. My senses are definitely correct, Xianxia thought to himself. Xianxia's eyes regained their calm. The scarlet throne in his sea of consciousness immediately stopped moving. Since they wanted to compete in patience, then let's see who could not wait any longer. Who? After a long time, a cool breeze suddenly blew. It picked up a few leaves on the ground and flew them towards Xianxia. Unable to endure any longer, is this a psychological battle? Xianxia smiled coldly to himself. He did not feel any killing chi in the cool breeze. So he ignored the few leaves that flew over. Oh! After a long time, 4 cool breezes blew from the ground. They picked up a large number of leaves and blew them towards Xiaochen. Xiaochen's heart was as calm as still water. His gaze remained incomparably calm. His right hand, which was on the saber hilt, did not move. He continued to ignore them. Following that, a few cool breezes blew occasionally, trying to disrupt Xiaochen's thoughts and the state of thunder that he had been brewing. Xiaochen ignored it. He didn't sense any killing intent. If he acted rashly, he would only make his thunderous strike miss. The surroundings suddenly became silent. The cool breeze that had been harassing Xiaochen all this time no longer appeared. That strange silence once again descended upon this space. Xiaochen said indifferently in his heart, "It's coming." Boom. An incomparably violent whirlwind suddenly surged up from the flat ground. The gale roared angrily and swept up all the fallen leaves on the ground. The falling leaves obscured Xiaochen's vision and covered the sky. A terrifying and ruthless aura was hidden in the wind as it swept towards Xiaochen. Rumble. The state of thunder that Xiaochen had been brewing for a long time erupted at this moment. A bolt of purple lightning descended from the sky like a javelin, piercing through the 9 heavens and tearing apart the sky as it fell to the ground. A long crack immediately appeared in the falling leaves that covered the sky, revealing the mastermind hidden behind the scenes. Through the crack in the fallen leaves, Xiaochen saw a huge 4-legged snake whose skin color changed continuously. There was a huge crown on the snake's head, and its eyes were deep red. The snake's skin changed color continuously. Sometimes, it was the yellow of the fallen leaves and sometimes, it was the transparent color of the air. It was faintly discernible, looking very strange. However, what surprised Xiaochen the most was not this. It was actually a snake demonic beast with a crown on its head. A snake growing a crown would take at least 700 years. It would take at least 700 years. Xiaochen was very clear on what 700 years or more meant. The scarlet crowned snake that he met in the underground world was very horrifying. Xiaochen clearly remembered how horrifying it was. With just one tail strike, it had shattered the silver warship into pieces. If the scarlet crowned snake turned into a demonic beast, its strength would more than double. The crack in the fallen leaves that was blasted open by the lightning started to close up slowly. The figure of the scarlet crowned snake slowly disappeared from Xiaochen's vision. Xianxia. The instant the crack in the fallen leaves closed up completely, Xiaochen immediately drew the lunar shadow saber in his hand. A strong wind blew, scattering all the fallen leaves in the air. Countless arcs of electricity moved about in the air, striking the fallen leaves and giving off a crackling sound. In an instant all the scattered leaves were smashed into powder. The hidden scarlet crowned snake was completely exposed. Xiaochen shouted and locked his killing chi on the other party. Then he leaped into the air. Xiaochen brandished his saber and executed a lightning-quick strike. Wuxia shakes the heavens. The ancient divine Wuxia tree appeared from nowhere and grew rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it became lush with leaves covering the sky. It was like a lone peak as it smashed down with the force of thunder. The 100-meter-long crowned snake was as thick as a water bucket. When it saw the divine Wuxia tree descending on its head, its scarlet eyes released a scarlet glow. It opened its mouth and the surrounding temperature plummeted. A cold light appeared in its mouth. After a while, the cold light exploded and a sharp ice pillar shot out. When the ice pillar came in contact with the Wuxia tree, frost immediately appeared on the surface of the Wuxia tree. The Wuxia tree, which was filled with the berserk power of thunder, was actually frozen solid from the inside out. Xiaochen's eyes were filled with astonishment. He said, "How can this be? The Wuxia saber technique is a sure-kill martial technique." Unexpectedly, it was broken in such a way. When two kinds of energy clashed, if neither side had absolute strength, there would be an intense explosion. There was only one possibility for such an effect. The other party's ice-attributed energy far surpassed the lightning-attributed energy that Xiaochen could unleash. Regardless of quality or quantity, it completely surpassed Xiaochen. Otherwise, the Wuxia tree would have had a chance to explode. This 4-legged crowned snake has lived for at least 1,000 years, Xiaochen thought in horror. It is already a spirit, yet it is so crafty and patient. Xianxia. The frozen Wuxia tree started to crack continuously. It shattered into pieces of ice and fell to the ground. Thunderclouds churned continuously in the sky. Xiaochen looked at the 4-legged crowned snake as it flicked its forked tongue in and out. Xiaochen grasped his saber hilt with both hands and focused. He had never been so nervous before. Xiaochen had great strength and a crafty and cautious character. This was a peak rank 6 demonic beast that had lived for 1,000 years. It was even stronger than the Scarlet Flame Chief that he met earlier. Boom. Just as Xianxia was hesitating on whether to retreat or not, the Scarlet Throne mark on his forehead flickered with a scarlet light. The Scarlet Throne flew out of nowhere. Before Xianxia could react, the strip of cloth on his forehead tore into countless pieces. A scarlet cloud soared into the sky. Above the scarlet cloud, Xianxia had unknowingly sat on the Scarlet Throne. The instant the strip of cloth tore, Xianxia's originally delicate and ordinary aura instantly turned strange. His skin was as white as snow, and the Scarlet Throne mark on his forehead. When he looked at Xianxia, he felt like he was unable to extricate himself from this gaze. Of course, Xianxia did not know about all this. He used his foot to step on the scarlet cloud. The scarlet cloud seemed solid. When he stepped on it, it was like he was walking on flat ground. The appearance of the Scarlet Throne surprised Xianxia. He did not know what it was trying to do. Just as Xianxia was feeling confused, the Scarlet Throne under him started to slowly seep into his flesh. Soon, a viscous scarlet liquid covered Xianxia's skin, forming a scarlet battle armor. The battle armor covered Xianxia's entire body. It even formed a scarlet helmet on his head, covering all the vital points. The strangest thing was that the insides of the battle armor were tightly connected to the cells in Xianxia's skin. It was like it was made of flesh and blood. The four-legged crowned snake's thick limbs stood on the ground. Its scarlet eyes flickered with uncertainty. When the four-legged crowned snake saw Xianxia on the scarlet cloud, its skin started to change color, merging with the air. However, without the cover of the fallen leaves, when Xianxia looked carefully, he could see a blurry silhouette slowly moving around him. When the battle armor that the Scarlet Throne had turned into appeared, Xianxia felt that his defense had increased by more than 50%. Furthermore, his strength and speed had also increased. It was like his entire body had an inexhaustible amount of energy. His overall combat prowess had increased by 50%. The secret treasure refined by the ancient evil king is truly unfathomable. However, with the help of this battle armor, my chances of defeating this 1,000-year-old crowned snake should increase by 50%. Xianxia completely dispelled any thoughts of retreating. Now that he had a 50% chance of victory, he should go all out. Xianxia shouted and leaped down from the scarlet cloud. Then he quickly rushed towards the blurry silhouette on the ground. Wuxia. A huge wind blade appeared out of nowhere. The incomparably sharp wind blade sliced the air in half. It sounded like a piece of cloth being torn apart. What a fellow. He actually grasped two attributes at the same time. Xianxia pushed off the ground with his feet and an explosive force shot out. In an instant, his body soared more than 100 meters before he landed on a large tree. In the time that Xianxia took to leave, the afterimage he left on the ground was shattered by the wind blade before it could scatter. The berserk wind blade's momentum did not diminish. It chopped a large tree behind him in half. The cut of the tree was as smooth as a mirror. It was enough to show how condensed and pure the wind blades were. After flying for a distance of 1,000 meters, the wind blades finally stopped moving. In the blink of an eye, the huge wind blade arrived at Xianxia's feet and slowly dissipated. Finally, it turned into a berserk wind that carried countless fallen leaves into the distance. Before Xianxia could feel astonished, a strand of frost quickly spread out from the tree below him. In the blink of an eye, it arrived at Xianxia's feet. Startled, Xianxia quickly jumped down. The moment he landed, a wind blade appeared out of nowhere. It accurately calculated Xianxia's position. Xianxia somersaulted miserably in the air and landed on the ground. Before he could get up, the boundless frost on the ground gave off cold chi. It formed a circle and quickly moved towards Xianxia. When Xianxia looked around, the cold chi created an icy fog on the ground. It covered an area of more than a kilometer around him, not giving him any place to stand. How hateful. Helpless, Xianxia could only leap into the air to prevent the cold chi from binding him. Boom. The instant the cold chi gathered, the surrounding temperature dropped by several hundred degrees. A huge pillar of ice shot up from where Xianxia stood earlier, heading in the direction that he had jumped. Chapter 328. The four-legged crowned snake launched a series of attacks. It did not give Xianxia any time to react. It had everything within its grasp. The attacks were closely linked. It wanted to force Xianxia into a dead end, not giving him any chance to attack. What a crafty 1,000-year-old demonic beast. When Xianxia saw the ice pillar rushing at him, he thought to himself, I can't retreat anymore. Otherwise the danger I face will only increase. Qi breaks Wuxia. Xianxia shouted and the dark clouds above churned continuously. A bolt of lightning tore through the darkness, causing Xianxia's aura to soar. A strand of dense purple saber chi appeared from nowhere. Xiaochen was unaware of it. The remnant state of massacre in the scarlet battle armor quickly merged into the saber technique. Kaxie. Kaxie. The power of the chi breaks Wukuei shocked Xiaochen. It actually easily broke the ice pillar soaring into the sky in half. After merging the state of massacre, Xiaochen's spirit of Wukuei was like a treasure saber that had been reforged. The sharpness of the saber had increased by 50%. When Xiaochen saw the two halves of the ice pillar shattering in the air, a boundless killing intent soared in his heart. Xiaochen's gaze was like a weapon filled with killing chi. Everywhere his gaze passed, the killing intent seemed solid, causing one's heart to tremble in fear. Kill? Wukuei shakes the heavens. Xiaochen shouted and executed Wukuei breaks the heavens again. A purple divine Wukuei tree appeared from nowhere. The state of massacre in the battle armor instantly merged into it. Xiaochen saw countless meridians flowing in the interior of the towering tree. They looked like blood vessels. After a while, countless scarlet Wukuei flowers bloomed on the lush tree. The towering tree immediately turned sinister and horrifying, looking very strange. The surrounding cold chi gathered in the four-legged crown snake's sinister mouth once again. An ice pillar condensed with a cold light struck the roots of the divine Wukuei tree again. Endless cold air began to spread from the bottom of the tree to the top of the tree trunk. But this time, the cold chi was unable to penetrate the inside of the tree of God. There was no way to completely freeze the Wukuei tree. The state of massacre would not allow the ice to break into the Wukuei tree. Kacha kacha. After a while, the surface of the Wukuei tree, which was covered in ice, slowly cracked. Pieces of shattered ice fell off. However, the Wukuei tree, which contained the force of lightning, was still in perfect condition as it pressed down violently. Boom. The divine tree descended, bringing with it the unceasing power of thunder and lightning. It ruthlessly pressed down on the blurry silhouette in the sky. The huge four-legged crowned snake let out a pained roar. Its body completely appeared in Xiaochen's field of vision, its skin covered in flickering lightning. The murderous intent contained in the lightning easily tore through the layers of ice defenses that the crowned snake had set up as though they were tofu. In an instant, the four-legged crowned snake's defenses crumbled. It used its physical body to take on Xiaochen's move head-on. Its scales exploded and countless black blood droplets seeped out of its skin. Faint electric light could still be seen flickering in the wounds. It looked like states were also divided into grades. The state of massacre was clearly stronger than the state of thunder. However, the fusion of the state of massacre was much easier than the fusion of other states. Xiaochen was able to easily infuse the state of thunder. Did this mean that the fusion of states of different styles was easier than the fusion of states of the same style? For example, the fusion of the state of wind and the state of cloud, or the state of mountain and the state of cloud were energy-based states. Merging them was very difficult. However, it was easier to merge the state of massacre and energy-based states. However, it would be much more difficult to merge them with the states of destruction, life, and nature, which were similar to the state of massacre. It looked like the knowledge and methods involved in states were much more complicated than Xiaochen had imagined. However, this opened a new door for Xiaochen's thinking. These thoughts flashed in Xiaochen's mind, but he did not think too deeply about them. At this moment he was still in the middle of a battle of life and death. It was clearly not the time to think about this problem. It would be better to think about it after the battle. Under the pain, the four-legged crowned snake let out an angry roar, its forked tongue flicking in and out continuously. Hu Chi. A red light flashed. The four-legged crowned snake's red tongue was like a bolt of lightning. It was so fast that one's thoughts could not keep up with its speed. Xiaochen's heart tightened and he quickly dodged to the side. However, that tongue was simply too fast. The long red snake pierced through his heart when it was only 10 centimeters away. A heart-wrenching pain spread through every inch of Xiaochen's nerves. The enraged Xiaochen swung his saber and chopped at the tongue that was trying to retract. Then he ruthlessly cut off a large chunk of it. The intense pain disrupted the circulation of Xiaochen's essence. The gravity spell immediately scattered, and Xiaochen's body fell heavily to the ground. Hu! Just as Xiaochen was about to fall to the ground, the red cloud in the distance flew over and caught him firmly. Xiaochen could not be bothered with shock or pain. He pulled out the long red tongue that had pierced through his body. A horrifying hole immediately appeared on his chest and blood gushed out. ZZ. ZZ. The red battle armor suddenly wriggled, and the terrifying hole quickly healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, it healed completely. The wound was healed. However, Xiaochen clearly felt a lot of his life force drain away. This startled Xiaochen. Unexpectedly, this throne can forcefully use my life force to treat my injuries. Life force was the equivalent of a person's lifespan. The life force that was used to treat Xiaochen had reduced his lifespan by more than a year. Xiaochen shook his head and suppressed these thoughts. He jumped down from the red cloud and activated the windwalk shoes. Then he fought the four-legged crowned snake continuously. With the aid of the state of massacre, Xiaochen was able to hold his own against the four-legged crowned snake. Sometimes, after Xiaochen broke his opponent's attack, the electric light would even leave wounds on his opponent's body. One man and one beast started an intense battle in the forest. A strong wind howled, lightning flashed, and ice spread everywhere. The battlefield grew larger and larger. When the surrounding trees were struck by the shockwaves of the battle, they immediately turned into countless splinters, dancing in the strong wind. Bang, bang, bang. The four-legged crowned snake's cold chi froze the soil on the ground. It became very brittle. When a leaf fell on it, it would explode and kick up a cloud of dust. Wukuei blossoms. Xiaochen grabbed hold of an opportunity and executed the Wukuei blossoms. The state of massacre infused into the Wukuei blossoms produced a scarlet Wukuei flower, wrapping Xiaochen within it. Bang, bang, bang. The four-legged crowned snake sensed the might of this move. It spat out sharp wind blades and ice arrows, continuously striking the surface of the scarlet Wukuei flower. Within the flower bud, Xiaochen's internal organs were shaken. His qi and blood surged and blood leaked out of the corner of his mouth. However, Xiaochen endured it and continued to circulate his essence through his meridians. He focused on executing the Wukuei blossoms. Boom! The scarlet flower suddenly bloomed. Scarlet petals bloomed in the air. Xiaochen pushed off the ground and countless scarlet lights fell from the petals. When they landed on his body, his speed reached Mach 3. As the petals filled the air, Xiaochen's saber strike was extremely beautiful. It was like a beam of light flashing by. A huge bloody hole appeared at the four-legged crowned snake's weak point. The berserk energy of the lunar shadow saber poured out wildly. Bang! Just as Xiaochen stabilized himself, the four-legged crowned snake's huge tail swept across the air. It sent Xiaochen flying, causing him to vomit a mouthful of blood. There was no panic on Xiaochen's pained face. He quickly formed hand seals with his left hand and shouted, "Wukuei supporting the heavens." The scarlet petals filled the air and formed a scarlet river in the air. They flowed through the four-legged crowned snake's wound and quickly entered its body. After a while, a scarlet Wukuei tree grew wildly at the four-legged crowned snake's weak point. Countless roots extended into its body, firmly taking root. The divine Wukuei tree absorbed the life force of the four-legged crowned snake, turning it into its own nourishment. In the blink of an eye, the divine Wukuei tree covered the sky and covered the sun. Countless branches sprouted out, producing scarlet Wukuei flowers. They were very beautiful, looking very beautiful. Xiaochen pushed off the scarlet cloud with his feet and his body rose up quickly. The unending thunder clouds in the sky churned continuously. A divine tree started to slowly grow above Xiaochen's head. He muttered to himself, "I'll use this move to end this battle." Wukuei breaks the heavens. The instant the divine tree grew completely, an earth-shattering scarlet bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. The lunar shadow saber in Xiaochen's hand released a resplendent scarlet saber light. The scarlet beam of light quickly elongated. The four-legged crowned snake, which was rooted to the ground by the Wukuei tree and unable to move, revealed an expression of horror and despair in its scarlet eyes. Die. Suddenly, a scarlet light flashed on the four-legged crowned snake's body. After the scarlet light faded for a long time, the huge body of the four-legged crowned snake split in half. It was split into two halves from the middle. Endless black blood rained down from the sky along with its shattered internal organs. After executing Wukuei breaks the heavens, the scarlet battle armor on Xiaochen's body immediately separated from his flesh. Then it slowly wriggled and turned into a scarlet light before returning to his sea of consciousness. Then it turned into a scarlet throne. In the end, the state of massacre contained in it was too little. Xiaochen had already exhausted it. Pooh! Xiaochen landed on the ground, exhausted. He immediately lay down. The battle with the 1,000-year-old demonic beast was too tiring. Furthermore, using the state of massacre had a strong side effect. Even now, Xiaochen's head was still very dizzy. It was not time to rest yet. Xiaochen braced himself and quickly got up. He walked over to the four-legged crowned snake's corpse. Huchi! Huchi! Balls of red light, invisible to the naked eye, quickly flew towards the throne mark on Xiaochen's forehead. Chapter 329. That was at least 100 more than the rank 5 demonic beast. However, when he thought about it, it made sense. The longer it lived, the more it killed. In Xiaoqian's sea of consciousness, the Scarlet Throne greedily absorbed the intent of massacre. Eventually, because there was too much red light, it could not help but tremble. As the Scarlet Throne trembled, Xiaoqian's fatigued body felt an indescribable carefree feeling. It made his body and mind feel much better. Xiaoqian infused his spiritual sense into the Scarlet Throne. In the small world inside, a golden deity floated high in the sky. That was the spiritual mark that Xiaoqian left in there. Underground, the once boundless sea of blood was now dry and narrow. All that was left was a 5-meter-wide scarlet puddle. This was the result of absorbing the rank 6,000-year-old demonic snake. Previously, there were only a few drops of scarlet liquid. It was even more pitiful. Take it slow. Xiaoqian was not in a rush. He withdrew his spiritual sense and focused his gaze on the demonic snake's corpse. There were many treasures waiting for him to collect. Xiaoqian extracted the 4-legged crown snake's demonic core and took out a sharp knife. Then he started to cut off the demonic snake's scales. These scales could change color freely. They were top-grade materials for refining magic treasures. There was also the snake gallbladder, the 4 legs, and the crown on its head. They were all good stuff. After tidying up everything, Xiaoqian found a big tree and started to circulate his energy to recover his essence. After a fierce battle, Xiaoqian had expended too much energy and sustained significant internal injuries. This was especially so for the final swing of the demonic snake's tail. There was an estimated 25,000 kilograms of force that Xiaoqian had to endure. If it were not for the scarlet battle armor increasing his defense by 50% and his high recovery rate, that swing would have shattered all his internal organs. Xiaoqian took out a medial-grade spirit stone and slowly circulated the purple thunder divine incantation. The endless pure spiritual energy in the medial-grade spirit stone poured into the qi whirlpool in his dantian. The liquid in the purple qi whirlpool started to drip slowly. After 12 hours, the essence liquid in the qi whirlpool was finally filled. Xiaoqian quickly circulated the purple thunder divine incantation to nourish his damaged internal organs. After another half a day, Xiaoqian finally cleared all the repercussions of this battle. She opened her eyes and a purple light flashed through them. Her bewitchingly beautiful and fair face regained its color and was no longer deathly pale. Anyone who looked at her would easily be captivated. Xiaoqian got up and looked at the gray sky. Then he resumed his journey of killing rank 6 demonic beasts and witnessed the might of the state of massacre. Xiaoqian became even more interested in killing strong demonic beasts. He had to collect more demonic beasts to strengthen his state of massacre. Just like that, Xiaoqian stayed at the periphery of the ink forest for 2 days before he returned to where Xiao Bai and the silver-armored warrior were. In 2 days, 12 demonic spirit world demonic beast Chenlist Xiaoqian 1 beast the 2 1 2 1 1 1 1 and 1 and 1 1 1 1 1 and 1 1 1. If Xiaoqian continued fighting, he would no longer be cultivating. Instead, he would be destroying his future. The body was the foundation of everything. There were no changes to the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron or the 2 silver-armored warriors. There were no signs of demonic beasts in these 2 days. However, when Xiaoqian looked around and did not see Bai, he felt it was strange. The spirit blood jade senses told him that Bai was within 10 meters of him. How could he not see him? Xiaoqian leaped up gently and arrived at the mouth of the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron. When he looked down, he finally saw Bai. Xiaoqian only saw Bai jumping around continuously. However, the cauldron was only 6 meters tall. It could not jump up no matter what. Rongrong's cute face was filled with doubt. She kept scratching her head. She could not figure this out. Xiaoqian smiled faintly and looked at the bottle gourd that had fallen to the side. He immediately guessed what had happened. The little fellow must have gotten drunk on the mouth of the cauldron and fell in. The internal space of the cauldron was definitely lined with spatial formations. It was a small world of its own. Even if Xiaoqian fell in, he would have to put in a lot of effort to get out. How could Bai jump out? When Bai saw Xiaoqian on the mouth of the cauldron, he immediately revealed a look of joy. He looked pitifully at Xiaoqian. Xiaoqian smiled faintly and the spirit blood jade on his chest flashed with light, sucking in Bai. Yeah. Bai came out of the spirit blood jade and pointed at the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron as it cried out in Xiaoqian's embrace. The gist of it was that this cauldron was very horrifying, very bad, very scary. Xiaoqian smiled and scolded, "Let's see if you still dare to drink in the future. Since you like to drink so much, you should know the consequences of getting drunk. You even said you would help me protect this cauldron. In the end, you can't even protect yourself." Xiaoqian put down the injured Bai and landed on the ground. Then he casually found a tree that he could chop down with his saber. After that, he took out a carving knife and quickly carved out a lifelike flying bird. Then he gently blew on the wood shavings on it, making the carving look even more realistic. It looks like my carving skills have not fallen behind. I wonder if Yingyu is satisfied with the carving I gave her? Xiaoqun smiled gently before withdrawing his smile. He said in a deep voice, "Life bestowal spell." The wooden bird immediately came to life. Under Xiaoqun's control, it flapped its wings and flew up. After circling around, it quickly flew towards the exit of the ink forest. As long as it was not a wooden carving for combat, there were no requirements for the materials. Xiaoqun only wanted to use this bird to scout ahead. So, there was no need to use the spiritual wood. In this forest, spiritual sense was greatly restricted. However, the life bestowal spell was not as restricted. After an hour, the wooden bird passed through the long dark tunnel and saw the scene outside. The majestic profound ice palace was still in its original spot. There were many cultivators standing guard at the entrance. It looked like they had not given up yet. Xiaoqun left a mark on the wooden bird and stopped it on the wall. He muttered, "It has already been 5 days. Unexpectedly, this group of people did not leave. However, if you want to compete in patience with me, I'm afraid you will be disappointed." Time passed day by day. Xiaoqun hunted demonic beasts during the day and cultivated the dragon and tiger body sculpting art at night. The spiritual energy here was very sparse. It was not suitable for cultivating the purple thunder divine incantation. Hence, Xiaoqun could only cultivate body tempering cultivation techniques. Coincidentally, the dragon and tiger body sculpting art was just a little short of small perfection. He might as well make use of this opportunity to make a breakthrough. Clearly, Xiaoqun was not in a rush. Half a month later, Xiaoqun suddenly shouted. All the bones in his body crackled continuously. A drawn-out aura rushed to the sky and scattered the lingering black smoke. The dragon and tiger body sculpting art's 4th layer, dragon tendon tiger bone, had reached small perfection. Xiaoqun leaped up and arrived before the dragon phoenix cauldron. Then he casually punched. Bang! The dragon phoenix cauldron gave off a muffled sound. The cauldron trembled as it flew forward. All the trees in its way were smashed into pieces. After a long time, the cauldron landed heavily on the ground. The 3 cauldron pillars sank 1 meter into the ground. Xiaoqun withdrew his fist and said softly, "After small perfection, my strength increased by 5,000 kilograms of force. There are still 2 more great perfection and peak great perfection. After that, this dragon and tiger body sculpting art will reach consummation. At that time, a casual punch from me should have 25,000 kilograms of force. A full power strike should be 50,000 kilograms of force. I should be able to open the remaining 3 acupoints on my right arm." A joyful expression appeared on Xiaoqun's face. His heart was filled with anticipation. After that, he used the life bestowal spell to check the situation outside. He discovered that the huge profound ice palace of the Duanmu clan had already disappeared. It has been almost half a month. It looks like they can no longer hold on. It is time for me to go. Xiaoqun withdrew his spiritual sense and smiled faintly. Afraid of an ambush, Xiaoqun used the life bestowal spell to fly out. He circled the area once before he confirmed that everyone had left. Xiaoqun did not linger any longer. He instructed the silver-armored warriors to carry the dragon phoenix cauldron and quickly left this underground forest, returning to the mountain range. Although the air in the mountain range was still turbid, it was much better than underground. Xiaoqun took a deep breath and felt his chest relax. The sky above the Ink Mountain range was filled with fatal danger. Xiaoqun did not dare to use the Scarlet Throne or the Silver Warship to fly over. The rank 7 demonic beasts that filled the sky would tear him to shreds. Xiaoqun could only obediently kill his way back from the ground. He would treat it as experiential training. Since ancient times, the strong had tempered themselves. Xiaoqun laughed loudly. He held the lunar shadow saber and walked forward in a heroic manner. Half a month later, at an exit of the Ink Mountain range, a youth wearing alternating blue and white robes with a blue strip of cloth tied to his forehead slowly walked out. A spirit fox sat on his shoulder and a sword hung at his waist. This person was Xiaoqun. He looked somewhat fatigued, but the light in his eyes still flickered. His sharpness was still present. Xiaoqun raised his foot and stepped out. When he saw the sunlight that he had not seen for a month, he narrowed his eyes and smiled faintly. "I'm finally out. Today I realized how wonderful fresh air and sunlight are." Including the ink forest, Xiaoqun had cultivated bitterly for a month. The state of massacre that the Scarlet Throne had collected had turned into a deep pool of spring water. It was 10 times more than before. Of course, it was still incomparable to the vast sea it was at the beginning. The bigger gain was that Xiaoqian's reactions had become sharper due to the high-intensity battles he had experienced over a long period of time. His usage of martial techniques had become more flexible. The number of demonic cores, in addition to the ones he left in the subspace of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, reached a horrifying number. Xiaoqian counted them. There were more than 1,500 rank 4 demonic cores, 1,000 rank 5 demonic cores, and 700 rank 6 demonic cores. This was a huge sum of wealth. If he exchanged them for spirit stones, he would definitely be able to get at least 2,000 medial grade spirit stones. It might even be more. With Xiaoqian's current cultivation speed, he would consume 1 medial grade spirit stone a day. 2,000 medial grade spirit stones would be enough for him to use for 6 years. Even if Xiaoqian's cultivation realm increased and the consumption increased, it would still be more than enough to last him for 2 years. With the remaining 5,000-odd medial grade spirit stones, Xiaoqian could buy whatever he wanted. However, when Xiaoqian saw the 2 silver-armored warriors carrying the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron behind him, he frowned slightly. He could not think of how to deal with this. He could not store the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron in the Universe Ring. It was so huge. If he placed it somewhere else, it would be very eye-catching. Chapter 330. Xiaoqian muttered to himself for a while before saying, "It looks like I can only place it in a more reputable pawnshop. I remember that the Merchant Association of Feng Feishue's clan runs a pawnshop as well. How about I place it there?" Wuxia. With a thought, the Scarlet Throne flew out on a scarlet cloud. This place was still within Dongming Province. The silver warship was rather eye-catching. Xiaoqian was afraid of being recognized. So he could only use the Scarlet Throne. The silver-armored warrior carried the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron and slowly walked to the red cloud. The red cloud was incredibly soft, like it was solid. There was no need to worry about falling. Sitting on the throne, Xiaoqian operated the throne with all his might. He quickly soared into the sky, heading for Dongming Province's capital. One night, 2 days later, Xiaoqian landed silently outside Dongming City. He first entered the city and obtained a large box to store the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron. Then he headed for the city again. Bringing a large box into the city in the middle of the night would inevitably attract the attention of the city guards. However, ordinary people would not be able to make out anything special about the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron. So, there was no need to worry about the city guards discovering anything. Xiaoqian calmly opened the box. After he showed it to the city guards, he entered the city without a hitch. Xiaoqian was not in a rush to go to the pawnshop. Instead, he found an inn and asked for a good room. Then he took a good bath. After washing away the fatigue from the past month, he fell into a deep sleep. The next day, after asking the waiter for the location of the Feng clan pawnshop, Xiaoqian carried a large box and rushed over silently in the middle of the night. The name of the pawnshop was Victorious Leader. It was already closed in the middle of the night. Azure steps extended to the door. There were 2 fire phoenixes carved on the door. This was the symbol of the Feng Clan Merchant Association. As long as a shop had this symbol carved on it, it would be considered a property of the Feng clan. As Xiaoqian slowly walked up the steps, he immediately felt a few strong auras lock onto him. These auras scanned his body continuously, trying to see through him. Dongming City was one of the 4 great cities in the world. The pawnshop that the Feng clan placed here would definitely have a lot of business. It was no surprise that it was heavily guarded. Clang clang clang. Holding the wooden box, Xiaoqian calmly walked to the door and lightly knocked on the knocker. "Who is it?" "It's the middle of the night and you don't let me sleep. You're here to pawn things." A shop assistant opened the door and said with sleepy eyes, "Victorious Chief Pawnshop. We don't do business at night. Come back tomorrow." After he finished speaking, he was about to close the door again. Xiaoqian held the box with one hand and blocked the door with the other. He smiled gently and said, "You don't even want to do a big deal?" The waiter laughed and said, "Big business? How big?" Xiaoqian smiled and didn't say anything. He directly pushed the door open. The waiter couldn't resist this force and quickly retreated. He seemed very angry. Xiaoqian loosened his grip and the wooden box landed on the ground with a thud. The huge weight of the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron caused the ground to tremble. The waiter was startled. He was astonished. He did not expect such a heavy item. To think that this youth in front of him could easily lift it up with one hand. The waiter, who was about to chase Xiaoqian away, turned serious. He no longer felt sleepy as he said, "Young hero, are you pawning something or storing it?" "Storing it," Xiaoqian said simply. "I'm also selling something at the same time." The waiter smiled bitterly and said, However, our appraisers are already asleep. It is not convenient to wake them up at this time. Xiaoqun casually looked around the hall before sitting on a chair by the wall. He took out a medial-grade spirit stone from the universe ring and smiled faintly. Is this fine now? The waiter looked at the medial-grade spirit stone on the table. A greedy look flashed in his eyes. Even a waiter of the Feng clan's pawnshop had good eyes. Naturally, the waiter recognized what this was. A medial-grade spirit stone. If it was exchanged for gold, it would be enough for him to live a luxurious life for most of his life. The waiter grabbed the medial-grade spirit stone and smiled. Yes, no problem at all. I will call our master over now. The waiter immediately took out a medial-grade spirit stone. It looks like this is a big deal. If I wake the master up, I will not have to fear him scolding me. Xiaoqun looked at the waiter's back and felt a slight heartache. This time he could only spend a lot. There were many people here during the day. It would be hard to avoid news of this place leaking out. It was worth it to spend an extra medial-grade spirit stone. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, there was the sound of footsteps coming from the back of the hall. The waiter from earlier led an old man over, looking travel-worn. The old man wore long gray robes and walked with steady steps. His eyes gleamed and his qi and blood were vigorous. He did not look old at all. When the old man arrived before Xiaoqun, he performed a cupped fist salute and smiled. My family name is Huang. I am the chief appraiser of the victorious chief pawnshop. I have yet to ask for young hero's name. There were not many people who could take out a medial-grade spirit stone as a tip. While they were speaking, the old man carefully sized up Xiaoqun. He was already a medial-grade martial saint at such a young age. However, this was not strange. Such a youth could be considered an outstanding talent. However, there were many of them everywhere. However, the old man felt a dangerous aura from this person. The old man had already become a peak inferior grade martial king long ago. However, he was too engrossed in appraising antiques, which delayed his cultivation. This youth is not simple, the old man concluded in his heart. Xiaoqun performed a cupped fist salute and smiled. I do not dare to claim my name. You can just call me Yiqin. Could I trouble Master Huang to help me take a look at this item? I would like to store it in your shop for a period of time. The rules of the pawnshop were that the value of the item was determined. As for how to appraise the value and rank of the item, it depended on the appraiser's eyesight and knowledge. Xiaoqun had brought the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron here because he wanted to use this opportunity to appraise it. He wanted to see if he could obtain any useful information from the other party. Master Huang nodded slightly. Xiaoqun flicked his hand and sent out 4 strands of energy. The box immediately opened, revealing the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron. The dragon and phoenix carved on the cauldron looked very lifelike. One dragon and one phoenix chased each other. The cauldron gave off an ancient and heavy aura. The Dragon Phoenix Cauldron in front of Master Huang was instantly stunned. His expression froze and he was tongue-tied. He was so shocked that he could not speak properly. Dragon Phoenix Cauldron. It really is one of the 3 replicas of the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron. Why is it with you? When Xiaoqun saw the old man's expression change, he thought to himself, it looks like there's a chance. Xiaoqun stood up and asked, Old sir, do you recognize this cauldron? Master Huang recovered his wits and knew he had lost his composure. He smiled apologetically. The original Dragon Phoenix Cauldron disappeared long ago. There are only 3 replicas left. The Feng clan has been searching for this cauldron for thousands of years. I did not expect it to appear in little brother's hands. Xiaoqun's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the Feng clan has already grasped the method of refining secret treasures? Everything is ready except for this cauldron. Young hero Yiqin, may this old man be bold enough to ask if you are willing to sell this cauldron? If you are, the Feng clan will be able to bear any price. Master Huang turned around and asked softly. Naturally, Xiaoqun had no intention of selling the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron that he had spent so much effort to obtain. He shook his head and rejected, I'm sorry, I will only store it and not sell it. Old sir, what do you know about this cauldron? Can you tell this junior about it? A strange look flashed in Master Huang's eyes. He smiled gently, I only recognize this cauldron. How would I know anything about it? Young hero Yi is too kind. Xiaoqun's gaze was like lightning as he took in the old man's expression. He knew that this old man was purposely not saying anything, so he could not be bothered with him. He said, Never mind, since old sir is not willing to say, then state a price. I intend to store this cauldron here for a year. Master Huang thought for a while before saying, 50,000 inferior grade spirit stones. What do you think? Perhaps there is another way. You can lend this cauldron to our Feng clan. You can come and collect it at any time. If that's the case, not only will we not need your spirit stones, we will even give you 100,000 inferior grade spirit stones every year. Xiaochen thought for a long time. After a while he made a decision in his heart. He said, "Sure, but I want to discuss this with your young master personally." Xiaochen had his own considerations. Although he had the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron and the Lunar True Flame, he did not know the exact method. If he kept them he would need a long time to figure out the method. Xiaochen might as well hand the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron over to Feng Feishue and exchange it for the method to refine secret treasures. After that, he would let her use the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron for a period of time. This could be considered as repaying her some favors. The most important thing was that Xiaochen really wanted to see her. After returning to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, Xiaochen had a premonition that he would be leaving the Great Qin nation soon. After Xiaochen agreed to Feng Feishue's promise, he did not see her come looking for him. However, she did get Princess Yingyu to look for him once. However, she did not explain things clearly. After leaving the Great Qin nation, Xiaochen did not know when he would return. He might as well take this opportunity to have a good chat with Feng Feishue. When Master Huang heard Xiaochen's words, he was slightly taken aback. He said with some embarrassment, "Young Hero Yi, the Feng family has a big business and the Xinhui pawnshop is just a small place. It's really a bit abrupt to invite Miss Feng here. Besides, I can make the decision to borrow the cauldron." Indeed, the Feng clan had shops all over the continent. Although the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron was important, there was no need to get Feng Feishue over. Furthermore, Feng Feishue had been running around the continent for the Feng clan's business for a long time. Aside from some specific days, she did not have a fixed residence. It would be difficult to invite her with Master Huang's status. Master Huang explained the difficulties to Xiaochen. Xiaochen thought for a while and said, "In that case, never mind. I will leave this Dragon Phoenix Cauldron here. If you can make an appointment with Feng Feishue, then come and talk to me about lending it to you." When Master Huang heard this, his expression could not help but change. He felt that it was a great pity. Just as he was about to ask Xiaochen to stay, he suddenly thought of something. His face filled with a smile again. He asked in anticipation, "Young Hero Yi, may I ask if you are the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's Qingyun Peaks Yichin?" Xiaochen felt it was strange. He nodded and took out his identity token to prove his identity. He asked, "What's wrong? Does Master Huang recognize me?" Master Huang smiled and said, "There is no need to ask young Master Yi about this. If you trust me, you can leave the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron here first. Come back tomorrow at midnight and you will be able to see Miss Feng." Chapter 331. This is really strange. Xiaochen did not know that he had such great influence. Since that was the case, he would come back tomorrow. There was no need to worry about leaving the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron here. However, there was another matter that could be settled now. Xiaochen said, "It is settled then. I still have some demonic cores with me. I wonder if old Huang can help me appraise them and do some business?" Old Huang smiled and said, "That is easy. Do you want to pawn them or sell them?" "Sell them." After Xiaochen spoke, he poured out 3 large piles of demonic cores from his universe ring. The largest pile was rank 4 demonic cores, the smallest was rank 5, and the smallest was rank 6. The smile on old Huang's face immediately froze. He was speechless. This was the so-called demonic core. A rough count gave him more than 3,000 demonic cores. With such a large number, the victorious chief pawnshop's annual business was probably only this much. The waiter at the side was completely dumbfounded. He thought to himself, "Fortunately, I did not say anything to offend this person." When he thought about how he had been prepared to mock this person, he felt that he was really lucky. Xiaochen said, "Old Huang, what's wrong? Is the number too large?" Old Huang recovered his wits and sighed, "It's not large at all. I will call the other appraisers. We will definitely give young Master Yi a specific number within an hour." Xiaochen smiled and said, "There is no rush. It does not matter if I wait a little longer." After an hour, old Huang walked over tiredly. He took out a stack of papers and said to Xiaochen, "Young Master Yi, the attributes of every demonic core have been appraised. All of them have a specific price tag. Take a look and see if there is anything you would like to add." Xiaochen received the stack of papers and looked at them carefully. He discovered that it was indeed as old Huang said. Not only were the attributes of the demonic cores listed, even the corresponding demonic beasts were listed. Furthermore, the accuracy was almost 100%. Every demonic core had a valuation. Furthermore, the reason for the valuation was stated in detail. The appraiser of the victorious chief pawnshop was not simple at all. This was an eye-opener for Xiaochen. overturning some of Xiaoqian's original concepts. For example, the demonic core of an inferior rank 4 demonic beast was valued even higher than a superior rank 5 demonic core. The reason was that the Heavenly Craft Manor had developed a new spirit weapon and was in urgent need of such demonic cores. There were many similar cases. The value of a demon core was not simply determined by its rank. This gave Xiaoqian some inspiration. Finally, Xiaoqian took a look at the total. All the demonic cores added together could be sold for 450,000 inferior grade spirit stones. When Xiaoqian saw the inferior grade spirit stones, he frowned slightly. Honestly speaking, he did not have much use for inferior grade spirit stones. Right now he could only use them as currency. There was no use for ordinary cultivation. At most, it could be used to quickly recover essence when one's essence was slightly depleted. If Xiaoqian depleted too much, he could only use medial grade spirit stones. One medial grade spirit stone would not be enough. When old Huang saw that something was wrong with Xiaoqian's expression, he asked in a probing manner, "Young Master Yi, are you not satisfied with the price?" Xiaoqian shook his head and said, "No, 450,000 inferior grade spirit stones is already a very high price. However, I was wondering if I could exchange it for medial grade spirit stones." When old Huang heard this, he muttered in a low voice, "It is not impossible. However, young Master Yi needs to think this through. Although inferior grade spirit stones are no longer of much help to cultivators above medial grade martial saint, they are still the basic currency of the continent. There will not be any devaluation." What old Huang said was not wrong. The auctions held in Shihe City also used inferior grade spirit stones as the starting point. There should not be any major changes in other places. Old Huang continued, "If you use inferior grade spirit stones to exchange for medial grade spirit stones, you will be at a great disadvantage. Young Master Yi should think this through carefully before making a decision." Old Huang continued, "If you use inferior grade spirit stones to exchange for medial grade spirit stones, you will be at a great disadvantage. Young Master Yi should think this through carefully before making a decision." At the auction in Shihe City, Xiaoqian had suffered such a disadvantage. For the sake of purchasing secret treasures, he had no choice but to use medial grade spirit stones to exchange for inferior grade spirit stones. If he had prepared a sufficient amount of inferior grade spirit stones in advance, such a situation would not have happened. However, Xiaoqian had an urgent need for medial grade spirit stones. He felt that they would be of great use in the future. Now that he had the opportunity, he had to exchange them for medial grade spirit stones. Xiaoqian asked, "Name a number. How many medial grade spirit stones can these 450,000 inferior grade spirit stones be exchanged for?" Old Huang replied straightforwardly, "At most 3,000. This is a discounted price on the account that you are acquainted with Miss Feng. One medial grade spirit stone could be exchanged for 100 inferior grade spirit stones. If it was inferior grade spirit stones for medial grade spirit stones, or 200 inferior grade spirit stones for one medial grade spirit stone, one would be laughing up their sleeves." Hence, the price given by old Huang was indeed a discounted price. Furthermore, it was much more than what Xiaoqian had expected. Xiaoqian put down the white paper that introduced the demonic core. He smiled and said, "In that case, many thanks to old Huang. 3,000 medial grade spirit stones was a very large sum." Xiaoqian had to go through many procedures before he could truly obtain it. Xiaoqian waited for another 4 hours before he finally managed to obtain all 3,000 medial grade spirit stones. In addition to the 5,000-odd medial grade spirit stones in the universe ring, Xiaoqian now had a total of 8,000 medial grade spirit stones. This was a horrifying amount of wealth. Xiaoqian was more or less done with what he needed to do. All that was left was to wait until he saw Feng Feishue tomorrow. When Xiaoqian pushed open the doors of the victorious chief pawnshop, the sky in the east was already turning bright. The light of dawn was about to break through the shackles of darkness. There were already some people on the streets. However, most of them were ordinary people doing business in the early days. There were no signs of cultivators. Xiaoqian revealed a calm smile as he slowly walked to the inn he came from. His pace was neither fast nor slow. When he heard the various shouts of the ordinary people around him, his state of mind slowly calmed down. When Xiaoqian arrived at the entrance of the inn, the light of dawn finally matched the night sky. A red sun appeared. Xiaoqian stopped and looked up. The rising sun was as red as a pillar. However, it was not too hot. Only at this moment could an ordinary person look directly at the sun. Xiaoqian entered deep thought. He was like this fiery morning sun. His future was bright, but he might not be able to truly emit the light of the blazing sun. However, it was filled with unknown factors. Since ancient times, there had been countless geniuses who died prematurely when the sun just rose, falling completely. The road ahead would be bumpy, he had to be careful. Just as Xiaochen was deep in thought, the waiter opened the doors of the inn. Xiaochen collected his thoughts and walked in under the waiter's astonished gaze. Strange, didn't this person not go out last night? Why did he come in again this morning? The waiter muttered as he looked at Xiaochen's back. After returning to his own room, Xiaochen washed up and went straight to his bed to cultivate. The Purple Thunder Divine Incantation had remained in the 5th layer for a long time. After the 3rd layer, it became increasingly difficult to cultivate the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. However, with every layer, there would be a qualitative change in his strength. When he broke through to the 3rd layer, the Purple Thunder True Fire became the Origin Flame. When he broke through to the 4th layer, the might of the Purple Thunder True Fire increased by another level. The origin of thunder contained in it became purer and more condensed. Xiaochen did not know what kind of surprise he would receive when he broke through to the 5th layer. He hoped that when the time came, the amount and might of the Purple Thunder True Fire would improve by another level. Xiaochen cultivated all the way until dusk. Then he slowly opened his eyes and withdrew his palm. He gathered all the purple electricity in the air due to his cultivation into his right hand, forming a ball of blazing purple flame. The purple flame slowly seeped into his palm and entered his body through the meridians in his arm. Finally, it gathered at the origin flame in his right eye. After not eating for a day, Xiaochen felt hungry. He prepared to go downstairs and have a feast. Dusk was always the most crowded and bustling time in any inn or restaurant. Xiaochen waited for a long time on the 2nd floor before he found an empty table by the window. Have you heard? Something big happened in Dongming province. It could be said to have shaken the entire Great Qin nation. While waiting for the food to be served, the discussions of some cultivators reached Xiaochen's ears. Another person laughed. How big can it be? Is it even more shocking than Xiaochen's battle with the noble clans a year ago? Xiaochen, that's all in the past. That person hasn't appeared for a year. I'm guessing that with the large families chasing after him, he's either left Great Qin or is hiding in the wilderness, hiding his identity. In the current Great Qin nation, there is no place for him to stay. Dongming province, the royal courts, Xia province and Nanling province are all hunting him down. That's true. Tell us what happened. Someone asked with great interest. That's true. The person who spoke first took a sip of wine and said, a month ago, Duamuking gathered the outstanding talents of the various lands. I believe you all know about this. According to reliable sources, they gathered for a dragon phoenix cauldron left behind by the Firely sect. Furthermore, they actually found this cauldron. In the end, a nameless brat from the Heavenly Saber Pavilion defeated the outstanding talents of the various lands and snatched the cauldron back. Is that true? The dragon phoenix cauldron is a legendary item. To think it actually appeared, the others exclaimed in astonishment. When Xiaochen heard this, he frowned slightly. He thought to himself, it looks like the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron is a hot potato. I will probably feel some pressure when I return to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Those people continued to chat, but Xiaochen had no interest in listening. After he finished his meal, he returned to his room to cultivate. Time passed very quickly as Xiaochen cultivated. When Xiaochen opened his eyes again, the sky had already turned dark. He opened the window and looked out. It was very dark outside. There were very few people walking on the streets. Xiaochen held his lunar shadow saber and silently leaped out, heading for the victorious chief pawnshop. He remembered that the last time he met Feng Feishue was in Dongming City as well. It seemed like the two of them had a special fate in Dongming City. Xiaochen executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art with all his might. In a short while he arrived at the victorious chief pawnshop again. This time it was different from last night. There was no strong aura staring at him. The moment Xiaochen walked up the bronze steps, the doors opened. Old Huang smiled from behind the doors. Young Master Yi, please follow me. Miss Feng has been waiting for a long time. Xiaochen nodded gently and followed Old Huang to the guest room on the top floor of the victorious chief pawnshop. When they arrived at the door, Old Huang tactfully left. Chapter 332. After calming himself down, Xiaochen gently pushed open the door. The instant the door opened, he immediately saw Feng Feishue, dressed in men's clothing, holding a folding fan in her hand. She seemed to be the same as before without any changes. Her aura was the same as before. Her fine black hair was tied up, and the men's clothing made her pretty face look very different. She was elegant, and her aura was outstanding. After sensing for a while, Xiaochen discovered that Feng Feishua's cultivation was still at peak superior grade martial saint. This surprised him. Feng Feishua had a gentle smile on her face. When Xiaochen was sizing her up, she also carefully observed Xiaochen. When Feng Feishua saw Xiaochen again, she felt that his aura was even more reserved. Furthermore, there was an additional aura that she could not understand, making him seem somewhat mysterious. The two of them came to the table and sat across from each other. Feng Feishua picked up the teacups on the table and poured a cup of tea for Xiaochen. She smiled softly and said, "It has been a long time. Your strength has increased again. Congratulations." Xiaochen received the teacup and took a sip. Then he continued the topic. "You are the one that shocked me. After running around the continent, your cultivation is still higher than mine." Feng Feishua smiled faintly and poured herself a cup of tea. Then she changed the topic. "This is the first time you are in such a rush to look for me. I rushed over from the imperial capital overnight. Is something the matter?" There were too many things Xiaochen wanted to ask Feng Feishua. Now that she was in front of him, he did not know where to start. Xiaochen put down the teacup and organized his thoughts before saying, "I might have to leave the Great Qin nation soon. A few months ago you asked Yu to bring me to the imperial capital. Can you tell me why? If I can help you, I will do my best. However, if I leave the Great Qin nation, I might not be able to return for some time." Feng Feishua smiled faintly and felt warmth in her heart. She did not expect that when Xiaochen was preparing to leave the Great Qin nation, he would still remember the promise he made to her. "Indeed, with your strength it would be good for you to go out and train. However, you do not have to worry about my promise. Even if you are at the ends of the earth, I will find you immediately," Feng Feishua said softly. It looked like Feng Feishua was still unwilling to tell him her secret. So be it. Xiaochen did not force her. He continued asking, "Cousin Yulan, how are things in the heavenly Qin school?" When Feng Feishua heard Xiao Yulan's name, a complicated expression flashed in her eyes. She said, "She received your flowing light flower and is currently cultivating with all her might. She is very strict with herself, and the talent she displayed is extremely high. Currently, one of the seniors in the Heavenly Qin School has already accepted her as a disciple." Hearing that the other party was fine, Xiaochen relaxed slightly. The two of them chatted for a long time before Xiaochen mentioned the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron. Feng Feishua hesitated for a while before saying apologetically, "The Feng clan does indeed have a method to refine secret treasures. However, only the clan head knows such a top-notch secret. I do not know it myself." This caused Xiaochen to be somewhat surprised. However, when he thought about it, it was indeed so. If a clan really grasped the method to refine secret treasures, then the strength of the clan would definitely soar. Such an important secret was usually held in the hands of the clan head. Otherwise, if it was leaked, the consequences would be dire. As for whether there were other reasons or if Feng Feishua had her own difficulties, Xiaochen did not care. He did not like to force others. Furthermore, Feng Feishua had already helped him enough. Just the heaven-ranked movement technique, the blue dragon cloud soaring art, had saved his life several times at crucial moments. It was more valuable than a priceless treasure. What else was there to ask for? Feng Feishua said, "I am really sorry about this. However, when you hand the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron over to the Feng clan, I can pay you daily. 10 medial-grade spirit stones every day, until you take the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron." Xiaochen waved his hand and said, "Please don't say that. Just treat it as if it's in your Feng clan. To me it would be a hot potato." To Xiaochen this was indeed the case. If he could store it in his universe ring it would be fine. However, if he could not, it would be very inconvenient. The two of them chatted for a long time. Feng Feishua told Xiaochen about the experts she saw in the various countries and the strange martial techniques. This broadened Xiaochen's horizons, causing him to look forward to it. In the end, just as they were about to leave, Xiaochen could not help but ask a question in his heart. He said, "Feng Feishua, actually, I have always wanted to ask, why are you so good to me?" The first time they met, she gave him a blue dragon medicine cauldron. The second time they met, she invited him to enter the Heavenly Qin School. The third time they met, she gave him a heaven-ranked martial technique. After that, he created a great calamity. She helped him take care of the Xiao clan, resolving his worries. After that, she asked Yu to invite him to join the Imperial Dragon Legion. She wanted to help him recover his true body and live a normal life. All of this was a great favor. Feng Feishua helped him without any conditions, causing him to feel an indescribable sense of doubt. In this world, there was no such thing as love without reason, nor was there any such thing as hatred without reason. Someone must have planted the seed of karma. Feng Feishua's pretty face was slightly stunned. However, she was not too shocked. She had already expected this question from Xiaochen. Seeing the determination in Xiaochen's pitch-black eyes, Feng Feishua's pretty face revealed some melancholy. Helping you is the same as helping myself. As for the exact reason, it is not convenient for me to tell you now. When you and I can truly decide our own fates, the answer will automatically come to light. It seemed like Feng Feishua still did not want to tell him the reason, the secret of the disappearance of the blue dragon martial spirit, and why Xiao Zhan chased her out of the clan. These were the secrets that had troubled Xiaochen for a long time. It seemed like it would be difficult to get answers from Feng Feishua. What did she mean by truly deciding our own fates? Could it be that Xiaochen and Feng Feishua's fates were not in his hands now? Seeing the silent Xiaochen, Feng Feishua said softly, "If you really want to know, you can make a trip to the imperial capital. However, I hope that before you go you will have absolute strength. Otherwise, your fate will be completely controlled by others. As the last inheritor of the blue dragon martial spirit, your existence implicates the interests of too many people. It would not be an exaggeration to say that every step you take is filled with danger. Back then, when your father chased you out of the Xiao clan, one of the main reasons was because of the benefits involved. He could not bear it. The entire Xiao clan could not bear it. All you can do is become stronger. There is no other way." Feng Feishua's words caused Xiaochen to feel a headache. She was talking about the existence of the blue dragon martial spirit. Xiaochen had a vague guess in his heart. Perhaps the energy that the blue dragon martial spirit carried was far greater than he imagined. However, he did not dare to think too deeply about it. He even purposely downplayed the connection between himself and the blue dragon martial spirit. This was because the greater the power, the greater the responsibility. He was just a transmigrator. There was no need for him to be involved in so many schemes. He only wanted to live for himself, to be more simple, to slowly walk the path of cultivation, to reach the peak step by step. However, Feng Feishua's words confirmed some of Xiaochen's guesses. From the day he awakened the blue dragon martial spirit, whether he was active or passive, willing or unwilling, he was already implicated in certain matters. No matter how he tried to avoid it, he could not avoid it. Picking up the teacup, Xiaochen drained it in one gulp. He placed the teacup heavily on the wooden table and calmed himself down. He said, "No matter what the truth is, I am living for myself and the people I care about. In the end, my fate is something that I have to fight for myself. I am indebted to you. If I want to repay you in the future, I will not hesitate to do so. I will take my leave first." After Xiaochen spoke, he directly left this place. Feng Feishua looked at Xiaochen's departing figure with an astonished expression on her face. After a long time, a secret door outside the hall opened. A beautiful woman wearing red robes appeared in the hall. The beautiful woman had an elegant aura. She was about 30 years old, but her exquisite face made her look like she was only 18 or 19. Time did not seem to have left any traces on her face. If one looked carefully, they might discover that Xiaochen bore some resemblance to this woman. When Feng Feishua saw the beautiful woman, she said softly, "Aunt, he is right in front of you. Are you not going to come out and meet him?" The beautiful woman revealed a trace of sorrow in her eyes. The corners of her eyes seemed to be moist. She said softly, "There is no need. I owe him too much. I am already satisfied just to hear his voice." Feng Feishua went to the window of the tall building and looked out. She saw Xiaochen turning into a purple beam of light and flying away quickly. She said indifferently, "I believe that he is the person I am waiting for. I will do my best to fight against the decision of my father and the elders' assembly. The promise that has lasted for 1,000 years must be passed down." There was still a sentence in her heart that she did not say out loud. It was as Xiaochen said, "In the end, fate is something that you have to fight for yourself." The woman that Feng Feishua referred to as her aunt looked at Feng Feishua and seemed to think of herself in the past. She sighed in her heart. After leaving the victorious chief pawnshop, Xiaochen rested in an inn for 2 days. Then he started to complete the remaining Black Sect missions. During the missions, he heard Feng Feishua spread the news that the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron was already in the hands of the Feng clan and that people were welcome to come and take a look. When Xiaochen first heard this news, he was slightly stunned. However, he quickly figured it out. Feng Feishua was trying to divert everyone's attention from Xiaochen. The Dragon Phoenix Cauldron was like the eye of a storm. It attracted the attention of many powers. No matter where Xiaochen went, his Dragon Phoenix Cauldron would attract attention. Of course, it would be attention with malicious intent. Unless he delivered the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, he would be protected by a strong power. By doing this, Feng Feishue had done Xiaoqin a great favor. 1 month later, Xiaoqin completed all the high-ranked missions he had received. He started his journey back to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Without the restrictions of missions, he rushed back at full speed. He returned to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion in half a month. Then Xiaoqin headed straight for the Hall of Contributions on the Heaven Viewing platform. On the second floor of the Hall of Contributions, the person in charge of accepting missions verified the mission contracts that Xiaoqin handed over one by one. You completed all the Black Sect missions in 3 months. I did not expect you to actually do it, the person in charge of the Hall of Contributions said in astonishment after he checked the contracts. Xiaoqin smiled faintly and did not say anything. These high-ranked missions were all made after careful consideration. Without absolute confidence, Xiaoqin would not accept so many high-ranked missions in one go. Chapter 333. There is a total of 30,000 contribution points. Take a look, that person said enviously. 30,000 contribution points were obtained by one person at the same time. This was the first time he had seen such a thing in his many years as an administrator. Xiaoqin received it calmly and gave his thanks. The administrator behind him said, Yi Qin, the first elder said that after you return, you should find some time to look for him. Xiaoqin stopped and turned around. He asked, Is it urgent? That administrator said, Not really. He specifically instructed you to go if you have time. If you don't, then forget it. As that administrator spoke, he looked at Xiaoqin enviously. It had to be known that the first elder was now the person in charge of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. He had never seen the first elder so polite to anyone before. It could only be said that Xiaoqin's potential was too high. Xiaoqin nodded gently and left. He could roughly guess why the first elder was looking for him. However, since it was not urgent, he would put it aside for now. After the mission handover was completed, Xiaoqin immediately rushed to Qingyun Peak. In the entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion, that was the only place that gave him a sense of belonging. As Xiaoqin slowly walked up the long steps of Qingyun Peak, he looked at the familiar scenery around him. He felt an inexplicable warmth in his heart. When Bai, who was in the spirit blood jade, felt its surroundings, it immediately came out. It jumped onto Xiaoqin's shoulder and stretched its limbs. It looked extremely cute. Big brother Yi Qin, when did you return? Xiao Yang and Xiao Meng, who were preparing to go down the mountain, suddenly saw Xiaoqin's figure. The two of them ran over joyfully. Bai was very familiar with Xiao Yang and Xiao Meng. When it saw the two of them, it immediately stood up on Xiaoqin's shoulder and greeted them with a yes sound. This made the two of them laugh. Xiaoqin smiled helplessly and carried Bai down. He nodded and smiled. I just returned not long ago. How are elder sister Ryua's injuries? Xiaoming was playing with Bai. When she heard Xiaoqin's question, she looked up and said with a smile, You will know when you see it yourself. There will be a surprise. Xiao Yang and I are going down the mountain. Based on Xiao Meng's tone, it seemed like the injuries to Lu Ryua's meridians were completely healed. However, Xiaoqin found it strange what the so-called surprise was. Xiao Yang, who was at the side, smiled and said, Big brother Yi Qin, go quickly. When elder sister Ryua sees you, she will definitely be happy. Elder sister Ryua has been in the dueling grounds for the past few days. Xiaoqin nodded lightly. After bidding farewell to the two of them, he quickened his pace and flew towards the training ground. Before Xiaoqin got close to the training ground, he felt a strong aura. Furthermore, Xiaoqin was very familiar with this aura. Xiaoqin stopped outside the training ground and muttered, This is the aura of a martial king. Furthermore, it is very pure. Did elder sister Ryua break through? It seemed like it. Lu Ryua was only a step away from becoming a martial king for a long time. Now that she obtained the tendon refining flower and was reborn, she should have broken through. Furthermore, this experience would probably allow her to advance to peak inferior grade martial king. Even some of the veteran martial kings would not be a match for her. For a long time, one of the main reasons why no one came to Qingyun Peak was because there were no martial kings holding down the fort. Now it looked like this was a thing of the past. Xiaoqin felt joy from the bottom of his heart. He could not wait to enter the dueling grounds. Boom, boom, boom. In the training field, a series of powerful auras exploded continuously. Lu Suifeng and Lu Ryue were exchanging moves in the dueling grounds. However, Lu Suifeng looked rather miserable. Rather than exchanging moves, he was more like a sandbag. Elder sister, you don't have to be so ruthless. I am your younger brother, Lu Suifeng begged as he dodged Lu Ryue's attacks. Bang! Lu Ryue said calmly, An unpolished jade is worthless. If you cannot even endure this little bit of hardship, how can I hand Qingyun Peak over to you in the future? Lu Riyue swung her scabbard and knocked away Lu Suifeng's saber. The scabbard struck Lu Suifeng's wrist heavily, causing him to cry out in pain. Lu Suifeng glanced around and suddenly saw Xiaoqin outside the training ground. His eyes lit up and he quickly called out joyfully, "Elder sister Yiqin is here. Can you stop now?" Lu Riyue directly struck Lu Suifeng's chest. She smiled faintly, "Using this move to trick me into slacking off again. It is no longer effective." Lu Suifeng was in so much pain that he could not breathe properly. He coughed a few times and said, "Elder sister, it's true. Look outside." Although Lu Riyue did not believe it, she could not help but turn her head to look. She immediately saw a calm Xiaoqin outside the training ground. She immediately stopped what she was doing. Lu Suifeng took advantage of this opportunity to quickly leave the battlefield and rush towards Xiaoqin. "Yiqin, you finally came back. If you still did not come back, I would have been beaten to death by my elder sister," Lu Suifeng said bitterly as he patted Xiaoqin's shoulder. Xiaoqin was knocked back 3 days by Lu Suifeng's palm strike. He had thoroughly experienced Lu Suifeng's enthusiasm. He stood firmly and smiled gently. "You should be rejoicing. Look at this palm strike. Your strength has clearly increased significantly." Lu Suifeng smiled embarrassedly. Then he said mysteriously, "It's just as compared to you I am much weaker. I will be leaving first. You will have a pleasant surprise later." Xiaoqin found this strange. Why is everyone talking about a pleasant surprise? What exactly is the pleasant surprise? Lu Riyue gently leaped down from the dueling grounds arena. Her tight red robes accentuated her graceful figure as she walked over to Xiaoqin. Lu Riyue's flirtatious face had a trace of shyness. Her expression seemed to be somewhat nervous. However, she seemed to have made up her mind and quickly walked over to Xiaoqin. "Oh!" Before Xiaoqin could react, Lu Riyue's tender red lips quickly pecked his lips. It was like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water, and she quickly retreated. Outside the dueling grounds, Lu Suifeng, Xiaoyang and Xiaomeng, who had already agreed to leave, all appeared together. They stared at this scene without blinking. "Haha, my elder sister is really bold. However, she did what she said. I like it." Lu Suifeng laughed loudly at the side. Xiaomeng giggled and said, "However, it seems like she did not have much experience." "That was it." Xiaoyang smiled and said, "Haha, she did not have any experience in the first place. The only time was when big brother Yiqin took the initiative. We can leave now. If we don't, elder sister Riyue will go berserk." Behind the three of them, Bai looked at the two of them strangely. His large eyes were filled with doubt. The moment Xiaoyang spoke, Lu Suifeng and Xiaomeng immediately reacted. Xiaomeng held on to Bai and quickly retreated. "Is this the so-called pleasant surprise?" Xiaoqin muttered to himself. His delicate face blushed slightly. He did not know what to do. Although this was not the first time he kissed Lu Riyue, the last time they kissed was passively. However, previously the two of them were passive. This time it was different. This time Lu Riyue was the one taking the initiative. Xiaoqin's heart, which had always been as calm as an ancient well, had a slight ripple. He asked with some difficulty, "Elder sister Riyue, what are you doing?" Lu Riyue originally had a bashful expression. However, when she saw Xiaoqin in such a predicament, she felt happy instead. She laughed loudly and said, "This is a reward for you. Thank you for the tendon refining flower. If not for the tendon refining flower, I would be a cripple. I would not have broken through to Martial King." "Just thanks?" Xiaoqin felt slightly disappointed in his heart. He said softly, "That is what I should do. It was a coincidence that I obtained the tendon refining flower." This fellow really does not know how to speak, Lu Riyue thought gloomily to herself. Never mind, his wooden character cannot be changed. Lu Riyue held onto Xiaoqin's hand and said softly, "Let's not talk about this anymore. I'll bring you to see something." Xiaoqin followed, feeling suspicious. When they arrived at a corner of the dueling grounds, Lu Riyue let go of Xiaoqin's hand and said, "This is it. Take a look." Ancient sabers were stabbed into the ground. The sabers contained a vigorous and ancient aura. Over 1,000 ancient sabers were arranged in a mysterious and complicated formation. The ancient aura on the sabers merged together. Xiaoqin stood in front and closed his eyes to feel it. It was like a magnificent army with thousands of men and horses charging at him with a surging killing chi. Kill, 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 kill. The red throne in his sea of consciousness trembled continuously. Xiaoqin opened his eyes and said in astonishment, "This is a miniature ancient absolute saber formation. However, why does it feel different from before? The ancient aura is even denser." The killing chi contained in it is on a completely different level from before. Lu Ryue revealed a satisfied smile. You guessed right. Every saber here has a history of more than 10,000 years. They are true ancient weapons. This ancient absolute saber formation will definitely help you comprehend listening to the sword and communicating with it. Xiaoqun was very moved. For Lu Ryue to be able to find such ancient weapons, she must have put in a lot of effort. Xiaoqun knew from Lu Suifeng that Lu Ryue owed Lu Qin a favor for the ancient weapons she borrowed in the past. This time, in order to obtain so many ancient weapons, she must have spent a lot more than before. Actually, Lu Ryue knew that once she comprehended listening to the sword and communicating with it, it would be time for her to leave Qingyun Peak. However, Lu Ryue still helped him without hesitation. This kindness was something Xiaoqun found hard to accept. Xiaoqun said sincerely, Ryue, thank you. I promise you that no matter what, I will help Qingyun Peak obtain the first rank in the Inner Disciple ranking competition. The Inner Disciple ranking competition was the last thing that Xiaoqun wanted to do for Qingyun Peak while he was in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. He could only do this to help Lu Ryue recover Qingyun Peak. A look of astonishment flashed on Lu Ryue's face. She did not hear what Xiaoqun said at the end. There was a look of pleasant surprise on her flirtatious face as she said, What did you call me? Xiaoqun suddenly understood. Sorry, I said the wrong thing, elder sister Ryue. Lu Ryue giggled and said, Hey, am I that scary? Why are you apologizing? You did not say anything wrong. I will allow you to call me Ryue in the future. Remember, you are not allowed to change the way you address me. Xiaoqun felt somewhat embarrassed as he said, Got it? Elder sister Ryue, no, it's Ryue. Xiaoqun accidentally said it again. When he saw Lu Ryue's expression change, he quickly rushed over. Only then did Lu Ryue smile in satisfaction. Chapter 334. You have just returned from a long journey. Go and rest in the ancient absolute saber formation and give it a try, Lu Ryue suggested. Xiaoqun thought about it and agreed. This strengthened version of the ancient absolute saber formation would definitely have an additional risk compared to the previous one. He was not fully prepared for it yet. It would be good to rest for a day before giving it a try. Xiaoqun took his leave and headed to his courtyard. The courtyard was very clean and tidy. The fallen leaves were swept to the side. The stone table was also spotless. It was clear that during the time Xiaoqun was away, someone came to clean the courtyard frequently. Xiaoqun sat at the stone table absent-mindedly. When he walked out of the dueling grounds, he felt that his mind had not calmed down. Earlier, he had only forcefully suppressed his emotions in front of Lu Ryue. Now he could no longer hold it in and let it all erupt. He had never been in such a state before. If it was in the past, he would definitely use the time before the sky turned dark and not wasted it all on cultivation. He would definitely not be like this now, sitting in the courtyard and letting his thoughts run wild. Actually, ever since the last time Lu Ryue was injured and her mind was in a mess, Xiaoqun already had a vague feeling that Lu Ryue had unknowingly taken up a very important position in his heart. When did this feeling start? Xiaoqun himself was not clear. Perhaps it started when Lu Ryue blocked Song Kei's attack for him. Actually, he had already unknowingly fallen into that kiss. After that, he unknowingly fell even deeper. However, he was engrossed in cultivation and neglected it. Or perhaps it could be said that he purposely ignored the truest feelings in his heart. Only when Lu Ryue was injured did it erupt with such intensity. Her pain was like hitting him, causing him to be unable to calm down. Night slowly descended. There was no moon tonight, only a sky full of stars flickering with starlight. Xiaoqun sat alone in the courtyard for a long time. Lu Ryue's kiss during the day disturbed Xiaoqun's mind once again. It was even more intense than when Lu Ryue was injured. This was an uncontrollable longing. At this moment, Xiaoqun's mind was filled with Lu Ryue's figure. That calm kiss seemed to linger on his lips. Xiaoqun did his best to calm his thoughts. He looked at the starlight filling the sky and took a deep breath. He leaped into the air and flew over the wall, heading for Lu Ryue's independent courtyard. Xiaoqun moved like a flood dragon. His speed was as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, he stopped on a big tree outside Lu Ryue's courtyard. A series of soft shouts came from the courtyard. Xiaoqun's eyes were like lightning. With the help of the weak starlight, he could clearly see the situation in the courtyard. It was already late at night, but Lu Ryue did not feel sleepy. She was focused on practicing a set of saber techniques. A strong wind blew in the courtyard, kicking up countless fallen leaves. Sharp saber chi spread out in all directions. However, with Xiaoqun's eyes, he could tell that Lu Ryue's mental state was somewhat unstable. As a result, her saber techniques were full of openings. If she fought an enemy like this, there would be serious consequences. Xiaochen watched quietly as Lu Riyue practiced her saber techniques in the courtyard. He revealed a faint smile on his face and slowly calmed down. After an hour, Xiaochen quietly descended from the tree and headed for his courtyard. Xiaochen already had an answer to the hazy feelings in his heart. However, he did not have any confidence in how to proceed. Perhaps it was better this way. Just at this moment, the spirit blood jade in front of his chest suddenly trembled. Xiaochen's expression changed slightly. He said in surprise, "What happened to Bai? Why is the spirit blood cloud pulsating so intensely?" The warning from the spirit blood jade startled Xiaochen. The spirit blood jade was the link between Xiaochen and Bai. It would only give a warning when one of them was in grave danger. Xiaochen activated the windwalk shoes and raised his speed to the limit. Then he rushed in the direction that he sensed. After a while, Xiaochen had already left the range of Qingyun Peak. However, the place that he sensed was still some distance away. Xiaochen stopped in a lush forest. Xiaochen was no stranger to this forest. Normally, when Xiaochen practiced or tested out new martial techniques, he would choose this place. Because this place was very desolate and Qingyun Peak had very few people, no matter how big of a commotion he made, no one would discover him. Since Bai came here, she was definitely not ambushed. Xiaochen slowly calmed down. However, the spirit blood jade pulsated even more intensely. What happened this time? Xiaochen frowned. He could not figure it out. Could it be that I killed myself? Boom, boom. A huge energy fluctuation spread out. Xiaochen's speed increased again. Occasionally there would be flashes of light in the dark forest. The light caused the forest to flicker between bright and dark. A horrifying energy fluctuation spread out in the air. A strong wind blew, causing the trees to sway left and right. Countless leaves flew around and dust filled the air. Xiaochen gathered his essence in front of him and the falling leaves and dust exploded into powder. There seemed to be a storm in the middle of the forest. It kicked up a strong wind and gave off a shocking energy fluctuation. What exactly is going on? This energy fluctuation has already reached the boundary of a rank 7 spirit beast. Furthermore, it is still increasing. Xiaochen thought to himself. No matter what, he had to hurry over to understand something. So. Xiaochen pierced through the forest like an arrow. He could not be bothered to avoid some of the trees blocking his way. He simply punched them to pieces. Xiaochen used brute force to carve a path through the dense forest. The spirit blood jade in front of Xiaochen's chest started to give off a bright scarlet light. He felt a warm sensation on his chest. It was frighteningly hot. Uchi. After a while, Xiaochen finally arrived at the center of the storm. Bai's entire body was snow white. At this moment, her entire body was flickering with a jade-like luster. There was a weak figure reflected in her body. That figure was struggling non-stop as though it was enduring some kind of immense pain. Under the illumination of the starlight, she gave off a different kind of brilliance. She was very beautiful. Energy ripples danced in the air around her, looking like crystalline ribbons. As the ribbons danced, a gust of wind surged out, forming a ferocious whirlwind that spread through the forest. When Xiaochen saw all this, he was completely stunned. He said in disbelief, "This is shape-shifting. Could it be that when she sneaked out at night in the past she was trying to shapeshift? This is too dangerous." Bai's cultivation realm was not high enough. Normally, shape-shifting spirit beasts would only attempt it after they reached rank 8. A rank 8 spirit beast was equivalent to a human martial monarch. Furthermore, the success rate was only about 50%. Normally, only those that had gained intelligence would choose to shapeshift. To spirit beasts, shapeshifting was a great opportunity. However, this opportunity was accompanied by boundless danger. What an idiot! She is too reckless. If I had known this would happen, I would not have passed the mysterious 9 heavenly revolution transformation to her. Xiaochen said somewhat vexedly. If not for the mysterious 9 heavenly revolution transformation, Bai would not have risked her life to try. Unfortunately, it was already at a crucial moment. It was too late to stop it. That would only cause the shape-shifting to fail and turn Bai to dust. Boom, boom, boom. As Xiaochen was thinking, resplendent pillars of light came from Bai's body. The horrifying energy ripples swept over, turning the surrounding trees into dust. Bang! Xiaochen sent out a palm strike and shattered the energy ripples flying at him. However, just as he shattered one, a few more flickering pillars of light surged over with a surging torrent. The attack of a peak rank 7 demonic beast was simply too strong. Xiaochen had no choice but to retreat a few hundred meters. Then he soared into the air and landed on the top of a tree. Unexpectedly, The shape-shifting of a spirit beast would attract such intense energy fluctuations. Furthermore, Bai was only a rank 6 spirit beast. If it was a true rank 8 spirit beast that shape-shifted, how horrifying would the energy be? Xiaoqun stared at Bai, who was in the pillar of light. His heart filled with worry. With such strong energy, if he was not careful, he would be crushed to death. The resplendent pillar of light soared into the sky and shone for a long time. The surrounding spiritual energy flew towards Bai like rain. In the end, the spiritual energy became too dense. Countless specks of starlight floated in the air. These specks of starlight were all made of spiritual energy. The densely packed specks of starlight sparkled in the dark night like gorgeous stars. The tiny human figure in Bai's jade-like skin slowly became clearer as spiritual energy poured in. Now, it only lacked the final step, accepting the baptism of heaven and earth before it could truly shapeshift. The so-called baptism of heaven and earth was, to put it bluntly, a punishment from the heavenly Taoists. This step was also the most dangerous one. Spirit beasts and humans were completely unrelated species created by the heavenly Taoists. Regardless of whether a human wanted to become a spirit beast or a spirit beast wanted to become a human, it was a huge challenge to the heavenly Taoists. If he could survive the fight against the heavenly Tao, not only would he be able to transform successfully, moreover, he could even steal a trace of the heavenly Tao and obtain karmic luck, allowing him to have unlimited potential in the future. Xiaoqun looked up and saw the boundless clouds churning in the sky. Thunder rumbled. The baptism of the heavenly Taoists was already brewing. The beautiful human figure in Bai's body seemed to sense the might of the heavenly Taoists. She sat down cross-legged and silently circulated the mysterious 9 heavenly revolution transformation technique. A thin golden halo appeared around Bai's body, giving her jade-like body a dignified and sacred feeling. Xiaoqun frowned heavily as he looked at the increasingly horrifying electric might and pressure accumulating. His heart slowly leaped to his throat. He felt incredibly nervous. Boom! The continuously accumulating lightning might finally reached a critical point. Then it exploded. A silver snake tore through the sky, heading straight for Bai. When the berserk lightning struck the golden halo, it gave off a loud sound. Countless specks of dust flew up from the surrounding ground and filled the air in an instant, completely obscuring Xiaoqun's vision. The ground started to tremble. The tree that Xiaoqun was on shook violently.